Ireland. Like him, the sprite, whom maids by night oft meet in glen that's haunted. More. We commence our survey of the lands of Celts and Cymry with Ireland, as being the first in point of importance, but still more as being the land of our birth. It is pleasing to us, now in the autumn of our life, to return in imagination to where we passed its most happy spring. As we read and meditate, its mountains and its valleys, its verdant fields and lucid streams, objects on which we probably never again shall gaze, rise up in their primal freshness and beauty before us, and we are once more present, buoyant with youth, in the scenes where we first heard the fairy legends of which we are now to treat. Even the forms of the individual peasants who are associated with them in our memory, rise as it were from their humble resting places and appear before us, again awaking our sympathies. For, we will boldly assert it, the Irish peasantry, with all their faults, gain a faster hold on the affections than the peasantry of any other country. We speak, however, particularly of them as they were in our county and in our younger days. For we fear that they are somewhat changed, and not for the better. But our present business is with the Irish fairies rather than with the Irish people. The fairies of Ireland can hardly be said to differ in any respect from those of England and Scotland. Like them they are of diminutive size, rarely exceeding 2 feet in height. They live also in society, their ordinary abode being the interior of the mounds, called in Irish, raths, Ross, in English, moats, the construction of which is, by the peasantry, ascribed to the Danes from whom, it might thence perhaps be inferred. The Irish got their fairies direct and not vid England. From these abodes they are at times seen to issue mounted on diminutive steeds, in order to take at night the diversion of the chase. Their usual attire is green with red caps. 397 They are fond of music, but we do not in general hear much of their dancing, perhaps because on account of the infrequency of thunder, the fairy rings are less numerous in Ireland than elsewhere. Though the fairies steal children and strike people with paralysis and other ailments, which is called being fairy-struck, and shoot their elf arrows at the cattle, they are in general kind to those for whom they have contracted a liking, and often render them essential service in time of need. They can make themselves visible and invisible, and assume any forms they please. The pretty tiny conical mushrooms which grow so abundantly in Ireland are called fairy mushrooms. A kind of nice regularly formed grass is named fairy flax, and the bells of the foxglove called in some places fairy bells, are also said to have some connection with the little people. The popular belief in Ireland also is, that the fairies are a portion of the fallen angels, who, being less guilty than the rest, were not driven to hell, but were suffered to dwell on earth. They are supposed to be very uneasy respecting their condition after the final judgment. The only names by which they are known in those parts of Ireland in which the English language is spoken are, fairies, the good people, and the gentry, these last terms being placatory, like the Greek Eumenides. When, for example, the peasant sees a cloud of dust sweeping along the road, he raises his hat and says, "God speed you, gentlemen." For it is the popular belief that it is in these cloudy vehicles that the good people journey from one place to another. The Irish language has several names for the fairies. All however are forms or derivations of the word shea, the meaning of which seems to be spirit. The most usual name employed by the minister peasantry is shifra. We are not acquainted with the fairy belief and terminology of the inhabitants of Connemara and the other wilds of Connaught. 398. Most of the traits and legends of the Irish fairies are contained in the Fairy Legends and Traditions of the South of Ireland, compiled by Mr. Crofton Croker. As we ourselves aided in that work, we must inform the reader that our contributions, both in text and notes, contain only Leinster ideas and traditions, for that was the only province with which we were acquainted. We must make the further confession, that some of the more poetic traits which M.M. Grimm, in the introduction to their translation of this work, give as characteristic of the Irish fairies, owe their origin to the fancy of the writers, who were, in many cases, more anxious to produce amusing tales than to transmit legends faithfully. The legend of Knockshigowna, Hill of the Fairy Calf, the first given in that work, relates how the fairies used to torment the cattle and herdsmen for intruding on one of their favorite places of resort, which was on this hill. The fairy queen, it says, having failed in her attempts to daunt a drunken piper who had undertaken the charge of the cattle, at last turned herself into a calf and, with the piper on her back, jumped over the Shannon, 10 miles off, and back again. Pleased with his courage, she agreed to abandon the hill for the future. The legend of Knock Grafton tells how a little hunchback, while sitting to rest at nightfall at the side of a rath or moat, heard the fairies within singing over and over again, de Wan, de Mart, i.e. Monday, Tuesday. And added, weary with the monotony, Agus de Cadden, i.e. and Wednesday. The fairies were so delighted with this addition to their song that they brought him into the moat, entertained him, and finally freed him from the encumbrance of his hump. Another hunchback hearing the story went to the moat to try if he could meet with the same good fortune. He heard the fairies singing the amended version of the song, and, anxious to contribute, without waiting for a pause or attending to the rhythm or melody, he added Agus de Hina, i.e., and Friday. His reward was, being carried into the moat, and having his predecessor's hump placed on his back in addition to his own. 399. In the story named The Priest's Supper, a fisherman at the request of the fairies, asks a priest who had stopped at his house, whether they would be saved or not at the last day. The priest desired him to tell them to come themselves and put the question to him, but this they declined doing, and the question remained undecided. The next 3 stories are of changelings. The Young Piper, one of our own contributions, will be found in the appendix. The changeling has nothing peculiar in it, but the brewery of eggshells is one which we find in many places, even in Brittany and Auvergne. In the present version, the mother puts down eggshells to boil, and to the inquiry of the changeling she tells him that she is brewing them, and clapping his hands he says, "Well, I'm 1500 years in the world, and I never saw a brewery of eggshells before." In the capture of Bridget Pessel, a girl is struck with a little switch between the shoulders, by something in the form of a little child that came suddenly behind her, and she pined away and died. The legend of Bottle Hill gives the origin of that name, which was as follows. A poor man was driving his only cow to Cork to sell her. As he was going over that bill he was suddenly joined by a strange-looking little old man with a pale withered face and red eyes, to whom he was eventually induced to give his cow in exchange for a bottle. And both cow and purchaser then disappeared. When the poor man came home he followed the directions of the stranger, and spreading a cloth on the table, and placing the bottle on the ground, he said, "Bottle, do your duty." And immediately 2 little beings rose out of it, and having covered the table with food in gold and silver dishes, went down again into the bottle and vanished. By selling these he got a good deal of money and became rich for one in his station. The secret of his bottle however transpired, and his landlord induced him to sell it to him. But his prosperity vanished with it, and he was again reduced to 1 cow, and obliged to drive her to Cork for sale. As he journeyed over the same hill he met the same old man, and sold him the cow for another bottle. Having made the usual preparations, he laid it on the ground and said, "Bottle, do your duty." But instead of the tiny little lads with their gold and silver dishes, there jumped up out of it 2 huge fellows with cudgels, who fell to belaboring the whole family. When they had done and were gone back into the bottle, the owner of it, without saying a word, put it under his coat and went to his landlord, who happened to have a great deal of company with him, and sent in word that he was come with another bottle to sell. He was at once admitted, the bottle did its duty, and the men with cudgels laid about them on all present, and never ceased till the original wealth-giving bottle was restored. He now grew richer than ever, and his son married his landlord's daughter, but when the old man and his wife died, the servants, it is recorded, fighting at their wake, broke the 2 bottles. 400. The Confessions of Tom Burke, as it contains a faithful transcript of the words and ideas of that personage, is perhaps the most valuable portion of the work. From this we learn that in Munster the fairies are, like the people themselves, divided into factions. Thus we are told that, on the occasion of the death of Burke's mother, the 2 parties fought for 3 continuous nights, to decide whether she should be buried with her own or her husband's peckball, i.e. family. Burke also had sat for hours looking at two parties of the good people playing at the popular game of hurling, in a meadow at the opposite side of the river, with their coats and waistcoats off, and white handkerchiefs on the heads of one, and red on these of the other party. A man whom Tom knew was returning one evening from a fair, a little elevated of course, when he met a baron, i.e. funeral, which he joined, as is the custom. But, to his surprise, there was no one there that he knew except one man, and he had been dead for some years. When the baron was over, they gathered round a piper, and began to dance in the churchyard. Davy longed to be among them, and the man that he knew came up to him, and bid him take out a partner, but on no account to give her the usual kiss. He accordingly took out the prettiest girl in the ring, and danced a jig with her, to the admiration of the whole company, but at the end he forgot the warning, and complied with the custom of kissing one's partner. All at once everything vanished. And when Davy awoke next morning, he found himself lying among the tombstones. Another man, also a little in liquor, was returning one night from a baron. The moon was shining bright, and from the other side of the river came the sounds of merriment, and the notes of a bagpipe. Taking off his shoes and stockings, he waded across the river, and there he found a great crowd of people dancing on the Inch, an island, coast, bank of sea or river, on the other side. He mingled with them without being observed, and he longed to join in the dance, for he had no mean opinion of his own skill. He did so, but found that it was not to be compared to theirs, they were so light and agile. He was going away quite in despair, when a little old man, who was looking on with marks of displeasure in his face, came up to him, and telling him he was his friend, and his father's friend, bade him go into the ring and call for a lilt. He complied, and all were amazed at his dancing. He then got a table and danced on it, and finally he span round and round on a trencher. When he had done, they wanted him to dance again. But he refused with a great oath, and instantly he found himself lying on the Inch with only a white cow grazing beside him. On going home, he got a shivering and a fever. He was for many days out of his mind, and recovered slowly. But ever after he had great skill in fairy matters. The dancers, it turned out, had belonged to a different faction, and the old man who gave him his skill to that to which he himself was attached. In these genuine confessions it is very remarkable that the good people are never represented as of a diminutive size, while in every story that we ever heard of them in Leinster, they were of pygmy stature. The following account of their mode of entering houses in Ulster gives them dimensions approaching to those of Titania's small elves. A fairy, the most agile, we may suppose, of the party, is selected, who contrives to get up to the keyhole of the door, carrying with him a piece of thread or twine. With this he descends on the inside, where he fastens it firmly to the floor, or some part of the furniture. Those without then haul taut and belay, and when it is fast they prepare to march along this their perilous Iasirit, leading to the paradise of pantry or parlour, in this order. First steps up the fairy piper, and in measured pace pursues his adventurous route, playing might and main an invigorating elfin march or other spirit-stirring air, then one by one the rest of the train mount the cord and follow his steps. Like the old Romans, in their triumphal processions, they pass beneath the lofty arch of the keyhole, and move down along the other side. Lightly, one by one, they then jump down on the floor, to hold their revels or accomplish their thefts. We have never heard of any being, in the parts of Ireland with which we are acquainted, answering to the boggart, brownie, or nis. A farmer's family still, we believe, living in the county of Wicklow, used to assert that in their grandfather's time they never had any trouble about washing up plates and dishes. For they had only to leave them collected in a certain part of the house for the good people, who would come in and wash and clean them, and in the morning everything would be clean and in its proper place. Yet in the county of Cork it would seem that the cluricaun, of which we shall presently speak, used to enact the part of nis or boggart. Mr. Croker tells a story of a little being which he calls a cluricaun, that haunted the cellar of a Mr. McCarthy, and in a note on this tale he gives the contents of a letter informing him of another yclept little wild bean, that haunted the house of a Quaker gentleman named Harris, and which is precisely the nis or boggart. This wild bean, who kept to the cellar, would, if one of the servants through negligence left the beer barrel running, wedge himself into the cock and stop it, till some one came to turn it. His dinner used to be left for him in the cellar, and the cook having, one Friday, left him nothing but part of a herring and some cold potatoes, she was at midnight dragged out of her bed, and down the cellar stairs. And so much bruised that she kept her bed for 3 weeks. In order at last to get rid of him, Mr. Harris resolved to remove, being told that if he went beyond a running stream the Cluricaun could not follow him. The last cart, filled with empty barrels and such like, was just moving off, when from the bunghole of one of them Wild Bean cried out, "Here, master. Here we go all together." "What," said Mr. Harris, "dost thou go also?" "Yes, to be sure, master." "Here we go, all together." "In that case, friend," replied Mr. Harris, "let the carts be unloaded, we are just as well where we are." It is added, that, Mr. Harris died soon after, but it is said the Cluricaun still haunts the Harris family. In another of these fairy legends, Teague of the Lee, who haunted the house of a Mr. Pratt, in the county of Cork, bears a strong resemblance to the Hinzelmann of Germany. To the story, which is exceedingly well told by a member of the Society of Friends, now no more, also the narrator of the legend of Bottle Hill, Mr. Croker has in his notes added some curious particulars. A being named the Fear Dirge, i.e. Red Man, is also known in Munster. A tale named The Lucky Guest, which Mr. Croker gives as taken down verbatim from the mouth of the narrator by Mr. Mcleise, the artist, gives the fullest account of this being. A girl related that, when she was quite a child, one night, during a storm of wind and rain, a knocking was heard at the door of her father's cabin, and a voice like that of a feeble old man craving admission. On the doors being opened, there came in a little old man, about 2.5 feet high, with a red sugar-loaf hat and a long scarlet coat, reaching down nearly to the ground. His hair was long and grey, and his face yellow and wrinkled. He went over to the fire, which the family had quitted in their fear, sat down and dried his clothes, and began smoking a pipe which he found there. The family went to bed, and in the morning he was gone. In about a month after he began to come regularly every night about 11 o'clock. The signal which he gave was thrusting a hairy arm through a hole in the door, which was then opened, and the family retired to bed, leaving him the room to himself. If they did not open the door, some accident was sure to happen next day to themselves or their cattle. On the whole, however, his visits brought good luck, and the family prospered, till the landlord put them out of their farm, and they never saw the Fear Dirge more. As far as our knowledge extends, there is no being in the Irish rivers answering to the Nix or Kelpie, but on the sea coast the people believe in beings of the same kind as the mermen and mermaids. The Irish name is Merrow, and legends are told of them similar to those of other countries. Thus the Lady of Gallerus resembles the mermaid wife and others which we have already related. Instead, however, of an entire dress, it is a kind of cap, named Caitley Dryeth, without which she cannot return to her subaqueous abode. Other legends tell of matrimonial unions formed by mortals with these sea ladies, from which some families in the south claim a descent. The Lord of Duncaron, so beautifully told in verse by Mr. Croker, relates the unfortunate termination of a marine amour of one of the O'Sullivan family. The Soul Cages alone contains the adventures of a merman. The Irish Pucka 401 is plainly the English Puck, Puck, and would seem, like it, to denote an evil spirit. The notions respecting it are very vague. A boy in the mountains near Killarney told Mr. Croker that bold people used to say that the Puckas were very numerous in the times long ago. They were wicked-minded, black-looking, bad things, that would come in the form of wild colts, with chains hanging about them. They did great hurt to benighted travellers. Here we plainly have the English Puck, but it is remarkable that the boy should speak of Puckas in the plural number. In Leinster, it was always the, not a Pucka, that we heard named. When the blackberries begin to decay, and the seeds to appear, the children are told not to eat them any longer, as the poo has dirted on them. The celebrated fall of the Liffey, near Ballymore Eustace, is named Poulafuka, or the Pucka's Hole. Near Macroom, in the county of Cork, are the ruins of a castle built on a rock, named Carrigafuka, or the Puka's Rock. There is an old castle not far from Dublin, called Puck's Castle, and a townland in the county of Kildare is named Puck's Town. The common expression play the puck is the same as play the deuce, play the devil. The most remarkable of the fairy tribe in Ireland, and one which is peculiar to the country, is the leprechaun. 402. This is a being in the form of an old man, dressed as he is described in one of the following tales. He is by profession a maker of brogues. He resorts in general only to secret and retired places, where he is discovered by the sounds which he makes hammering his brogues. He is rich, like curmudgeons of his sort, and it is only by the most violent threats of doing him some bodily harm, that he can be made to show the place where his treasure lies. But if the person who has caught him can be induced, a thing that always happens, by the way, to take his eyes off him, he vanishes and with him the prospect of wealth. The only instance of more than one leprechaun being seen at a time is that which occurs in one of the following tales, which was related by an old woman, to the writer's sister and early companion, now no more. Yet the leprechaun, though, as we said, peculiar to Ireland, seems indebted to England, at least, for his name. In Irish, as we have seen, he is called Loberson, and it would not be easy to write the English lubberkin more accurately with Irish letters and Irish sounds. Leprechaun is evidently a corruption of that word. In the time of Elizabeth and James, the word lubricant was used in England to indicate some kind of spirit. Thus Drayton gives as a part of Nymphidia's invocation of Proserpina. By the mandrake's dreadful groans. By the lubricant's sad moans. By the noise of dead men's bones. In charnel house rattling. That this was the leprechaun is, we think, clear. For in the honest whore of Decker and Middleton, the following words are used of an Irish footman. As for your Irish lubricant, that spirit, whom by preposterous charms thy lust has raised. Part 2, I. 1. 403. We thus have the leprechaun as a well-known Irish fairy, though his character was not understood, in the 16th century. The two following tales we ourselves beard from the peasantry of Kildare in our boyhood. Clever Tom and the Leprechaun. Oliver Tom Fwich i.e. Fitz, Pathrick, as people used to call him, was the eldest son o' a comfortable farmer, who lived nigh hand to Morristown Latin, not far from the Lifty. Tom was just turned 29, when he met with the Follian, Advinther, and he was as cliver, clane, tight, good-looking a boy as any in the whole county Kildare. One fine day in harvest, it was a holiday, Tom was talking a ramble by himself through the land, and went sauntering along the sunny side of a hedge, and thinking in himself, where I'd be the great harm if people, instead of idling and going about doing nothing at all, or to shake out the hay, and bind and stook oats that was lying in the ledge, specially as the weather was rather brock late. When all a sudden he h'ard a clackin' sort o' nise just a little way fornint him, in the hedge. Dear me, said Tom, but isn't it now Raleigh sua prison, to hear the stonechatters singin' so late in the saison? So Tom stolen, goin' on the tips o' his toes to thry for he could get a sight o' what was makin' the nise, to see for he was right in his guess. The nse stopped. But as Tom hiked sharp through the bushes, what did he see in a nook o' the hedge but a brown pitcher that might hoot about 1.5 gallons o' liquor. And by he seen a little wee deeny dawny bit for an old man, wid a little motty for a cocked hat stuck in the top for his head, and a doshy leather apron hangin' down afore him, and he pulled out a little wooden stool. And stood up upon it, and dipped a little piggin into the pitcher, and tuck out the full av it, and put it beside the stool, and thin sot down under the pitcher, and begun to work at put a heel piece and a bit for a brogue just fittin' for himself. Well, by the powers, said Tom to himself, I aften hard tell o' the leprechauns, and, to tell God's truth, I niver rightly believed in them, but here a one o' them in right earnest, if I go knowingly to work, I am a madman. They say a body must niver take their eyes aff o' them, or they'll escape. Tom now stole on a little farther, with his eye fixed and the little man just as a cat does with a mouse, or, as we read in books, the rattlesnake does with the birds he wants to enchant. So, when he got up quite close to him, "God bless your work, honest man," says Tom. The little man raised up his head, and, "Thank you kindly," says he. "I wonder you be workin' and the holiday," says Tom. "That's my own business, and none of yours," was the reply, short enough. "Well, maybe, Thin, you'd be civil enough to tell us, what ye got in the pitcher there," says Tom. Will I, with pleasure," says he, "it's good beer." "Beer?" says Tom, "Blood and turf man, where did ye get it? Where did El get it is it?" "Why El met it to be sure, and what do ye think I met it av? Divil a one o' me knows, see Tom, but av malt, I s'pose, what ilsa? 'Tis there you out. I met it av haith." "Av haith," says Tom, burstin' out Logan. "Sure you don't take me to be sich an omedhon as to believe that?" "Do as ye plaze," says he, "but what I tell ye is the rail thruth. Did ye niver hear tell o' the Danes?" "To be sure I did, see Tom, warn't thim the chaps we gev such a lickin' when they thought to take dairy from huz?" "Hem," says the little man dhryly, "is that all ye know about the matter?" "Well, but about thim Danes, see Tom. Why all about thim is," said he, "is that when they war here they taught huz to make beer out o' the haith, and the sacred s in my family iver since." "Will ye give a body a taste o' your beer to thry, says Tom. "I'll tell ye what it is, young man, it be fitter for ye to be lookin' after your father's property tn to be both and dasn't, quite people with your foolish questions. There, now, while you idlin' away your time here, there, best the cows hay, bruck into oats, and are knockin' the corn all about." Tom was taken so by surprise with this, that he was just in the very point tenin' round, when he recollected himself. So, afeard that the like might happen again, he made a grab at the leprechaun, and caught him up in his hand, but in his hurry he overset the pitcher, and spilt all the beer, so that he couldn't get a taste of it to tell what sort it was. He thin swore what he wouldn't do to him for he didn't show him where his money was. Tom looked so wicked, and so bloody-minded, that the little man was quite frightened. "So," says he, "come along with me a couple o' fields aften I'll show ye a crock o' goold." So they went, and Tom held the leprechaun fast in his hand, and niver tuck his eyes from him, though they had to cross hedges and ditches, and a crooked bit a bog, for the leprechaun seemed out o' pure mischief to pick out the hardest and most contrary way, till at last they come to a great field all full o' bullion buys for foreign. The leprechaun pointed to a big bullion, and, says he, "Dig under that bullion. And you, too, get a crock chuck full o' golden guineas." Tom, in his hurry, had niver minded to bring in a fac 405 with him, so he thought to run home and fetch one, and, that he might know the place again, he tuck one o' his red garters, and tied it round the bullion. "I suppose," says the leprechaun, very civilly, "ye no further occasion for me?" "No," says Tom, "ye may go away now, if ye like, and God speed ye, and may good luck attend ye wherever ye go." "Well, good-bye to ye, Tom Fwitchpatrick," said the leprechaun, "and much good may do ye with what ye two get." So Tom run for the bare life, till he come home, and got a fac, and thin away with him as hard as he could pilt back to the field o' bullions. But when he got there, lo and behold, not a bullion in the field, but had a red garter, the very identical model o' his own, tied about it. And as to diggin' up the whole field, that was all nonsense, for there was more nor 20 good Irish acres in it. So Tom come home again with his fac and his shooter, a little cooler nor he went. And many's the hearty curse he gave the leprechaun every time he thought the nate turn he surveyed him. 406. The leprechaun in the garden. There's a sort of people that everybody must have met with sometime or another. I mane thin people that pretends not to believe in things that in their hearts they do believe in, and, are mortially afeard o too. Now Fairy 407 Mooney was one o these. Fairy, for any o yes knew him, was a rollickin', rattlin', divilmaker sort of a chap like but that, a neither here nor there, he was always talkin' one nonsense or another. And, among the rest o his fooleries, he pretended not to believe in the fairies, the leprechauns, and the pukas, and he even sometimes had the impudence to pretend to doubt o ghosts, that everybody believes in, at any rate. Yet some people used to winkin' luck knowin' when Fairy was gosterin', for it was obsarved that he was mighty shy o crassin' the ford a onimo after nightfall. And that when onst he was ridin' past the old church o tipper in the dark, though he'd got enough o potheen into him to make any man stout, he made the horse trot so that there was no keepin' up with him. And forry now and thin he'd throw a sharp look out over his lift should her. Well, one night there was a parcel o the neighbors sittin', drinkin', and talkin' at Larry Reilly's public house, and Fairy was one o the party. He was, as usual, gittin' and with his nonsense and balderdash about the fairies, and swearin' that he didn't believe there was any live things, barren men and bastes, and birds and fishes, and sich like things as a body could see. And he went on talkin' in so profane a way o the good people, that some o the company grew timid and begun to crass themselves, not knowin' what might happen, when an old woman called Mary Hogan with a long blue cloak about her, that was sittin' in the chimbley corner smokin' her pipe without tucking the last share in the conversations, tucked the pipe out o her mouth, and threw the ashes out o it, and spit in the fire, and turnin' round, looked Fairy straight in the face. And so you don't believe there sich things as leprechauns, don't ye? Said she. Well, Fairy looked rather daunted, but howsomedever he said nothin'. Why, thin, upon my throth, and it well becomes the likes at ye, and that nothin', but a bit uv a gasun, to take upon you to pretend not to believe what your father, and your father's father, and his father dare him, never med the last doubt uv. But to make the matter short, seein' believin', they say, and I, that might be your grandmother, tell ye there is sich things as leprechauns, and what a more, that I myself said'n one o thim there a for ye, now. All the people in the room looked quite surprised at this, and crowded up to the fireplace to listen to her. Fairy tried to laugh, but it wouldn't do, nobody minded him. I remember, said she, some time after I married the honest man, that now dead and gone, it was by the same token just a little afore I lay in my first child, and that a many a long day ago, I was sittin', as I said, out in our little bit a garden, with my knit tin in my hand, watchin' some bees we had that were goin' to swarm. It was a fine sunshiny day about the middle o' June, and the bees were hummin' and flyin' backwards and forwards from the hives, and the birds were chirpin' and hoppin' in the bushes, and the butterflies were flyin' about and sittin' in the flowers. And everything smelt so fresh and so sweet, and I felt so happy, that I hardly knew where I was. Well, all uv a sudden, I heard among some rows of banes we had in a corner o the garden, NISE that went tick-tack, just for all the world as for a brogue-maker was puttin' and the heel uv a pump. The Lord preserve us, said I to myself, what in the world can that be? So I laid down my knit tin, and got up, and stole over to the banes, and niver believe me for I didn't see, sittin' right foreign me, in the very middle of them, a bit of an old man, not a quarter so big as a newborn child, with a little cocked hat in his head, and a dideen in his mouth, smokin' away. And a plain, old-fashioned, drab-colored coat, with big brass buttons upon it, and his back, and a pair o' massy silver buckles in his shoes, that a'most covered his feet they wore so big, and be workin' away as hard as iver he could. He lin a little pair o' pumps. The instant minute I clapped my two eyes upon him I knew him to be a leprechaun, and as I was stout and foolhardy, says I to him, God save ye honest man. That's hard work ye re at this hot day. He looked up in my face quite vexed like. So with that I made a run at him and caught who'd owe him in my hand, and asked him where was his purse. Oh, money. Money, said he, money enough. And where on earth I'd a poor little old crather like myself get money? Come, come, said I, none o' your thricks upon travellers. Doesn't everybody know that leprechauns, like ye, are all as rich as the Delville himself? So I pulled out a knife I'd in my pocket, and put on as wicked a face as iver I could, and, in troth, that was no aisy matter for me thin. For I was as comely and good-humoured a lookin' girl as you'd see from this to Ballator, and swore by this and by that, if he didn't instantly gi me his purse, or show me a pot o' goold, I'd cut the nose aft his face. Well, to be sure, the little man did look so frightened at hearin' these words, that I a'most found it in my heart to pity the poor little crather. Thin, said he, come with me just a couple o' fields aft, and I'll show ye where I keep my money. So I went, still hoodin' him fast in my hand, and keepin' my eyes fixed upon him, when all o' a sudden I hr'd a whiz behind me. There! There! Cries he, there's your bees all swarmin' and goin' aft with themselves like blazes. I, like a fool as I was, turned my head round, and when I seen nothin' at all, and looked back at the leprechaun, and found nothin' at all in my hand, for when I had the ill luck to take my eyes af him, ye see. He slipped out o' my fingers just as for he was med o' fog or smoke, and the Sarah the fut he there, come nigh my garden again. The three leprechauns. Estelle, having heard that Molly Toole, an old woman who held a few acres of land from Mr. L., had seen leprechauns, resolved to visit her, and learn the truth from her own lips. Accordingly, one Sunday, after church, she made her appearance at Molly's residence, which was no very common thing, extremely neat and comfortable. As she entered, everything looked gay and cheerful. The sun shone bright in through the door on the earthen floor. Molly was seated at the far side of the fire in her armchair. Her daughter Mary, the prettiest girl on the lands, was looking to the dinner that was boiling. And her son Mickey, a young man of about 22, was standing lolling with his back against the dresser. The arrival of the mistress disturbed the stillness that had hitherto prevailed. Mary, who was a great favourite, hastened to the door to meet her, and shake hands with her. Molly herself had nearly got to the middle of the floor when the mistress met her, and Mickey modestly stayed where he was till he should catch her attention. Oh then, musha! But isn't it a glad sight for my old eyes to see your own sylph under my roof? Mary, what ails you, girl? And why don't you go into the room and fetch out a good chair for the mistress to sit down upon and rest herself? Deed faith, mother, I am so glad I don't know what I am doin'. Sure you know I didn't see the mistress since she come down afore. Mickey now caught Mrs. L's eye, and she asked him how he did. By Gora, bravely, ma'am, thank you, said B, giving himself a wriggle, while his two hands and the small of his back rested on the edge of the dresser. Now, Mary, stir yourself Alana, said the old woman, and get out the bread and butter. Sure you know the mistress can't but be hungry after her walk. Oh, never mind it, Molly, it's too much trouble. Trouble, indeed. It's as nice butter, ma'am, as ever you put a tooth in, and it was Mary herself that met it. Oh, then I must taste it. A nice half-griddle of wholemeal bread and a print of fresh butter were now produced, and Molly helped the mistress with her own hands. As she was eating, Mary kept looking in her face, and at last said, Ah then, mother, doesn't the mistress look mighty well? Upon my fakins, ma'am, I never seen you looking half so handsome. Well. And why wouldn't she look well? And neither will she look better nor be better nor I wish her. Well, Molly, I think I may return the compliment, for Mary is prettier than ever, and as for yourself, I really believe it's young again you're growing. Why, God be thanked, ma'am, I am stout and hearty, and though I say it myself, there not an old woman in the county can stir about better nor me, and I am up ivory mornin' at the peep of day, and rout them all up out of their beds. Don't I? Said she, looking at Mary. Faith, and sure you do, mother, replied Mickey, and before the peep of day, too, for you have no marcy in you at all at all. Ah, in my young days, continued the old woman, people warn't slugabeds. Out early, home late, that was the way with them. And usedn't people to see leprechauns in them days, mother, said Mickey, laughing. Hold your tongue, you saucy cub, you, cried Molly, what do you know about them? Leprechauns? Said Mrs. L, gladly catching at the opportunity. Did people really, Molly, see leprechauns in your young days? Yes, indeed, ma'am, some people say they did, replied Molly, very composedly. Oh come, now, mother, cried Mickey, don't think to be goin' it upon us that away, you know you seen them one time yourself, and you hadn't the gumption in you to cotch them, and get their crocks of goold from them. Now, Molly, is that really true that you saw the leprechauns? Deed, and did I, ma'am, but this boy, always logan at me about them, and that makes me rather shy in talkin' them, well, Molly, I won't laugh at you. So, come, tell me how you saw them. Well, ma'am, you see it was when I was just about the age of Mary, there. I was comin' home late one Monday evenin' from the market, for my Aunt Kitty, God be merciful to her, would keep me to take a cup of tea. It was in the summer time, you see, ma'am, much about the middle of June, and it was through the fields I come. Well, ma'am, as I was sayin', it was late in the evenin', that is, the sun was near goin' down, and the light was straight in my eyes, and I come along through the bog meadow. For it was shortly after I was married to him that gone, and we were livin' in this very house you're in now. And thin when I come to the castle field, the pathway, you know, ma'am, goes right through the middle of it, it was thin as fine a field of what, just shot out, as you'd wish to look at. And it was a pretty sight to see it wavin' so beautifully with every air of wind that was goin' over it, dancin' like to the music of a thrash, that was singin' down below in the hedge. For well, ma'am, I crossed over the stile that, there yit, and went along fair and acy, till I was near about the middle o' the field, when somethin' made me cast my eyes to the ground, a little before me. And thin I saw, as sure as I am sittin' here, no less nor 3 the leprechauns, all bundled together like so many tailiers, in the middle o' the path before me. They warn't hammerin' their pumps, nor makin' any kind of noise whatever. But there they wore, the 3 little fellows, with their cocked hats upon them, and their legs gothed up under them, workin' away at their thrade as hard as may be. If you were only to see, ma'am, how fast their little elbows went as they pulled out their ins. Well, every one o' them had his eye cocked upon me, and their eyes were as bright as the eye of a frog, and I couldn't stir one step from the spot for the life o' me. So I turned my head round, and prayed to the Lord in his marcy to deliver me from them, and when I went to look at them again, ma'am, not a sight o' them was to be seen, they wore gone like a drame. But, Molly, why did you not catch them? I was afeard, ma'am, that, the thruth you it, but maybe I was as well without them. I never heard tell of a leprechaun yet that wasn't too many for any one that caught him. Well, and Molly, do you think there are any leprechauns now? It's my belief, ma'am, they're all gone out of the country, Diver and Dane, along with the fairies, for I never hear tell o' them now at all. Mrs. L. having now attained her object, after a little more talk with the good old woman, took her leave, attended by Mary, who would see her a piece of the way home. And Mary, being asked what she thought of the leprechauns, confessed her inability to give a decided opinion. Her mother, she knew, was incapable of telling a lie, and yet she had her doubts if there ever were such things as leprechauns. The following tale of a clurichaun, related by the writer of the legend of Bottle Hill, is of a peculiar character. We have never heard anything similar of a leprechaun. The Little Shoe. Now tell me, Molly, said Mr. Coote to Molly Cogan, as he met her on the road one day, close to one of the old gateways of Kilmallock, did you ever hear of the clurichaun? Is it the clurichaun? Why, thin, to be sure, aften and aften. Many a the time I HR'd my father, rest his soul. Tell about over and over again. But did you ever see one, Molly, did you ever see one yourself? Och. No, I never seen one in my life. But my grandfather, that's my father's father, you know, he seen one time, and caught him too. Caught him. Oh. Molly, tell me how was that? Why, Finn, I'll tell ye. My grandfather, you see, was out there above in the bog, drawin' home turf, and the poor old mare was teared after her day's work, and the old man went out to the stable to look after her, and to see if she was atin' her hay. And, when he come to the stable door there, my dear, he HR'd something, hammerin', just for all the world like a shoemaker makin' a shoe, and whistlin' all the time the puttiest chune he ever HR'd in his whole life afore. Well, my grandfather he thought it was the cluricon, and he said to himself, says he, I'll catch you, if I can, and then I, too, have money enough always. So he opened the door very quietly, and didn't make a taste o' nise in the world, and looked all about, but the niver a bit o' the little man could be see anywhere, but he HR'd his hammerin' and whistlin', and so he looked and looked. Till at last he seen the little fellow. And where was he, do ye think, but in the girth under the mare, and there he was, wid his little bit of an apron in him, and his hammer in his hand, and a little red nightcap in his head, and be makin' shoe. And he was so busy wid us work, and was hammerin' and whistlin' so loud, that he niver minded my grandfather, till be cotch him fast in his hand. Fakes, I have ye now, says he, and I'll niver let ye go till I get your purse that, o' what I won't. So give it here at once to me, now. Stop, says the cluricon, stop, says he, till I get it for ye. So my grandfather, like a fool, ye see, opened his hand a little, and the little weeny chap jumped away Logan, and he niver seen him any more, and the divil a bit o' the purse did he get. Only the cluricon left his little shoe that he was makin'. And my grandfather was mad enough wid himself for lettin' him go, but he had the shoe all his life, and my own mother tewed me she aften seen it, and had it in her hand. And 'twas the puttiest little shoe she iver seen. And did you see it yourself, Molly? Oh. No, my dear, 'twas lost long afore I was born, but my mother tewed me aften enough. Scottish Highlands. Brownie has got a cowl and coat. And never more will work a jot. Stuart. Colonies of Gothic fairies, it would appear, early established themselves in the Highlands, and almost every lowland, German, and Scandinavian fairy or dwarf tale will there find its fellow. The Gaelic fairies are very handsome in their persons. Their usual attire is green. They dance and sing, lend and borrow, and they make cloth and shoes in an amazingly short space of time. They make their raids upon the low country, and carry off women and children. They fetch midwives to assist at the birth of their children, and mortals have spent a night at the fairy revels, and next morning found that the night had extended 100 years. Highland fairies also take the diversion of the chase. One Highlander, says M.C. Culloch 409, in passing a mountain, bears the tramp of horses, the music of the horn, and the cheering of the huntsman. When suddenly a gallant crew of 13 fairy hunters, dressed in green, sweep by him, the silver bosses of their bridles jingling in the night breeze. The Gael call the fairies Daoinshire, 410, Dean She, and their habitations Shians, or Tomhans. These are a sort of turrets, resembling masses of rock or hillocks. By day they are indistinguishable, but at night they are frequently lit up with great splendor. Brownie, too, shows his honest face, in the Highlands. And the mischievous water kelpie also appears in his equine form, and seeks to decoy unwary persons to mount him, that he may plunge with his rider into the neighboring loch or river. The Highlanders have nearly the same ideas as their Shetland neighbors, respecting the seals. The following legends will illustrate what we have stated. 411. The Fairies' Inquiry. A clergyman was returning home one night after visiting a sick member of his congregation. His way led by a lake, and as he proceeded he was surprised to hear most melodious strains of music. He sat down to listen. The music seemed to approach coming over the lake accompanied by a light. At length he discerned a man walking on the water, attended by a number of little beings, some bearing lights, others musical instruments. At the beach the man dismissed his attendants, and then walking up to the minister saluted him courteously. He was a little grey-headed old man, dressed in rather an unusual garb. The minister having returned his salute begged of him to come and sit beside him. He complied with the request, and on being asked who he was, replied that he was one of the Daoinshire. He added that he and they had originally been angels, but having been seduced into revolt by Satan, they had been cast down to earth where they were to dwell till the day of doom. His object now was, to ascertain from the minister what would be their condition after that awful day. The minister then questioned him on the articles of faith. But as his answers did not prove satisfactory, and as in repeating the Lord's Prayer, he persisted in saying wed instead of art in heaven, he did not feel himself justified in holding out any hopes to him. The fairy then gave a cry of despair and flung himself into the loch, and the minister resumed his journey. The young man in the Sean. A farmer named MacGillivray, one time removed from the neighbourhood of Cairngorm in Strathspey to the forest of Glenavon, in which the fairies are said to reside. Late one night, as two of his sons, Donald and Borry, were in search of some of his sheep that had strayed, they saw light streaming from the crevices of a fairy turret which in the daytime had only the appearance of a rock. They drew nigh to it, and there they heard jigs and reels played inside in the most exquisite manner. Rory was so fascinated that he proposed that they should enter and take part in the dance. Donald did all he could to dissuade him, but in vain. He jumped into the Sean, and plunged at once into the whirling movements of its inhabitants. Donald was in great perplexity, for he feared to enter the Sean. All he could do therefore was to put his mouth to one of the crevices, and calling, as the custom was, 3 times on his brother, entreating him in the most moving terms, to come away and return home. But his entreaties were unheeded and he was obliged to return alone. Every means now was resorted to for the recovery of Rory, but to no purpose. His family gave him up for lost, when a Dwin glitched or wise man, told Donald to go to the place where he had lost his brother, a year and a day from the time, and placing in his garments a rowan cross, to enter the Sean boldly. And claim him in the divine name, and if he would not come voluntarily, to seize him and drag Hein out. For the fairies would have no power to prevent him. After some hesitation Donald assented. At the appointed time he approached the Sean at midnight. It was full of revelry, and the merry dance was going on as before. Donald had his terrors no doubt, but they gave way to his fraternal affection. He entered and found Rory in the midst of a Highland fling, and running up to him, seized him by the collar, repeating the words dictated by the wise man. Rory agreed to go provided he would let him finish his dance, for he had not been, he assured him, more than half an hour in the place, but Donald was inexorable, and took him home to his parents. Rory would never have believed that his half-hour had been a 12-month, did not the calves grown now into stots, and the newborn babes now toddling about the house. At length convince him that in his single reel he had danced for a 12-month and a day. The Two Fiddlers. Nearly 300 years ago, there dwelt in Strathspey 2 fiddlers, greatly renowned in their art. One Christmas they resolved to go try their fortune in Inverness. On arriving in that town they took lodgings, and as was the custom at that time, hired the bellman to go round announcing their arrival, their qualifications, their fame, and their terms. Soon after they were visited by a venerable-looking grey-haired old man, who not only found no fault with, but actually offered to double their terms if they would go with him. They agreed, and he led them out of the town, and brought them to a very strange-looking dwelling which seemed to them to be very like a Sean. The money, however, and the entreaties of their guide induced them to enter it, and their musical talents were instantly put into requisition, and the dancing was such as in their lives they had never witnessed. When morning came they took their leave highly gratified with the liberal treatment they had received. It surprised them greatly to find that it was out of a hill and not a house that they issued, and when they came to the town, they could not recognize any place or person, everything seemed so altered. While they and the townspeople were in mutual amazement, there came up a very old man, who on hearing their story, said, "You are then the two men who lodged with my great-grandfather, and whom Thomas Rymer, it was supposed, decoyed to Tonmafurich. Your friends were greatly grieved on your account, but it is 100 years ago, and your names are now no longer known." It was the Sabbath day and the bells were tolling. The fiddlers, deeply penetrated with awe at what had occurred, entered the church to join in the offices of religion. They sat in silent meditation while the bell continued ringing, but the moment that the minister commenced the service they crumbled away into dust. The Fairy Labor. Many years ago there dwelt in Strathspey a midwife of great repute. One night just as she was going to bed, she heard a loud knocking at the door, and on opening it she saw there a man and a grey horse, both out of breath. The rider requested her to jump up behind him and come away to assist a lady who was in great danger. He would not even consent to her stopping to change her dress, as it would cause delay. She mounted and away they went at full speed. On the way she tried to learn from the rider whither she was going, but all she could get from him was, that she would be well paid. At length he let out that it was to a fairy lady he was taking her. Nothing daunted, however, she went on, and on reaching the Shian, she found that her services were really very much needed. She succeeded in bringing a fine boy to the light, which caused so much joy, that the fairies desired her to ask what she would, and if it was in their power, it should be granted. Her desire was that success might attend herself and her posterity in all similar operations. The gift was conferred and it continued, it was said, with her great-grandson, at the time the collector of these legends wrote. The Fairy Borrowing Oatmeal. A fairy came one day from one of the turrets of Craigellnaic to the wife of one of the tenants in Delnabo, and asked her to lend her a furlot of oatmeal for food for her family, promising to repay it soon. As she was every moment expecting an ample supply. The woman complied with this request, and after, as was the custom of the country, having regaled her with bread, cheese, and whiskey, she went, as was usual, to see her a part of the way home. When they had reached the summit of an eminence near the town, the Beanshee told her she might take her meal home again as she was now abundantly supplied. The woman did as desired, and as she went along she beheld the corn kiln of an adjacent farm all in a blaze. The Fairy Gift. A farmer in Strathspey was one day engaged in sowing one of his fields and singing at his work. A fairy damsel of great beauty came up to him and requested him to sing for her a favourite old Gaelic song named Nigandan na Buell. He complied, and she then asked him to give her some of his corn. At this he demurred a little and wished to know what she would give him in return. She replied with a significant look that his seed would never fail him. He then gave to her liberally and she departed. He went on sowing, and when he had finished a large field, he found that his bag was as full and as heavy as when he began. He then sowed another field of the same size, with the same result, and satisfied with his day's work, he threw the bag on his shoulder and went home. Just as he was entering the barn door he was met by his wife, a foolish talkative body with a tongue as long, and a head as empty as the church bell, struck with the appearance of the bag after a day's sowing, began to ask him about it. Instantly it became quite empty. "I'll be the death of you, you foolish woman," roared out the farmer, "if it were not for your idle talk, that bag was worth its weight in gold." The Stolen Ox. The taxman, i.e. tenant, of the farm of Auchryachan in Strathavon, while searching one day for his goats on a hill in Glenlivat, found himself suddenly enveloped in a dense fog. It continued till night came on when he began to give himself up to despair. Suddenly he beheld a light at no great distance. He hastened toward it, and found that it proceeded from a strange-looking edifice. The door was open, and he entered, but great was his surprise to meet there a woman whose funeral he had lately attended. From her he learned that this was an abode of the fairies for whom she kept house, and his only chance of safety, she said, was in being concealed from them, for which purpose she hid him in a corner of the apartment. Presently in came a troop of fairies, and began calling out for food. An old dry-looking fellow then reminded them of the miserly, as he styled him, taxman of Auchriacon, and how he cheated them out of their lawful share of his property, by using some charms taught him by his old grandmother. He is now from home, said he, in search of our allies for 12 his goats, and his family have neglected to use the charm, so come let us have his favorite ox for supper. The speaker was Thomas Rymer, and the plan was adopted with acclamation. But what are we to do for bread? Cried one. We'll have Auchriacon's new baked bread, replied Thomas. His wife forgot to cross the first bannock. So said, so done. The ox was brought in and slaughtered before the eyes of his master, whom, while the fairies were employed about their cooking, his friend gave an opportunity of making his escape. The mist had now cleared away and the moon was shining. Auchriacon therefore soon reached his home. His wife instantly produced a basket of new-baked bannocks with milk and urged him to eat. But his mind was running on his ox, and his first question was, who had served the cattle that night? He then asked the son who had done it if he had used the charm, and he owned he had forgotten it. Alas! Alas, cried he, my favorite ox is no more. How can that be? Said one of the sons, I saw him alive and well not 2 hours ago. It was nothing but a fairy stock, cried the father. Bring him out here. The poor ox was led forth, and the farmer, after abusing it and those that sent it, felled it to the ground. The carcass was flung down the brae at the back of the house, and the bread was sent after it, and there they both lay untouched, for it was observed that neither cat nor dog would put a tooth in either of them. The Stolen Lady. John Roy, who lived in Glenbrune, in the parish of Abernethy, being out one night on the hills in search of his cattle, met a troop of fairies, who seemed to have got a prize of some sort or other. Recollecting that the fairies are obliged to exchange whatever they may have with anyone who offers them anything, however low in value, for it, he flung his bonnet to them, crying shoe slow slummus sheen, i.e., mine is yours and yours is mine. The fairies dropped their booty, which proved to be a Sassenach, English, lady whom the dwellers of the Shian of Coirlagac had carried away from her own country, leaving a stock in her place which, of course, died and was buried. John brought her home, and she lived for many years in his house. It happened, however, in the course of time, said the Gaelic narrator, that the new king found it necessary to make the great roads through these countries by means of soldiers, for the purpose of letting coaches and carriages pass to the northern cities. And those soldiers had officers and commanders in the same way as our fighting army have now. Those soldiers were never great favorites in these countries, particularly during the time that our kings were alive. And consequently it was no easy matter for them, either officers or men, to procure for themselves comfortable quarters. But John Roy would not keep up the national animosity to the Cotten Dirge, redcoats, and he offered a residence in his house to a Saxon captain and his son. When there they could not take their eyes off the English lady, and the son remarked to his father what a strong likeness she bore to his deceased mother. The father replied that he too had been struck with the resemblance, and said he could almost fancy she was his wife. He then mentioned her name and those of some persons connected with them. The lady by these words at once recognized her husband and son, and honest John Roy had the satisfaction of reuniting the long-separated husband and wife, and receiving their most grateful acknowledgments. 413. The Changeling. A couple of Strathspey lads who dealt in whiskey that never paid duty, which they used to purchase in Glenlivat, and sell at Badenoch and Fort William, were one night laying in stock at Glenlivat when they heard the child in the cradle give a piercing cry, just as if it had been shot. The mother, of course, blessed it, and the Strathspey lads took no further notice, and soon after set out with their goods. They had not gone far when they found a fine healthy child lying all alone on the roadside, which they soon recognized as that of their friend. They saw at once how the thing was. The fairies had taken away the real child and left a stock, but, owing to the pious ejaculation of the mother, they had been forced to drop it. As the urgency of their business did not permit them to return, they took the child with them, and kept it till the next time they had occasion to visit Glenlivat. On their arrival they said nothing about the child, which they kept concealed. In the course of conversation, the mother took occasion to remark that the disease which had attacked the child the last time they were there had never left it, and she had now little hopes of its recovery. As if to confirm her statement, it continued uttering most piteous cries. To end the matter at once, the lads produced the real child healthy and hearty, and told how they had found it. An exchange was at once effected, and they forthwith proceeded to dispose of their new charge. For this purpose they got an old creel to put him in and some straw to light under it. Seeing the serious turn matters were likely to take, he resolved not to await the trial, but flew up the smoke-hole. And when at the top he cried out that things would have gone very differently with them had it not been for the arrival of their guests. The wounded seal. There once dwelt on the northern coast, not far from Tain Jan Krot Callow, John O. Groat's house, a man who gained his living by fishing. He was particularly devoted to the killing of the seals, in which he had great success. One evening just as he had returned home from his usual occupation, he was called upon by a man on horseback who was an utter stranger to him, but who said that he was come on the part of a person who wished to make a large purchase of seal skins from him, and wanted to see him for that purpose that very evening. He therefore desired him to get up behind him and come away without any delay. Urged by the hope of profit he consented, and away they went with such speed that the wind which was in their backs seemed to be in their faces. At length they reached the verge of a stupendous precipice overhanging the sea, where his guide bade him alight, as they were now at the end of their journey. "But where," says he, "is the person you spoke of?" "You'll see him presently," said the guide, and, catching hold of him, he plunged with him into the sea. They went down and down, till at last they came to a door which led into a range of apartments inhabited by seals, and the man to his amazement now saw that he himself was become one of these animals. They seemed all in low spirits, but they spoke kindly to him, and assured him of his safety. His guide now produced a huge gully or joctaleg, at sight of which, thinking his life was to be taken away, he began to cry for mercy. "Did you ever see this knife before?" said the guide. He looked at it and saw it was his own, which he had that very day stuck into a seal who had made his escape with it sticking in him. He did not, therefore, attempt to deny that it had been his property. "Well," said the guide, "that seal was my father. He now lies dangerously ill, and as it is only you that can cure him, I have brought you hither." He then led him into an inner room, where the old seal lay suffering grievously from a cut in his hind quarters. He was then desired to lay his hand on the wound, at which it instantly healed, and the patient arose hale and sound. All now was joy and festivity in the abode of the seals, and the guide, turning to the seal hunter, said, "I will now take you back to your family, but you must first take a solemn oath never again to kill a seal as long as you live." Hard as the condition was, he cheerfully accepted it. His guide then laid hold on him, and they rose up, till they reached the surface of the sea, and landed at the cliff. He breathed on him and they resumed the human form. They then mounted the horse and sped away like lightning till they reached the fisherman's house. At parting his companion left with him such a present as made him think light of giving over his seal hunting. The brownies. 2 brownies, man and woman, were attached to the ancient family of Tullochgorm, in Strathspey. The former was named Brownie Clod, from a habit he had of flinging clods at passers-by. The latter was called Mog Vullect, i.e. Hairy Mag, on account of her great quantity of hair. She was a capital housekeeper, and used invisibly to lay out the table in the neatest and handiest manner. Whatever was called for came as if floating through the air. She kept a very strict hand over the maids, with whom she was no great favourite, as she reported their neglect of duty to their mistress. Brownie Clod was not so pawky, and he was constantly overreached by the servants, with whom he used to make contracts. He, however, was too able for them on one occasion. He had agreed with 2 of them to do their whole winter's threshing for them, on condition of getting in return an old coat and a Kilmarnock hood to which he had taken a fancy. He wrought away manfully, and they had nothing to do but lie at their ease on the straw and look on. But before the term was expired they laid the coat and hood for him in the barn. The moment Brownie laid his eyes upon them he struck work, using the words prefixed to this section of our volume. Martin describes the brownie of the Western Isles as a tall man, and he tells a story of his invisibly directing a person, at Sir Norman Leades, who was playing at draughts, where to place his men. The Urisk. There is also in the Highlands a rough hairy spirit, called the Urisk. The following legend will display his nature and character. To the very great annoyance of a Highland miller, and to the injury of the machinery, his mill, he found, used to be set to work at night when there was nothing in it to grind. One of his men offered to sit up, and try to discover who it was that did it, and, having kindled a good turf fire, sat by it to watch. Sleep, however, overcame him, and when he awoke about midnight, he saw sitting opposite him a rough shaggy being. Nothing daunted, he demanded his name, and was told that it was Urisk. The stranger, in return, asked the man his name, who replied that it was myself. The conversation here ended, and Urisk soon fell fast asleep. The man then tossed a panful of hot ashes into his shaggy lap, which set his hair all on fire. In an agony, and screaming with the pain, he ran to the door, and in a loud yelling tone several of his brethren were heard to cry out, "What's the matter with you?" "Oh! He set me on fire." "Who?" "Myself." "Then put it out yourself," was the reply. 414. Isle of Man. Mona once hid from those that search the main, where thousand elfin shapes abide. Collins. The Isle of Man, peopled by Celts, and early and frequently visited and colonized by the Northmen, has also its fairies, which differ little from those of the greater islands between which it lies. An English gentleman, named Waldron, who resided in the island in the early part of the last century, was curious about its fairy lore, and he has recorded a number of the legends which he heard. For 15 his book, indeed, has been the chief source whence Ritson, Sir Walter Scott, for 16 and others, have drawn their illustrations of English fairy lore in general, and the subsequent inquiries of Mr. Train have enabled him to add but very little to it. We will here relate some of these legends. The great peculiarity of the Manx fairies, according to Mr. Waldron, is their fondness for riding, and this not on little steeds of their own, or on the small breed of the country, but on the large English and Irish horses, which are brought over and kept by the gentry. Nothing, it was said, was more common than to find in the morning horses covered with foam and sweat, and tired to death, which had been shut up at night in the stable. One gentleman assured Mr. Waldron that 3 or 4 of his best horses had been killed with these nocturnal exercises. They called them the good people, and said that their reason for dwelling in the hills and woods was, their dislike of the vices of towns. Hence the houses which they deigned to visit were thought to be blessed. In these houses, a tub or pail of clean water was always left for them to bathe in. Good, however, as they were, they used to change children. Mr. Waldron saw one of these changelings. It was nearly 6 years old, but was unable to walk or even stand, or move its limbs. Its complexion was delicate, and it had the finest hair in the world. It never cried or spoke, and it ate scarcely anything. It rarely smiled, but if anyone called it fairy elf, it would frown and almost look them through. Its mother, who was poor, was often obliged to go out for whole days charing, and leave it by itself, and when the neighbors would look in on it through the window, they always saw it laughing and in great delight. Whence they judged that it had agreeable company with it, more especially as let it be left ever so dirty, the mother on her return found it with a clean face, and its hair nicely combed out. The Fairy Chapman. A man being desirous of disposing of a horse he had at that time no great occasion for, and riding him to market for that purpose, was accosted in passing over the mountains by a little man in a plain dress, who asked him if he would sell his horse. "'Tis the design I am going on," replied he, on which the other desired to know the price. £8, said he. "No," returned the purchaser, "I will give no more than 7, which if you will take, here is your money." The owner, thinking he had bid pretty fair, agreed with him, and the money being told out, the one dismounted and the other got on the back of the horse, which he had no sooner done than both beast and rider sunk into the earth immediately. leaving the person who had made the bargain in the utmost terror and consternation. As soon as he had a little recovered himself, he went directly to the parson of the parish, and related what had passed, desiring he would give his opinion whether he ought to make use of the money he had received or not. To which he replied, that as he had made a fair bargain, and no way circumvented nor endeavored to circumvent the buyer, he saw no reason to believe, in case it was an evil spirit, it could have any power over him. On this assurance, he went born well satisfied, and nothing afterwards happened to give him any disquiet concerning this affair. This was told to Waldron by the person to whom it happened. The Fairy Banquet. A man one time was led by invisible musicians for several miles together, and not being able to resist the harmony, followed till it conducted him to a large common, where were a great number of little people sitting round a table, and eating and drinking in a very jovial manner. Among them were some faces whom he thought he had formerly seen, but forbore taking any notice, or they of him, till the little people offering him drink, one of them, whose features seemed not unknown to him, plucked him by the coat, and forbade him whatever he did to taste anything he saw before him, for if you do, added he, you will be as I am, and return no more to your family. The poor man was much affrighted, but resolved to obey the injunction. Accordingly, a large silver cup, filled with some sort of liquor, being put into his hand, he found an opportunity to throw what it contained on the ground. Soon after, the music ceasing, all the company disappeared, leaving the cup in his hand, and he returned home, though much wearied and fatigued. He went the next day, and communicated to the minister of the parish all that had happened, and asked his advice, how he should dispose of the cup, to which the parson replied, he could not do better than to devote it to the service of the church. And this very cup, they say, is that which is now used for the consecrated wine in Kirk Merluff. The Fairies' Christening. A woman related that being great with child, and expecting every moment the good hour, as she lay awake one night in her bed, she saw 7 or 8 little women come into her chamber, one of whom had an infant in her arms. They were followed by a man of the same size with themselves, but in the habit of a minister. One of them went to the pail, and finding no water in it, cried out to the others, what must they do to christen the child? On which they replied it should be done in beer. With that the seeming parson took the child in his arms, and performed the ceremony of baptism, dipping his head into a great tub of strong beer, which the woman had brewed the day before to be ready for her lying in. She said they baptized the infant by the name of Joan, which made her know she was pregnant of a girl, as it proved a few days after when she was delivered. She added, that it was common for the fairies to make a mock christening when any person was near her time, and that, according to what child, male or female, they brought, such should the woman bring into the world. The Fairy Whipping. A woman who lived about 2 miles distant from Ballasally, and used to serve Mr. Waldron's family with butter, made him once very merry with a story she told him of her daughter, a girl of about 10 years old, who being sent over the fields to the town for a pennyworth of tobacco for her father, was on the top of a mountain surrounded by a great number of little men, who would not suffer her to pass any farther. Some of them said she should go with them, and accordingly laid hold of her. But one, seeming more pitiful, desired they would let her alone, which they refusing, there ensued a quarrel, and the person who took her part fought bravely in her defense. This so incensed the others, that to be revenged on her for being the cause, 2 or 3 of them seized her, and, pulling up her clothes, whipped her heartily. After which, it seems, they had no farther power over her, and she ran home directly telling what had befallen her, and showing her buttocks, on which were the prints of several small hands. Several of the townspeople went with her to the mountain, and she conducting them to the spot, the little antagonists were gone, but had left behind them proofs, as the good woman said, that what the girl had informed them was true, for there was a great deal of blood to be seen on the stones. This did she aver with all the solemnity possible. The Fairy Hunt. A young sailor coming off a long voyage, though it was late at night, chose to land rather than lie another night in the vessel. Being permitted to do so, he was set on shore at Douglas. It happened to be a line moonlight night, and very dry, being a small frost, He therefore forbore going into any house to refresh himself, but made the best of his way to the house of a sister he had at Kirkmerluff. As he was going over a pretty high mountain, he heard the noise of horses, the halloo of a huntsman, and the finest horn in the world. He was a little surprised that any one pursued those kinds of sports in the night. But he had not time for much reflection before they all passed by him so near, that he was able to count what number there was of them, which he said was 13, and that they were all dressed in green, and gallantly mounted. He was so well pleased with the sight, that he would gladly have followed could he have kept pace with them. He crossed the footway, however, that he might see them again, which he did more than once, and lost not the sound of the horn for some miles. At length being arrived at his sister's, he tells her the story, who presently clapped her hands for joy that he was come home safe, for, said she, those you saw were fairies, and 'tis well they did not take you away with them. The Fiddler and the Fairy. A fiddler having agreed with a person, who was a stranger, for so much money, to play to some company he should bring him to, all the 12 days of Christmas, and received earnest for it, saw his new master vanish into the earth the moment he had made the bargain. Nothing could be more terrified than was the poor fiddler. He found he had entered himself into the devil's service, and looked on himself as already damned, but having recourse to a clergyman, he received some hope. He ordered him, however, as he had taken earnest, to go when he should be called, but that whatever tunes should be called for, to play none but psalms. On the day appointed the same person appeared, with whom he went, but with what inward reluctance it is easy to guess. And punctually obeying the minister's directions, the company to whom he played were so angry, that they all vanished at once, leaving him at the top of a high hill, and so bruised and hurt, though he was not sensible when or from what hand be received the blows, that he got not home without the utmost difficulty. The Finaudery. The Finaudery, or hairy one, is a Manx spirit of the same kind with the brownie or the kobold. He is said to have been a fairy who was expelled from the fairy society. The cause was, he courted a pretty Manx maid who lived in a bower beneath the blue tree of Glen Alden, and therefore was absent from the fairy court during the Rihalas Vuur Yn Wur, or harvest moon, being engaged dancing in the merry glen of Rushen. He is condemned to remain in the Isle of Man till doomsday, in a wild form, covered with long shaggy hair, whence his name. He is very kind and obliging to the people, sometimes driving home the sheep, or cutting and gathering the hay, if he sees a storm coming on. On one of these occasions, a farmer having expressed his displeasure with him for not having cut the grass close enough to the ground, he let him cut it himself the next year. But he went after him stubbing up the roots so fast, that it was with difficulty that the farmer could escape having his legs cut off. For several years no one would venture to mow that meadow. At length a soldier undertook it, and by beginning in the center of the field, and cutting round, as if on the edge of a circle, keeping one eye on the scythe, and looking out for the Finaudery with the other, he succeeded in cutting the grass in safety. A gentleman having resolved to build a large house on his property, at a place called Sholty Will, near the foot of Snæfell Mountain, caused the stones to be quarried on the beach. There was one large block of white stone which he was very anxious to have, but all the men in the parish could not move it. To their surprise, the Finaudery in the course of one night conveyed all the stones that had been quarried, the great white one included, up to the proposed site, and the white stone is there still to be seen. The gentleman, to reward the Finaudery, caused some clothes to be left for him in one of his usual haunts. When he saw them, he lifted them up one by one, saying in mania, Bairn de en choin, dy du de en choin. Kut de en dream, dy du de en dream. Breechen de en toin, dy du de en toin. Ak my she liat uli. Show cha nae hyat glen ray Russian. Cap for the head, alas, poor head. Coat for the back, alas, poor back. Breeches for the breech, alas, poor breech. If these be all thine, thine cannot be the merry glen of Russian. And he departed with a melancholy wail, and has never been seen since. The old people say, there has not been a merry world since he lost his ground for 17. Wales. It was the Druids' presage, who had long in Girionid s 418 Airy temple marked the songs that from the Gwyllion 419 rose, of Eve. The children, in the bosom of the lakes. Taliesin. The oldest account we have met with of Welsh fairies is in the itinerary of Giraldus Cambrensis, who, in the year 1188, accompanied Archbishop Baldwin in his tour through Wales. Undertaken for the purpose of exciting the zeal of the people to take part in the crusade then in contemplation. Giraldus, who was an attentive observer of nature and of mankind, has in this work given many beautiful descriptions of scenery, and valuable traits of manners. He is liberal of legends of saints, but such was the taste of his age. Among his narratives, however, he gives the two following, which show that there was a belief in South Wales in beings similar to the fairies and hobgoblins of England. Tale of Elidurus. A short time before our days, a circumstance worthy of note occurred in these parts, which Elidurus, a priest, most strenuously affirmed had befallen himself. When he was a youth of 12 years, since, as Solomon says, the root of learning is bitter, although the fruit is sweet, and was following his literary pursuits. In order to avoid the discipline and frequent stripes inflicted on him by his preceptor, he ran away, and concealed himself under the hollow bank of a river. And, after fasting in that situation for 2 days, 2 little men of pygmy stature appeared to him, saying, "If you will come with us, we will lead you into a country full of delights and sports." Assenting, and rising up, he followed his guides through a path, at first subterraneous and dark, into a most beautiful country, adorned with rivers and meadows, woods and plains, but obscure, and not illuminated with the full light of the sun. All the days were cloudy, and the nights extremely dark, on account of the absence of the moon and stars. The boy was brought before the king, and introduced to him in the presence of the court. When, having examined him for a long time, he delivered him to his son, who was then a boy. These men were of the smallest stature, but very well proportioned for their size. They were all fair-haired, with luxuriant hair falling over their shoulders, like that of women. They had horses proportioned to themselves, of the size of greyhounds. They neither ate flesh nor fish, but lived on milk diet, made up into messes with saffron. They never took an oath, for they detested nothing so much as lies. As often as they returned from our upper hemisphere, they reprobated our ambition, infidelities, and inconstancies. They had no religious worship, being only, as it seems, strict lovers and reverers of truth. The boy frequently returned to our hemisphere, sometimes by the way he had first gone, sometimes by another. At first in company with others, and afterwards alone, and confided his secret only to his mother, declaring to her the manners, nature, and state of that people. Being desired by her to bring a present of gold, with which that region abounded, he stole, while at play with the king's son, the golden ball with which he used to divert himself, and brought it to his mother in great haste. And when he reached the door of his father's house, but not unpursued, and was entering it in a great hurry, his foot stumbled on the threshold, and, falling down into the room where his mother was sitting, the 2 pygmies seized the ball, which had dropped from his hand, and departed, spitting at and deriding the boy. On recovering from his fall, confounded with shame, and execrating the evil counsel of his mother, he returned by the usual track to the subterraneous road, but found no appearance of any passage, though he searched for it on the banks of the river for nearly the space of a year. Having been brought back by his friends and mother, and restored to his right way of thinking and his literary pursuits, he attained in process of time the rank of priesthood. Whenever David II, Bishop of St. David's, talked to him in his advanced state of life concerning this event, he could never relate the particulars without shedding tears. He had also a knowledge of the language of that nation, and used to recite words of it he had readily acquired in his younger days. These words, which the bishop often repeated to me, were very conformable to the Greek idiom. When they asked for water, they said, Euda Eudorum, which signifies, bring water, for Euder, in their language, as well as in the Greek, signifies water, and DWR also, in the British language, signifies water. When they want salt, they say, Halgian Eudorum, bring salt. Salt is called lambda in Greek, and halen in British. For that language, from the length of time which the Britons, then called Trojans, and afterwards Britons from Brito, their leader, remained in Greece after the destruction of Troy, became, in many instances, similar to the Greek. 420. If, says the learned archdeacon, a scrupulous inquirer should ask my opinion of the relation here inserted, I answer, with Augustine, admiranda for divina miracula non disputation discutienda. Nor do I, by denial, place bounds to the divine power, nor, by affirming insolently, extend that power which cannot be extended. But on such occasions I always call to mind that saying of Hieronymus, multa, says he, incredibilia reperis eti non verosimilia, quae nihil temen vera sunt. These, and any such that might occur, I should place, according to Augustine's opinion, among those things which are neither to be strongly affirmed nor denied. David Powell, who edited this work in 1585, thinks that this legend is written in imitation of the relation of Arose the Armenian, in Plato, or taken from Polo's account of the garden of the old man of the mountain. 421. Again Giraldus writes, in these parts of Pembroke it has happed, in our times, that unclean spirits have conversed with mankind, not indeed visibly, but sensibly. For they manifested their presence at first in the house of one Stephen Wyriot, and some time after of William Knott, by throwing dirt and such things as rather indicate an intention of mockery and injury. In the house of William, the spirit used to make rents and holes in both linen and woolen garments, to the frequent loss of both host and guest, from which injury no care and no bolts could protect them. In the house of Stephen, which was still more extraordinary, the spirit used to converse with people. And when they taunted him, which they frequently did out of sport, he used to charge them openly with those actions of theirs, from their birth, which they least wished to be heard or known by others. If you ask the cause and reason of this matter, I do not take on me to assign it. Only this, that it, as is said, used to be the sign of a sudden change either from poverty to riches, or rather from riches to desolation and poverty, as it was found to be a little after with both of these. But this I think worthy of remark, that places cannot be freed from illusions of this kind by the sprinkling of holy water, not merely of the ordinary, but even of the great kind, nor by the aid of any ecclesiastical sacrament. Nay, the priests themselves, when coming in with devotion, and fortified as well with the cross as with holy water, were forthwith among the first deified by the dirt thrown at them. From which it would appear that both sacramentals and sacraments defend from hurtful, not harmless things, and from injury, not from illusion. 422. The Tylwith Teg. In the mountains near Brecknock, says Davies, for 23 there is a small lake, to which tradition assigns some of the properties of the fabled Avernus. I recollect a Mabinogi, or mythologic tale, respecting this piece of water, which runs thus. In ancient times a door in a rock near this lake was found open upon a certain day every year. I think it was May Day. Those who had the curiosity and resolution to enter were conducted by a secret passage, which terminated in a small island in the center of the lake. Here the visitors were surprised with the prospect of a most enchanting garden stored with the choicest fruits and flowers, and inhabited by the Tylwith Teg, or fair family, a kind of fairies, whose beauty could be equalled only by the courtesy and affability which they exhibited to those who pleased them. They gathered fruit and flowers for each of their guests, entertained them with the most exquisite music, disclosed to them many secrets of futurity, and invited them to stay as long as they should find their situation agreeable. But the island was secret, and nothing of its produce must be carried away. The whole of this scene was invisible to those who stood without the margin of the lake. Only an indistinct mass was seen in the middle. And it was observed that no bird would fly over the water, and that a soft strain of music at times breathed with rapturous sweetness in the breeze of the morning. It happened upon one of these annual visits that a sacrilegious wretch, when he was about to leave the garden, put a flower, with which he had been presented, in his pocket, but the theft boded him no good. As soon as he had touched unhallowed ground the flower vanished and he lost his senses. Of this injury the fair family took no notice at the time. They dismissed their guests with their accustomed courtesy, and the door was closed as usual. But their resentment ran high. For though, as the tale goes, the Tylwyth Teg and their garden undoubtedly occupy the spot to this day, though the birds still keep at a respectful distance from the lake, and some broken strains of music are still heard at times. Yet the door which led to the island has never reopened, and from the date of this sacrilegious act the Cymry have been unfortunate. Some time after this, an adventurous person attempted to draw off the water, in order to discover its contents, when a terrific form arose from the midst of the lake, commanding him to desist, or otherwise he would drown the country. These Tylwyth Teg are, as we see, regarded as fairies, but we think improperly, for diminutive size is an attribute of the fairies in all parts of the British Isles, and Mr. Owen, in his Welsh dictionary, S.V. expressly says that such is not the case with these beings. The spirit of the Van. Among the mountains of Carmarthen, lies a beautiful and romantic piece of water, named the Van Pools. Tradition relates, that after midnight, on New Year's Eve, there appears on this lake a being named the Spirit of the Van. She is dressed in a white robe, bound by a golden girdle, her hair is long and golden, her face is pale and melancholy. She sits in a golden boat, and manages a golden oar. Many years ago there lived in the vicinity of this lake a young farmer, who having heard much of the beauty of this spirit, conceived a most ardent desire to behold her, and be satisfied of the truth. On the last night of the year, he therefore went to the edge of the lake, which lay calm and bright beneath the rays of the full moon, and waited anxiously for the first hour of the new year. It came, and then he beheld the object of his wishes gracefully guiding her golden gondola to and fro over the lake. The moon at length sank behind the mountains, the stars grew dim at the approach of dawn, and the fair spirit was on the point of vanishing, when, unable to restrain himself, he called aloud to her to stay and be his wife. But with a faint cry she faded from his view. Night after night he now might be seen pacing the shores of the lake, but all in vain. His farm was neglected, his person wasted away, and gloom and melancholy were impressed on his features. At length he confided his secret to one of the mountain sages, whose counsel was a Welsh one, by the way to assail the fair spirit with gifts of cheese and bread. The counsel was followed. And on Midsummer Eve the enamoured swain went down to the lake, and let fall into it a large cheese and a loaf of bread. But all was vain, no spirit rose. Still he fancied that the spot where he had last seen her shone with more than wonted brightness, and that a musical sound vibrated among the rocks. Encouraged by these signs, he night after night threw in loaves and cheeses, but still no spirit came. At length New Year's Eve returned. He dressed himself in his best, took his largest cheese and 7 of his whitest loaves, and repaired to the lake. At the turn of midnight, he dropped them slowly one by one into the water, and then remained in silent expectation. The moon was hid behind a cloud, but by the faint light she gave, he saw the magic skiff appear, and direct its course for where he stood. Its owner stepped ashore, and hearkened to the young man's vows, and consented to become his wife. She brought with her as her dower flocks and herds, and other rural wealth. One charge she gave him, never to strike her, for the 3rd time he should do so she would vanish. They married, and were happy. After 3 or 4 years they were invited to a christening, and to the surprise of all present, in the midst of the ceremony, the spirit burst into tears. Her husband gave an angry glance, and asked her why she thus made a fool of herself. She replied, "The poor babe is entering in a world of sin and sorrow, and misery lies before it, why should I rejoice?" He gave her a push. She warned him that he had struck her once. Again they were, after some time, invited to attend the funeral of that very child. The spirit now laughed, and danced, and sang. Her husband's wrath was excited, and he asked her why she thus made a fool of herself. "The babe," she said, "has left a world of sin and sorrow, and escaped the misery that was before it, and is gone to be good and happy for ever and ever. Why, then, should I weep?" He gave her a push from him, and again she warned him. Still they lived happily as before. At length they were invited to a wedding, where the bride was young and fair, the husband a withered old miser. In the midst of the festivity, the spirit burst into a copious flood of tears, and to her husband's angry demand of why she thus made a fool of herself, she replied in the hearing of all, because summer and winter cannot agree. Youth is wedded to age for paltry gold. I see misery here, and tenfold misery hereafter, to be the lot of both. It is the devil's compact. Forgetful of her warnings, the husband now thrust her from him with real anger. She looked at him tenderly and reproachfully, and said, "You have struck me for the third and last time. Farewell." So saying, she left the place. He rushed out after her, and just reached his home in time to see her speeding to the lake, followed by all her flocks and herds. He pursued her, but in vain, his eyes never more beheld her. 424. As far as we have been able to learn, the belief in fairies is confined in Wales to the southern counties of Glamorgan, Carmarthen, and Pembroke, the parts into which the Saxons had penetrated farthest. And where they of course had exercised most influence. In these counties the popular belief in these beings is by no means yet extinct, and their attributes in the creed of the Welsh peasant are similar to those of their British and Irish kindred. The usual name given to the fairies in these parts of Wales, is Y Dynon Bach Teg, i.e. the little fair people. Elil, in the plural Elilon, also signifies an elf, from which word, indeed, it may have been derived. The bells of the digitalis or foxglove are called Menig Elilon, or the elves' gloves. In Ireland, also, they are connected with the fairies. The toadstools or poisonous mushrooms are named Bwyd Elilon, or elves' food. Perhaps, however, it is not the large ugly toadstools that are so named, but those pretty small delicate fungi, with their conical heads, which are named fairy mushrooms in Ireland, where they grow so plentifully. Finally, there was formerly in the park of Sir Robert Vaughan a celebrated old oak tree, named Crubbanarello, or the elf's hollow tree. The popular belief respecting these Elilon is, that they are the souls of the ancient Druids, who, being too good for relegation to hell, and too evil for readmittance to heaven, are permitted to wander among men upon earth till the last day, when they also will enter on a higher state of being. 425. The legends of which we will now proceed to give a specimen, were collected and published in the latter half of the 18th century, by a Welsh clergyman, who seems to have entertained no doubt whatever of the truth of the adventures contained in them. 426. The two daughters of a respectable farmer in the parish of Bedwylty were one day out haymaking with their man and maid servant and a couple of their neighbors, when on a hill, about quarter of a mile distant, they saw a large flock of sheep. Soon after, they saw them going up to a place half a mile off, and then going out of their sight as if they vanished in the air. About half an hour before sunset, they saw them again, but not all alike. For some saw them like sheep, some like greyhounds, some like swine, and some like naked infants. They appeared in the shade of the mountain between them and the sun, and the first sight was as if they rose out of the earth. This was a notable appearance of the fairies, seen by credible witnesses. The sons of infidelity are very unreasonable not to believe the testimonies of so many witnesses of the being of spirits. E.T. going home by night over Bedwylty mountains, saw the fairies on each side of him. Some of them were dancing. He also heard the sound of a bugle horn, as if people were hunting. He began to grow afraid, but recollecting to have heard that if on seeing the fairies, you draw out your knife, they will vanish, he did so, and saw them no more. This the old gentleman sincerely related to me. He was a sober man, and of the strictest veracity. A young man having gone early one morning to a barn to feed oxen, when he had done, lay down on the hay to rest. As he lay he heard the sound of music approaching the barn, and presently came in a large company, wearing striped clothes, some more gay than others, and commenced dancing to their music. He lay quite still, thinking to escape their notice. But a woman, better dressed than the others, came up to him with a striped cushion, with a tassel at each corner, and put it under his head. Some time after, a cock was heard to crow, which seemed either to surprise or displease them, and they hastily drew the cushion from under his head, and went away. P.W. An honest virtuous woman, related that one time, when she was a little girl on her way to school, she saw the fairies dancing under a crab tree. As they appeared to be children of her own size, and had small pleasant music, she went and joined in their exercise, and then took them to dance in an empty barn. This she continued to do for 3 or 4 years. As she never could hear the sound of their feet, she always took off her shoes, supposing noise to be displeasing to them. They were of small stature, looked rather old, and wore blue and green aprons. Her grandfather, who kept school in the parish church, used, when going home from it late in the evening, to see the fairies dancing under an oak, within 2 or 3 fields of the church. The learned writer gives finally a letter to himself, from a pious young gentleman of Denbighshire, dated March 24, 1772, in which he informs him, that about 15 years before, as himself, his sister, and 2 other little girls were playing at noon of a summer's day in a field, they saw a company of dancers, about 70 yards from them. Owing to the rapidity of their whirling motions, they could not count them, but guessed them at 15 or 16. They were in red, like soldiers, with red handkerchiefs spotted with yellow, on their heads. As they were gazing and wondering at them, one of the dancers came running towards them. The children, in a fright, made for an adjacent stile. The girls got over, but the boy was near being caught, and on looking back when over, he saw the red man stretching his arms after him over the stile, which it would seem he had not the power to cross. When they came to the house, which was close at hand, they gave the alarm, and people went out to search the fields, but could see nothing. The little man was very grim-looking, with a copper-colored face. His running pace was rather slow, but he took great strides for one of his size. The following legends were collected in 1827, in the Vale of Neath, in Glamorganshire, by a lady with whom we became acquainted when travelling through North Wales, in the preceding autumn. 427. An old woman assured our fair friend, that she one time, many years before, saw the fairies to the number of some hundreds. They were very small, were mounted on little white horses, not bigger than dogs, and rode 4 abreast. It was almost dusk at the time, and they were not a quarter of a mile from her. Another old woman said that her father had often seen the fairies riding in the air on little white horses, but he never saw them come down on the ground. He also used to hear their music in the air. She had heard, too, of a man who had been 25 years with the fairies, and thought he had been away only 5 minutes. Rhys at the fairy dance. Rhys and Llewellyn, 2 farmers' servants, who had been all day carrying lime for their master, were driving in the twilight their mountain ponies before them, returning home from their work. On reaching a little plain, Rhys called to his companion to stop and listen to the music, saying it was a tune to which he had danced 100 times, and must go and have a dance now. He bade him go on with the horses, and he would soon overtake him. Llewellyn could hear nothing, and began to remonstrate, but away sprang Rhys, and he called after him in vain. He went home, put up the ponies, ate his supper, and went to bed, thinking that Rhys had only made a pretext for going to the ale-house. But when morning came, and still no sign of Rhys, he told his master what had occurred. Search was then made everywhere, but no Rhys could be found. Suspicion now fell upon Llewellyn of having murdered him, and he was thrown into prison, though there was no evidence against him. A farmer, however, skilled in fairy matters, having an idea of how things might have been, proposed that himself and some others should accompany Llewellyn to the place where he parted with Rhys. On coming to it, they found it green as the mountain ash. "Hush," cried Llewellyn, "I hear music, I hear sweet harps." "We all listened," says the narrator, "for I was one of them, but could hear nothing. 'Put your foot on mine, David,' said he to me. His own foot was at the time on the outward edge of the fairy ring. I did so, and so did we all, one after another, and then we beard the sound of many harps, and saw within a circle, about 20 feet across, great numbers of little people, of the size of children of 3 or 4 years old, dancing round and round. Among them we saw Rhys, and Llewellyn catching him by the smock-frock, as he came by him, pulled him out of the circle. "Where are the horses? Where are the horses?" cried he. "Horses, indeed," said Llewellyn. Rhys urged him to go home, and let him finish his dance, in which he averred he had not been engaged more than 5 minutes. It was by main force they took him from the place. He still asserted he had been only 5 minutes away, and could give no account of the people he had been with. He became melancholy, took to his bed, and soon after died. "The morning after," says the narrator, "we went to look at the place, and we found the edge of the ring quite red, as if trodden down, and I could see the marks of little heels, about the size of my thumb-nail." Gittobach. Gittobach, for 28, who was a fine boy, used often to ramble to the top of the mountain to look after his father's sheep. On his return, he would show his brothers and sisters pieces of remarkably white paper, like crown pieces, with letters stamped upon them, which he said were given him by the little children with whom he used to play on the mountain. One day he did not return, and during 2 whole years no account could be got of him, and the other children were beginning to go up the mountain, and bring back some of those white crown pieces. At length, one morning, as their mother opened the door, she saw Gitto sitting on the threshold, with a bundle under his arm. He was dressed, and looked exactly as when she last had seen him. To her inquiry of where he had been for so long a time, he replied that it was only the day before he had left her. And he bade her look at the pretty clothes the little children on the mountain had given him for dancing with them to the music of their harps. The dress in the bundle was of very white paper, without seam or sewing. The prudent mother committed it to the flames. "This," said the narrator, "made me more anxious than ever to see the fairies, and his wish was gratified by a gypsy, who directed him to find a 4-leaved clover, and put it with 9 grains of wheat on the leaf of a book which she gave him. She then desired him to meet her next night by moonlight on the top of Craig y Dinas. She there washed his eyes with the contents of a phial which she had, and be instantly saw thousands of fairies, all in white, dancing to the sounds of numerous harps. They then placed themselves on the edge of the hill, and sitting down and putting their hands round their knees, they tumbled down one after another, rolling head over heels till they disappeared in the valley." Another old man, who was present at the preceding narration, averred that he had often seen the fairies at waterfalls, particularly at that of Soedir Rhyd in Cwm Pergwm, Vale of Neath, where a road runs between the fall and the rock. As he stood behind the fall, they appeared in all the colors of the rainbow, and their music mingled with the noise of the water. They then retired into a cavern, which they had made in the rock, and, after enjoying themselves there, ascended the rock, and went off through the mountains, the sounds of their harps dying away as they receded. The fairies banished. One of those old farmhouses, where the kitchen and cowhouse are on the same floor, with only a low partition between them, was haunted by the fairies. If the family were at their meals in the kitchen, they were racketing in the cowhouse, and if the people were engaged about the cows, the fairies were making a riot in the kitchen. One day, when a parcel of reapers were at their harvest dinner in the kitchen, the elves, who were laughing and dancing above, threw down such a quantity of dust and dirt as quite spoiled the dinner. While the mistress of the house was in perplexity about it, there came in an old woman, who, on hearing the case, said she could provide a remedy. She then told her in a whisper to ask 6 of the reapers to dinner next day in the hearing of the fairies, and only to make as much pudding as could be boiled in an egg-shell. She did as directed, and when the fairies saw that a dinner for 6 men was put down to boil in an egg-shell, there was great stir and noise in the cowhouse, and at length one angry voice was heard to say, "We have lived long in this world. We were born just after the earth was made, and before the acorn was planted, and yet we never saw a harvest dinner dressed in an egg-shell. There must be something wrong in this house, and we will stop here no longer." They went away and never returned. The fairies are said to take away children and leave changelings. They also give pieces of money, one of which is found every day in the same place as long as the finder keeps his good fortune a secret. One peculiarity of the Cambrian fairies is, that every Friday night they comb the goats' beards, to make them decent for Sunday. We hear not of brownies or kobolds in the Welsh houses now, but Puck used to haunt Wales as well as Ireland. His Welsh name, Pucca, is the same as his Irish one. In Brecon there is Cwm Pucca, or Puck's Glen, and though an iron foundry has in a great measure scared him from it, yet he occasionally makes his appearance. As a man was returning one night from his work, he saw a light before him, and thought he discerned someone that carried it. Supposing it to be one of his fellow workmen with a lantern, he quickened his pace to come up with him, wondering all the while how so short a man as he appeared to be could get over the ground so fast. He also fancied he was not going the right way, but still thought that he who had the light must know best. At last, he came up with him, and found himself on the very edge of one of the precipices of Cwm Pucca, down which another step would have carried him. The Pucca, for it was he, sprang over the glen, turned round, held the light above his head, and then with a loud laugh put it out and vanished. Brittany. Mut ant este noble baron. Sil de Brittain il Breton. Marie de France. Thys old jaunty Bretons in her days. Of diverse aventures maiden lays. Chaucer. Brittany, the ancient Armorica, retains perhaps as unmixed a population as any part of Western Europe. Its language has been, however, like the Welsh and the Celtic dialects, greatly affected by the Latin and Teutonic. The ancient intercourse kept up with Wales and Cornwall by the Bretons, who were in a great measure colonists from these parts of Britain, caused the traditions and poetry of the latter to be current and familiar in Little Britain, as that country was then called. To poetry and music, indeed, the whole Celto-Cymric race seem to have been strongly addicted. And, independently of the materials which Brittany may have supplied for the history of Geoffrey of Monmouth, many other true or romantic adventures were narrated by the Breton poets in their lays. Several of these lays were translated into French verse in the 13th century by a poetess named Marie de France, resident at the court of the English monarchs of the House of Plantagenet, to one of whom, probably Henry III. Her lays are dedicated. For 29 this circumstance may account for the lays being better known in England than in France. The only manuscript containing any number of them is in the Harleian Library, for those of France contain but 5 lays. The Lie du Fresne was translated into English. And from the Lie de Lonval and Lie de Graelant, which last by the way is not in the Harleian collection, Chester made his Launfal Miles, or Sir Launfal Chaucer perhaps took the concluding circumstance of his dream from the Lie de Eli Duc. In some of these lays we meet with what may be regarded as fairy machinery. The word fay, indeed, occurs only once. But in the lays de Guegmer, de Lonval, de Wenec, and de Graelant, personages are to be met with differing in nothing from the fays of romance, and who, like them, appear to be human beings endowed with superior powers. The origin of the Breton Corrigan, as they are called, has been sought, and not improbably, in the Gallicini 430 or ancient Gaul, of whom Pomponius Mela thus writes. Senna 431 in the British Sea, opposite the Offa's mission coast, is remarkable for an oracle of the Gallic god. Its priestesses, holy in perpetual virginity, are said to be 9 in number. They are called Gallicini, and are thought to be endowed with singular powers, so as to raise by their charms the winds and seas, to turn themselves into what animals they will, to cure wounds and diseases incurable by others, to know and predict the future. But this they do only to navigators who go thither purposely to consult them. 432. We have here certainly all the attributes of the damosels of the lays of Marie de France. The doe whom Guegmer wounds speaks with a human voice. The lady who loved Lonval took him away into an island, and Graelant and his mistress crossed a deep and broad river to arrive at her country, which perhaps was also an island in the original Breton lie. The part most difficult of explanation is the secret manner in which these dames used to visit their lovers, but perhaps the key is to be found in the Lie de Wenec, of which, chiefly on that account, we give an analysis. The hero of that lie differs not in point of power from these ladies, and as he is a real man, with the power of assuming it will the shape of a bird, so it is likely they were real women. And that it was in the bird shape they entered the chambers of their lovers. Graelant's mistress says to him. 433. I shall love you truly. But one thing I forbid straitly. You must not utter a word apert, which might our love make discovert. I will give unto you richly gold and silver, clothes, and fee. Much love shall be between us two. Night and day I'll go to you. You'll see me come to you always. With me laugh and talk you may. You shall no comrade have to see, or who shall know my privacy. Take care now that you do not boast of things by which I may be lost. The lady says to Lonval, when you would speak to me of aught, you must in no place form the thought, where no one could meet his Amy, without reproach and villainy. I will be presently with you, all your commands ready to do. No one but you will me see, or hear the words that come from me. She also bade previously imposed on the knight the obligation of secrecy. As a further proof of the identity of the Corrigan and the Galasini, it may be remarked, that in the evidently very ancient Breton poem, Aranu, or the Series, we meet the following passage. There are 9 Corrigan, who dance with flowers in their hair, and robes of white wool, around the fountain, by the light of the full moon. 434. Lie Diwenek. I have in thought and purpose too, of Uenek to tell on you, of whom he born was, his sire's fame. How first he to his mother came. He who did beget Uenek. Wyclipod was Eudemarec. There formerly lived in Britain a man who was rich and old. He was Avoes or governor of Caerwent on the Douglas, and lord of the surrounding country. Desirous of having an heir to his estates, he espoused a maiden, courteous and sage, and passing fair. She was given to him because he was rich, and loved by him for her beauty. Why should I say more, but that her match was not to be found between Lincoln and Ireland? Great sin did they who gave her him, adds the poet. On account of her rare beauty, the jealous husband now turned all his thoughts to keeping her safe. To this end he shut her up in his tower, in a large room, to which no one had access but himself and his sister, an old widow, without whose permission the young wife was forbidden to speak to any even of her female attendants. In this tower the suspicious husband immured his lovely bride for 7 years, during which time they had no children, nor did she ever leave her confinement on any account. She had neither chamberlain nor huissier to light the tapers in her chamber when she would retire, and the poor lady passed her time weeping, sighing, and lamenting, and from grief and neglect of herself losing all her beauty. The month of April was entering, when every bird begins to sing. Her lord arose at early day, and to the wood he takes his way. Before he set out he called up the old dame to fasten the door after him. This done, she took her psalter and retired to another room to chant it. The imprisoned lady awoke in tears, seeing the brightness of the sun, and thus began her moan. Alas! Said she, why born was L? Right grievous is my destiny. In this tower imprisoned. I ne'er shall leave it till I'm dead. She marvels at the unreasonable jealousy of her old husband, curses her parents, and all concerned in giving her to a man not only so unamiable, but who was of so tough a constitution that the chance of his dying seemed infinitely remote. When baptized he was to be. In hell's revere deep dipped was he. Hard are his sinews, hard each vein, and lively blood they all contain. Oft have I heard the people tell, that in this country there befell adventures in the days of yore, that did to joy grieved hearts restore. Knights met with damsels, fair and gent, in all things unto their talent, and dames met lovers courteous, handsome, and brave, and generous, so that they never blamed were, for save themselves none saw them err. 435. If this may be, or ever was, or any it befallen has, may God, who hath all might and power, my wish perform for me this hour. Scarcely had she uttered this pious wish, when she perceived the shadow of a large bird at a narrow window. The bird now flew into the room. He had jesses on his legs, and appeared to be a goshawk. 436 He placed himself before the lady, and in a few minutes after became a handsome gentle knight. The lady was terrified at the sight, and covered her head. But the knight was courteous, and addressed her. Lady, said he, be not thus stirred. A goshawk is a gentle bird. If my secret should be obscure, attend, and I will you assure. Mocketh now of me your lover. For that it is I am come here. Long have I loved you and admired, and in my heart have much desired. I ne'er have loved save you alone, and save you never shall love none. But I could never come to you, nor from own country issue, if you had not required me. Your lover now I may well be. The lady was now reassured. She uncovered her head, and told the knight she would accept him as her Drew, if she were satisfied that he believed in God. On this head, he assures her, I in the Creator believe, who did from misery us relieve, in which us Adam our sire put, by eating of that bitter fruit. He is, and was, and ever he, to sinners life and light will be. And to put the matter out of all doubt, he directs her to feign sickness, and send for the chaplain, when he undertakes to assume her form, and receive the holy sacrament. The dame does accordingly. And the old woman, after many objections, at length sends for the chaplain. And he with all due speed did hie, and brought the corpus domini. The knight received the holy sign, and from the chalice drank the wine. 437. The chaplain then his way is gone. The old dame shut the doors anon. The scruples of the lady being now entirely removed, she grants le don d'amoureux merci, and the bliss of the lovers is complete. At length the knight takes his leave, and in reply to the lady's question, of when she should see him again, he tells her that she has only to wish for him, and the wish will be fulfilled by his appearance. 438 But he warns her to beware of the old woman, who will closely watch her, assuring her at the same time that a discovery will be his certain death. The lady now bids adieu to all sadness and melancholy, and gradually regains all her former beauty. She desires no longer to leave her tower, for, night or day, she has only to express a wish, and her knight is with her. The old lord marvels greatly at this sudden change, and begins to distrust the fidelity of his sister. On revealing his suspicions, her replies fully satisfy him on that head, and they concert between them how to watch the young wife, and to discover her secret. After an interval of 3 days, the old lord tells his wife that the king has sent for him, and that he must attend him, but will soon return. He sets out, and the old woman having closed the door as usual after him, gets behind a curtain to watch. The lady now wishes for her lover, and instantly he is with her, and they continue together till it is time to rise. He then departs, leaving the spy, who had seen how he came and went, terrified at the strange metamorphosis. When the husband, who was at no great distance, came home, his spy informed him of the strange affair. Greatly grieved and incensed at this, he began to meditate the destruction of his rival. He accordingly got 4 pikes made, with steel heads so sharp that no razor under heaven's sheen was ever yet so sharp and keen. These he set at the window through which the knight was used to enter. Next day he feigns to go to the chase, the old woman returns to her bed to sleep, and the lady anxiously expects him whom she loveth loyally, and says that he may come safely, and with her at all leisure be. So said, so done, the bird was at the window, but alas! Too eager for caution, he overlooked the pikes, and, flying against them, was mortally wounded. Still he entered the chamber and threw himself on the bed, which his blood soon filled, and thus addressed his distracted mistress. He said unto her, My sweet friend, for you my life comes to an end. I often told you 't would be so, that your fair cheer would work us woe. When she heard this she swooned away, and long time there for dead she lay. Her gently to herself he brought, and said, that grief availeth not, that she by him a son would bear, valiant and wise, and debonair. He would dispel her sorrows all. Uenech she should him call. He wooed vengeance for their sake. Upon their trait rouse enemy take. 439. Exhausted with loss of blood, he can stay no longer. He departs. And the lady, uttering loud cries of woe, leaps after him, unapparelled as she is, out of the window, which was 20 feet from the ground, and pursues him by the traces of his blood. Along his path strayed the dame. Until unto a hill she came. 440. Into this hill one entrance led. It with the blood was all sprinkled. Before her she can nothing see. Whereat she think full surely. Her lover thither is gone in. She entereth with mickle teen. Within it light any found she none. Though row it still she goeth on. Until she from the hill issued. In a fair meadow, rich and good. With blood she stained found the grass. At which she much dismayed was. The trace lay of it on the ground. Quite near she there a city found. With walls it was enclosed all. There was not house, nor tower, nor hall. That did not seem of silver fair. The manned event 441 right wealthy are. Before the town lay marshes rude. The forest, and wild solitude. On the other side, toward the dungeon. The water all around did run. And here the ships did enter. More than 300 they were. The lower gate wide open lay. Therein the lady took her way. Still following the blood, that fell. The town though row to the Keightley. Unto her spake there no one. Ne man nor woman found she none. She to the palace came, with blood. The steps she found were all embroidered. She entered then a low chamber. A knight she found fast sleeping there. She knew him not she passed on. To a larger chamber came anon. A bed, and nothing more, there found. A knight was on it sleeping sound. Still farther passed on the dame. Unto the third chamber as she came. Where she gone find her lover's bed. The posts were gold enamelled. I could not price the clothes aright. The chandeliers and tapers bright, which night and day burned constantly, were worth the gold of a city. She finds her lover at the point of death. At seeing his wretched state the unhappy lady swoons again. The expiring knight endeavors to console her. And, foretelling his own death on that day, directs her to depart, lest his people in their grief should ill-treat her as the cause of his death. She, however, protests that she will stay and die with him, as, if she returns, her husband will put her to death. The knight repeats his consolations, and gives her a ring, which, while she wears, her husband will retain no remembrance of what relates to her. At the same time he gives her his sword, which she is to keep safely and to give to her son when grown up and become a valiant knight. He says, she then unto a festival will go. Her lord will thither wend also. Unto an abbey they will come, where they will see a stately tomb. Will learn the story of the dead, and how he was there buried. There thou the sword shalt to him reach, and all the adventure then teach. How he was born, who was his sire. His deeds enough will then admire. He then gave her a dress of fine silk, and insisted on her departure. She is with difficulty induced to leave him, and is hardly half a league from the place when she hears the bells tolling, and the cries of grief of the people for the death of their lord. She faints 4 times, but at length recovering retraces her steps, and returns to her tower. Her husband makes no inquiry, and gives her no farther uneasiness. She bare a son, as Eudemarec had foretold, and named him Uenech. As he grew up, there was not his peer in the kingdom for beauty, valor, and generosity. After Uenech had been dubbed a knight, his supposed father was summoned to attend the feast of Saint Aaron at Caerleon. He went, accompanied by his wife and Uenech. On their way, they stopped at a rich abbey, where they were received with the utmost hospitality. Next day, when they asked to depart, the abbot entreated them to stay a little longer till he should show them the rest of the abbey. They consented, and after dinner, on entering the chapter room, they found a large and stately tomb, covered with rich tapestry, bordered with gold embroidery. At head and feet and sides there were 20 tapers burning clear. Of fine gold were the chandeliers. Of amethyst were the censers, with which they incensed alway, for great honor, this tomb each day. The curiosity of the visitors was excited by the sight of this magnificent tomb, and they learned, on inquiry, that therein lay one of the noblest and most valiant knights that had ever lived. He had been king of that country, and had been slain at Caerwent for the love of a lady, leaving a vacancy in the throne which had never been since filled, it being reserved, according to his last commands, for his son by that lady. When the dame heard this, she called aloud to her son. "Fair son, you now have heard," she said, "that God hath us to this place led. It is your father here doth lie, whom this old man slew wrongfully." She then gave him the sword she had kept so long, relating the whole story to him. At the conclusion she fainted on the tomb, and expired. Filled with rage and grief, Ewenec at one blow struck off the head of the old man, and avenged both his father and mother. The lady was buried in the coffin with him whom she had loved, and the people joyfully acknowledged Ewenec as king of the country. Long time after maiden they, who heard this adventure, allay of the grief and the dolour that for love these did endure. There are still to be seen in Brittany the rock, the cavern, the fountain, the hole, the valley, etc., of the Fays. The forest of Brasiliand, near Quinton, was, in the 12th and 13th centuries, regarded as the chief seat of Breton wonders. It contained the tomb of Merlin. Robert de Ware, hearing of the wonders of this forest, visited it. But, by his own account, to little purpose. La Lije Mervales quer, churcher. Vis lit for et violatera. Mervales cause, cherchai, main any trovel. Fall men revins, fall yali. Fall yali, fall men revins. Folicas, poor fall me tins. 442. There were also the fountain of Berenton and the Perron, block, or steps, merveilleuse. En Bretagne ce trouvon. Un fontaine et un perron. Quant on get laue, o, decis. Si vent et ton et replut jus, ah bah. Juan du Mary was more fortunate than Ware. He sprinkled the Perron from the golden basin which hung from the oak that shaded it, and beheld all the marvels. 443. Such is the result of our inquiries respecting the fairy system of the old jaunty Bretons. Owing to the praiseworthy labors of a Breton gentleman of the present day, for 44 we are enabled to give the following account of it as it actually prevails in Brittany. Our author divides the Breton fairies into two classes, the Fays, and the dwarfs, Nains, of which the Breton name seems to be Corrig or Corrigan, and Cor or Cord. For 45 the former he identifies, as we have seen, very plausibly, with the Galicini of Mela, for he says that the ancient Welsh bards declare that they reverenced a being of the female sex named Corridgwen, i.e. Corrid woman, to whom they assigned 9 virgins as attendants. To this being Taliesin gives a magic vase, the edges of which are adorned with pearl, and it contains the wondrous water of bardic genius and of universal knowledge. The Corrigan, our authority further states, can predict the future, assume any form they please, move from place to place with the rapidity of thought, cure maladies by the aid of charms which they communicate to their favorites. Their size is said not to exceed 2 feet, but their proportions are most exact, and they have long flowing hair, which they comb out with great care. Their only dress is a long white veil, which they wind round their body. Seen at night, or in the dusk of the evening, their beauty is great, but in the daylight their eyes appear red, their hair white, and their faces wrinkled, hence they rarely let themselves be seen by day. They are fond of music, and have fine voices, but are not much given to dancing. Their favorite haunts are the springs, by which they sit and comb their hair. They are said to celebrate their every returning spring a great nocturnal festival. On the sod at its brink is spread a tablecloth white as the driven snow, covered with the most delicious viands. In the center is a crystal cup, which emits such light that there is no need of lamps. At the end of the banquet a cup goes round filled with a liquor, one drop of which would make one as wise as God himself. At the approach of a mortal the whole vanishes. Like fairies in general the Corrigans steal children, against which the remedy usually employed is, to place the child under the protection of the Virgin, by putting a rosary or a scapulary about its neck. They are also fond of uniting themselves with handsome young men to regenerate, as the peasants say, their accursed race. The general belief respecting them is, that they were great princesses who, having refused to embrace Christianity when it was preached in Armorica by the apostles, were struck by the curse of God. Hence it is that they are said to be animated by a violent hatred of religion and the clergy. The sight of a soutane, or the sound of a bell, puts them to flight, but the object of greatest abhorrence to them is the Holy Virgin. The last trait to be noticed of these beings is, that, like similar beings in other countries, their breath is deadly. The reader must have observed the strong resemblance which the Corrigan bear to the Elmaids of Scandinavia. In like manner the Cord are very similar to the trolls. 446 These are usually represented as short and stumpy with shaggy hair, dark wrinkled faces, little deep-set eyes, but bright as carbuncles. Their voice is cracked and hollow, their hands have claws like a cat's, their feet are horny like those of a goat. They are expert smiths and coiners. They are said to have great treasures in the dolmen 447 in which they dwell, and of which they are regarded as the builders. They dance around them by night, and what to the belated peasant who, passing by, is forced to join in their roundel. He usually dies of exhaustion. Wednesday is their holiday, the first Wednesday in May their annual festival, which they celebrate with dancing, singing, and music. They have the same aversion to holy things as the Corrigan. Like them, too, they can foretell events to come. The Corrid is always furnished with a large leathern purse, which is said to be full of gold, but if any one succeeds in getting it from him, he finds nothing in it but hair and a pair of scissors. The Bretons also believe in mermaids. They name them Morgan, sea women, and Morvercache, sea daughters, and say that they draw down to their palaces of gold and crystal at the bottom of the sea or of ponds, those who venture imprudently too neat the edge of the water. Like the mermaids they sing and comb their golden hair. In one of the ballads we read, Fisher, hast thou seen the mermaid combing her hair, yellow as gold, by the noontide sun, at the edge of the water? I have seen the fair mermaid. I have also heard her singing, her songs were plaintive as the waves. 448. In M. Villamarquez' collection there are 3 ballads relating to the Corrigan and Cord. The following is a faithful translation of the first of them in the exact measure of the original. All the Breton poetry is rhymed, very frequently in triads or tercets. Lord Nan and the Corrigan. The Lord Nan and his bride so fair. In early youth united were. In early youth divided were. The lady lay in yesternight. Of twins, their skin as snow was white. A boy and girl, that glad his sight. What doth thy heart desire, loved one? For giving me so fair a son. Say, and at once it shall be done. A woodcock from the pool of the glen. Or roebuck from the forest green. The roebuck's flesh is savory. But for it thou to the wood shouldst hie. Lord Nan when he these words did hear. He forthwith grasped his oaken spear. And vaulting on his coal-black steed. Unto the greenwood hied with speed. When he unto the wood drew nigh. A fair white doe he there did spy. And after her such chase he made. The ground it shook beneath their tread. And after her such chase made he. From his brows the water copiously. And from his horse's sides ran down. The evening had now come on. And he came where a streamlet flowed. Fast by a Corrigan's abode. And grassy turf spread all around. To quench his thirst he sprang to ground. The Corrig at her fount sat there. A combing of her long fair hair. She combed it with a comb of gold. These ladies ne'er are poor, we retold. Rash man, cried she, how dost thou dare to come disturb my waters fair? Thou shalt unto me plight thy fay. Or 7 years thou shalt waste away. Or thou shalt die ere the 3rd day. To thee my faith plight will I ne'er. For I am married now a year. I shall not surely waste away. Nor shall I die ere the 3rd day. I shall not die within 3 days. But when it unto God shall please. Good mother, mine, if you love me, see that my bed made ready be. For I have ta'en a malady. Let not one word to my wife be told. In 3 days I shall lie in the mould. A Corrigan has thus foretold. And when 3 days were past and gone, the young wife asked this question. My mother-in-law, now tell me why the bells all ring thus constantly. And why the priests a low mass sing, all clad in white, as the bells ring. Last night a poor man died whom we a lodging gave through charity. My mother-in-law, tell me, I pray. My lord Nan, whither is he gone away? My daughter, to the town he a-gone. To see thee he will come anon. Good mother-in-law, to church to fare. Shall I my red or blue gown wear? The custom now is, daughter dear, at church always in black to appear. As they crossed o'er the churchyard wall, on her husband's grave her eye did fall. Who is now dead of our family, that thus fresh dug our ground I see? Alas! My child, the truth can not hide, thy husband there doth lie. On her 2 knees herself she cast, and rose no more, she breathed her last. It was a marvel to see, men say, the night that followed the day. The lady in earth by her lord lay. To see 2 oak trees themselves rear from the new-made grave into the air. And on their branches 2 doves white, who there were hopping gay and light, which sang when rose the morning ray, and then toward heaven sped away. This ballad is very remarkable. Its similarity to that of Sir Olaf, so celebrated in Scandinavia, and of which we have already given 2 variations out of 15, must strike every one. In its concluding stanzas also it resembles other Scandinavian and English ballads. On the other hand, the White Doe and the Corrigan at the fount remind us of the lays of Marie de France. Our opinion on the whole is, that the ballad belongs to Scandinavia, whence it was brought at an early period by the Normans, we might say only for its Christian air in both countries and naturalized in the usual manner. It is rather strange that there is neither an English nor a Scottish version of it. The next lay, which is entirely composed in tercets, is the story of a changeling. In order to recover her own child, the mother is advised by the Virgin, to whom she has prayed, to prepare a meal for 10 farm servants in an eggshell, which will make the corret speak, and she is then to whip him well till he cries. And when he does so he will be taken away. The woman does as directed, the core asks what she is about, she tells him, for 10, dear mother, in an eggshell. I have seen the egg before I saw the white hen, I have seen the acorn before I saw the tree, I have seen the acorn and I have seen the shoot, I have seen the oak in the wood of Bresel, but never saw I such a thing as this. Thou hast seen too many things, my son, replied she, and began to whip him, when one came crying, don't beat him, give him back to me, I have not done yours any injury. He is king in our country. When the woman went home she found her own child sleeping sweetly in the cradle. He opened his eyes and said, Ah! Mother, I have been a long time asleep. Among the Welsh legends above related, that of the fairies banished has some resemblance to this, but M. Villemarque says that he was told a changeling story by the Glamorgan peasantry, precisely the same as the Breton legend. In it the changeling is heard muttering to himself in a cracked voice, I have seen the acorn before I saw the oak, I have seen the egg before I saw the white hen, I have never seen the like of this. It is remarkable that these words form a rhymed triad or tercet nearly the same with that in the Breton ballad for 49 whence M. Villemarque is led to suspect that the legend is anterior to the 7th century, the epoch of the separation of the Britons of Wales and Armorica. But as changelings seem to have come from the north, we cannot consent to receive this theory. He also quotes from Geoffrey of Monmouth's Life of Merlin, "There is in this forest, said Merlin the Wild, an oak laden with years, I saw it when it was beginning to grow. I saw the acorn whence it rose, germinate and become a twig. I have then lived a long time." This would, in our opinion, tend to show that this was an ordinary formula in the British language. The third, and last of those ballads tells, and not without humour, how Pascu here, i.e. Long Pascu, the tailor, one Friday evening, entered the abode of the cord, and there dug up and carried home a concealed treasure. They pursued him, and came into the courtyard dancing with might and main, and singing. Diluin, Demers, Dimercur. Ha Dirio, Ha Digwoner. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. And Thursday, and Friday. Funding the door secured 450 they mount the roof and break a hole through which they get in, and resume their dance on the floor, still singing, Monday, Tuesday, etc., and calling on the tailor to come and join them, and they would teach him a dance that would crack his backbone, and they end by telling him that the money of the core is good for nothing. Another version says, that it was a baker who stole the treasure, and, more cunning than the tailor, bestrewed the floor of his house with hot ashes and cinders on which the cord burned their feet. This made them scamper off, but before they went they smashed all his crockery and earthenware. Their words were, "In Ianacantrevu's house we burnt our horny feet and made a fine mess of his crockery." The following legend will explain the Song of the Cord. The Dance and Song of the Cord. The valley of Goel was a celebrated haunt of the cord. For 51 it was thought dangerous to pass through it at night lest one should be forced to join in their dances, and thus perhaps lose his life. One evening, however, a peasant and his wife thoughtlessly did so, and they soon found themselves enveloped by the dancing sprites, who kept singing. Les Han. Bas and Arer zo gant Han. Les on, les y. Bas and Arer zo gant y. Let him go, let him go. For he has the wand of the plough. Let her go, let her go. For she has the wand of the plough. It seems the man had in his band the fourche, or short stick, which is used as a plough paddle in Brittany, and this was a protection, for the dancers made way for them to go out of the ring. When this became known, many persons having fortified themselves with a fourche, gratified their curiosity by witnessing the dance of the cord. Among the rest were two tailors, Peric and Jean, who, being merry fellows, dared each other to join in the dance. They drew lots, and the lot fell upon Peric, a humpbacked red-haired, but bold stout little fellow. He went up to the cord and asked permission to take share in their dance. They granted it, and all went whirling round and round, singing. Diluin, Demers, Dimercur. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Pearl, weary of the monotony, when there was a slight pause at the last word, added. Ha Dirio, Ha Digwoner. And Thursday and Friday. Mat. Good. Cried they, and gathering round him, they offered him his choice of beauty, rank, or riches. He laughed, and only asked them to remove his hump and change the colour of his hair. They forthwith took hold of him and tossed him up into the air, throwing him from hand to hand till at last he lighted on his feet with a flat back and fine long black hair. When Jean saw and heard of the change he resolved to try what he could get from the potent cord, so a few evenings after he went and was admitted to the dance, which now went to the words as enlarged by Peric. To make his addition he shouted out. Ha Disadarn, Ha Dysel. And Saturday and Sunday. What more? What more, cried the cord, but he only went on repeating the words. They then asked him what he would have, and he replied riches. They tossed him up, and kept bandying him about till he cried for mercy, and on coming to the ground, he found he had got Peric's hump and red hair. It seems that the cord were condemned to this continual dancing, which was never to cease till a mortal should join in their dance, and after naming all the days of the week, should add, Hasita Chuer Season, and now the week is ended. They punished Jean for coming so near the end and then disappointing them. 452. We add the following circumstances from other authorities. At Carnac, near Quiberon, says M. de Cambrai, in the department of Morbihan, on the seashore, is the temple of Carnac, called in Breton, T. Goriquet, House of the Gorics, one of the most remarkable Celtic monuments extant. It is composed of more than 4,000 large stones, standing erect in an arid plain, where neither tree nor shrub is to be seen, and not even a pebble is to be found in the soil on which they stand. If the inhabitants are asked concerning this wonderful monument, they say it is an old camp of Caesars, an army turned into stone, or that it is the work of the Cryans or Gorics. These they describe as little men between 2 and 3 feet high, who carried these enormous masses on their hands, for, though little, they are stronger than giants. Every night they dance around the stones. And woe betide the traveler who approaches within their reach. He is forced to join in the dance, where he is whirled about till, breathless and exhausted, he falls down, amidst the peals of laughter of the Cryans. All vanish with the break of day. 453. In the ruins of Tresmaen dwell the Curls. 454. They are of a malignant disposition, but great lovers of dancing. At night they sport around the druidical monuments. The unfortunate shepherd that approaches them must dance their rounds with them till cockcrow, and the instances are not few of persons thus ensnared who have been found next morning dead with exhaustion and fatigue. Woe also to the ill-fated maiden who draws near the curl dance. 9 months after, the family counts 1 member more. Yet so great is the power and cunning of these dwarfs, that the young stranger bears no resemblance to them, but they impart to it the features of some lad of the village. A number of little men, not more than a foot high, dwell under the castle of Morlakes. They live in holes in the ground, whither they may often be seen going, and beating on basins. They possess great treasures, which they sometimes bring out. And if any one pass by at the time, allow him to take 1 handful, but no more. Should any one attempt to fill his pockets, the money vanishes, and he is instantly assailed by a shower of boxes in the ear from invisible hands. The Bretons also say that there are spirits who silently skim the milk pans in the dairies. They likewise speak of Sand Yen Y Tad, St. John and Father, who carry 5 lights at their finger ends, which they make spin round and round like a wheel. 455. There is a species of malignant beings, called night washers, Yurkunaras Nas, who appear on the banks of streams, and call on the passers-by to aid them to wash the linen of the dead. If any one refuses, they drag him into the water and break his arms. About Morlakes the people are afraid of evil beings they call Turst. One of these, called Tursipuliet, appears in the likeness of some domestic animal. 456. In the district of Van is a colossal spirit called Tuz, or Bugilnas, who appears clothed in white between midnight and 2 in the morning. His office is to rescue victims from the devil. He spreads his mantle over them, and they are secure. The devil comes over the ocean, but, unable to endure the look of the good spirit, he sinks down again, and, the object of the spirit accomplished, he vanishes. Southern Europe. O Fairtrate Nymph, O Agresti Pani. O Satiri e Silvani, O Fauni e Dryadi. Najadi ed Amadriadi, e Semidi. Oriadi, e Napi, or Siete Sol. Sanazaro. Under the title of Southern Europe, we comprise Greece and those nations whose languages are derived from the Latin, Italy, Spain, and France. Of the fairy system, if there ever was one, of Portugal we have met with nothing, at least in the works of Camões, Bernardes, and Lobo. The reader will, in this part of our work, find little corresponding to the Gothic dwarfs who have hitherto been our companions. The only one of our former acquaintances that will attend us is honest Hobgoblin, Brownie, Kobold, Nis, or however else he may style himself. And it is very remarkable that we shall meet with him only in those places where the Northmen, the Visigoths or other Scandinavian tribes settled. Whence perhaps it might be concluded that they brought him with them to the south of Europe. Greece. Like a tender nymph. Within the dewy caves. Euripides. The Grecian mythology, like its kindred systems, abounded in personifications. For 57 modified by scenery so beautiful, rich, and various as Hellas presented, it in general assigned the supposed intelligences who presided over the various parts of external nature more pleasing attributes than they elsewhere enjoyed. They were mostly conceived to be of the female sex, and were denominated nymphs, a word originally signifying a new married woman. Whether it be owing to soil, climate, or to an original disposition of mind and its organ, the Greeks have above all other people possessed a perception of beauty of form, and a fondness for representing it. The nymphs of various kinds were therefore always presented to the imagination, in the perfection of female youth and beauty. Under the various appellations of Oreads, Dryads, Naiads, Limnaeads, Nereides, they dwelt in mountains, trees, springs, lakes, the seas where, in caverns and grottos, they passed a life whose occupations resembled those of females of human rare. The wood nymphs were the companions and attendants of the huntress goddess Artemis, the sea nymphs averted shipwreck from pious navigators, and the spring and river nymphs poured forth fruitfulness on the earth. All of them were honored with prayer and sacrifice, and all of them occasionally mingled in love with favored mortals. In the Homeric poems, the most ancient portion of Grecian literature, we meet the various classes of nymphs. In the Odyssey, they are the attendants of Calypso, herself a goddess and a nymph. Of the female attendants of Circe, the potent daughter of Helios, also designated as a goddess and a nymph, it is said, "They spring from fountains and from sacred groves, and holy streams that flow into the sea." Yet these nymphs are of divine nature, and when Zeus, the father of the gods, calls together his council, none of the streams, save ocean, stayed away. Nor of the nymphs, who dwell in beauteous groves, and springs of streams, and verdant grassy slades. The good Eumaeus prays to the nymphs to speed the return of his master, reminding them of the numerous sacrifices Ulysses had offered to them. In another part of the poem, their sacred cave is thus described. But at the harbor's head a long-leafed olive grows, and near to it lies a lovely cave, dusky and sacred to the nymphs, whom men call Naiads. In it large craters lie, and two-eared pitchers, all of stone, and there bees build their combs. In it, too, are long looms of stone, and there the nymphs do weave their robes. Sea purple, wondrous to behold. Flowing waters are there. 2 entrances it hath. That to the north is pervious unto men. That to the south more sacred is, and there men enter not, but 'tis the immortal's path. Yet though thus exalted in rank, the Homeric nymphs frequently blessed the bed of heroes. And many a warrior who fought before Troy could boast descent from a Nice or a Nereus. The sweet, gentle, pious, ocean nymphs, who in the Prometheus of Aeschylus appear as the consolers and advisers of its dignified hero, seem to hold a nearly similar relation with man to the supernal gods. Beholding the misery inflicted on Prometheus by the power of Zeus, they cry, "May never the all-ruling Zeus set his rival power against my thoughts, nor may I ever fail the gods with holy feasts of sacrifices, drawing near beside the ceaseless stream of Father Ocean. Nor may I err in words, but this abide with me, and never fade away." One of the most interesting species of nymphs is the Dryads, or Hamadryads, those personifications of the vegetable life of plants. In the Homeric hymn to Aphrodite, we find the following full and accurate description of them. Aphrodite, when she informs Anchises of her pregnancy, and her shame to have it known among the gods, says of the child, "But him, when first he sees the sun's clear light, the nymphs shall rear, the mountain-haunting nymphs, deep-bosomed, who on this mountain great and holy dwell, who neither goddesses nor women are. Their life is long. They eat ambrosial food, and with the deathless frame the beauteous dance. With them, in the recess of lovely caves, well spying Argo slayer, and the Silene mix in Lova straight pines, or oaks high-headed spring with them upon the earth man feeding, soon as they are born. This fair and flourishing on the high hills, lofty they stand, the deathless sacred grove. Men call them, and with iron never cut. But when the fate of death is drawing near, first wither on the earth the beauteous trees. The bark around them wastes, the branches fall, and the nymph's soul at the same moment leaves the sun's fair light. They possessed power to reward and punish these who prolonged or abridged the existence of theft associate tree. In the Argonautics of Apollonius Rhodius, Phineus thus explains to the heroes the cause of the poverty of Peribius. But he was paring the penalty laid on his father's crime. For one time, cutting trees alone among the hills, he spurned the prayer of the Hamadryas nymph, who, weeping sore, with earnest words besought him not to cut the trunk of an oak tree, which, with herself coeval, had endured for many a year. But, in the pride of youth, he foolishly cut it, and to him and to his race the nymph gave ever after a lot profitless. The scholiast gives on this passage the following tale from Sharon of Lampsacus. A man, named Rhecus, happening to see an oak just ready to fall to the ground, ordered his slaves to prop it. The nymph, who had been on the point of perishing with the tree, came to him and expressed her gratitude to him for having saved her life, and at the same time desired him to ask what reward he would. Rhecus then requested her to permit him to be her lover, and the nymph acceded to his wishes. She at the same time charged him strictly to avoid the society of every other woman, and told him that a bee should be her messenger. One time the bee happened to come to Rhecus as he was playing at draughts, and he made a rough reply. This so incensed the nymph that she deprived him of sight. Similar was the fate of the Sicilian Daphnis. For 58 Aeneas loved him and forbade him to hold intercourse with any other woman under pain of loss of sight. Long he abstained, though tempted by the fairest maids of Sicily. At length a princess contrived to intoxicate him, he broke his vow, and the threatened penalty was inflicted. Italy. Faun nymphorum fuglentum amadier. Per meos fines at aprica rura. Linus incedas, abisque parvis. Equus alumnis. Horatius. Unfortunately for our knowledge of the ancient Italian mythology, the ballad poetry of Rome is irrecoverably lost. A similar fate has befallen the literature of Etruria, Umbria, and other parts of the peninsula. The powerful influence exercised by Grecian genius over the conquerors of the Grecian states utterly annihilated all that was national and domestic in literature. Not but that Latin poetry abounds in mythologic matter. But it is the mythology of Greece, not of Italy, and the reader of Virgil and Ovid will observe with surprise how little of what he meets in their works is Italian. So much however of the population of ancient Italy, particularly of Latium, was Pelasgian, that it is natural to suppose a great similarity between the religious systems of Latium and Hellas. The Latins do not, however, appear to have believed in choirs of nymphs. Those we read of, such as Egeria, Anna Perenna, Juturna, are all solitary, all dwellers of fountains, streams, and lakes. The Italian Diana did not, like the Grecian Artemis, speed over the mountains attended by a train of buskined nymphs. No Dryad sought to avert the fate of their kindred trees. No Nereides sported on the waves. Dwarfish deities they had none. We are indeed told of the Lars, particularly the rural Lars, as answering to the Gothic dwarfs. But no proofs are offered except the diminutive size of their statues. This we hold to amount to nothing. Are we to suppose the following lines of Plautus to have been delivered by an Aias? Lest any marvel who I am, I shall briefly declare it. I am the family Lar of this home whence you see me coming out. 'Tis many years now that I keep in guard this family, both father and grandsire. Of him that has it now, I protected. Now his grandsire entrusted me a treasure of gold, that I, unknown to all, should keep it. He has one daughter, who, each day with wine, or incense, or with something, worships me. She gives me crowns, and I in recompense have now made Euclio find the treasure out, that if he will, he may more readily get her a match. 459. The Lars were a portion of the Etrurian religion. The Etruscan word lar signifies lord, with which it has a curious but casual resemblance. For 60 the Lars were regarded, like the Grecian heroes, as being the souls of men who, after death, still hovered about their former abodes, averting dangers from, and bestowing blessings on, the inhabitants. They differed from the Penates, who were, properly speaking gods, beings of a higher nature, personifications of natural powers, the givers of abundance and wealth. The old Italians, it appears, believed in a being, we know not of what size, called an incubo, that watched over treasure. But what they say I know not, says Petronius, 461, but I have heard how he snatched the cap of an incubo and found a treasure. Respecting the fairy mythology of the modern Italians, what we have been able to collect is very little. The people of Naples, we are told, 462 believe in a being very much resembling the incubo, whom they call the Monasiello, or little monk. They describe him as a short, thick kind of little man, dressed in the long garments of a monk, with a broad-brimmed hat. He appears to people in the dead of the night, and beckons to them to follow him. If they have courage to do so, he leads them to some place where treasure is concealed. Several are said to have made sudden fortunes through him. In the Neapolitan storybook, named the Pentameron, of which we shall presently give an account, we meet with a Monasiello of a very different character from this guardian of hidden treasure. In the second tale of the first day of that work, when the prince in the night heard the noise made by the fairy in his room, he thought it was some chamber-boy coming to lighten his purse for him, or some Monasiello to pull the clothes off him. And in the seventh tale of the third day of the same collection, when Corvetto had hidden himself under the ogre's 463 bed to steal his quilt, he began to pull quite gently, when the ogre awoke, and bid his wife not to pull the clothes that way, or she'd strip him, and he would get his death of cold. "Why, it's you that are stripping me," replied the ogress, "and you have not left a stitch on me." "Where the devil is the quilt," says the ogre. And putting his hand to the ground, he happened to touch the face of Corvetto, and immediately began to shout out, the Monasiello, Ola! Candles! Run, run!" Corvetto, meanwhile, got off with his prize through the window. 464. It is quite clear that the Monasiello is the same kind of being as the house spirit of the Gotho-German nations. He seems to belong peculiarly to Naples, for we have not heard of him in any other part of Italy. Now we are to recollect that this was the very place in which the Normans settled, and so he may be their Nis or kobold. 465 or, as he is so very like the Spanish duende, he may be that being introduced by the Aragonese, who seem to have exercised so much influence over the language and manners of the people of Naples. The belief in mermaids also prevailed in modern Italy. In the reign of Roger, king of Sicily, a young man happening to be bathing in the sea late in the evening, perceived that something was following him. Supposing it to be one of his companions, he caught it by the hair, and dragged it on shore. But finding it to be a maiden of great beauty and of most perfect form, he threw his cloak about her, and took her home, where she continued with him till they had a son. There was one thing however which greatly grieved him, which was the reflection that so beautiful a form should be dumb, for he had never heard her speak. One day he was reproached by one of his companions, who said that it was a spectre, and not a real woman, that he had at home. Being both angry and terrified, he laid his hand on the hilt of his sword, and urged her with vehemence to tell him who or what she was, threatening if she did not do so, to kill the child before her eyes. The spirit only saying, that he had lost a good wife by forcing her to speak, instantly vanished, leaving her son behind. A few years after, As the boy was playing on the seashore with his companions, the spirit his mother dragged him into the seas where he was drowned. 466. We now come to the fate of romance and tale. The earliest notice that we can recollect to have seen of these potent ladies is in the Orlando Innamorato, where we meet the celebrated Fata Morgana, who would at first appear to be, as a personification of fortune, a being of a higher order. Lvi e una fata namata Morgana. Che lo genti diverse dona loro. Quanto e per tutto il mondo or sen spand. Convien che ad essa prima si demand. C. 25. St. 5. Edition 1831. But we afterwards find her in her proper station, subject, with the fate and witches, to the redoubtable Demogorgon. 467 when Orlando, on delivering Zelante from her, makes her swear by that awful power, the poet says. Sopra ogni fata e quel demogorgon. Non so se mal elodiste raconter. E judica tra loro e fa ragion. E quel che pies a lui può di lor fair. La notte si cavalca ad un montoni. Travarca lo Montague e passa il mare. E strigi, e fate, e fantasime vain. Bat con serpi vive ogni dimane. Se lo ritrova ia dimane al mondo. Perci non pano al giorno comparir. Tanto lo bat al colpo furibondo. Che volunteer vorien poter morir. Or lo incatina giù nel mar profondo. Or sopra I vento sculls lo fa gyre. Or per il fuoco dietro a se lumina. A cui de questa, a cui quel ultra pena. L. 2. C. 13. At 27, 28. According to Ariosto, for 68 Demogorgon has a splendid temple palace in the Himalaya mountains, whither every 5th year the Fate are all summoned to appear before him, and give an account of their actions. They travel through the air in various strange conveyances, and it is no easy matter to distinguish between their convention and a sabbat of the witches. We meet with another Fata in Bojardo for 69 the beautiful Silvanella, who raised a tomb over Narcissus, and then dissolved away into a fountain. When Brandamart opens the magnificent tomb and kisses the hideous serpent that thrusts out its head, it gradually becomes a beautiful maiden. Questa era Febicilla quella fata. Che edificato avia e alto palazzo. E el bel giardino e quella sepoltura. Ove un gran tempo e stata in pena dura. Perci una fata non può morir mai. Sin che non giunge il giorno del giudizio. Ma ben ne iasua forma dura assai. Mil anni o piu, si cum io agio indizio. Poi, sic cum di questa io six contai. Qual fabricato avia il bel edificio. In serp si tramuta e stavi tanto. Che di baciarla alcan si doni il vanto. L. 2. C. 26. St. 14, 15. The other Fate who appear in this poem are Lo Fate Nera and Bianca, the protectresses of Guidone and Aquilante. The Fata della Font, from whom Mandricardo obtains the arms of Hector, and finally Alcina, the sister of Morgana, who carries off Astolfo. Dragontina and Falerina, the owners of such splendid gardens, may also have been Fate, though they are not called so by the poet. Alcina reappears in great splendor in the Orlando Furioso, where she is given a sister named Logistilla, and both, like Morgana in the preceding poem, are in a great measure allegorical. We also obtain there a glimpse of the white and black Fate. The Mega Manto of Dante becomes here a Fata, and we meet her in the form of a serpent, to account for which she says. Nascemo ad un punto che di ogni altro male. Siamo capaci fuer che della mort. Ma giunta e con questo essere immortale. Condizion non men del morir forte. Ch ogni settimo giorno agnuna e certa. Che la ma forma in bicia si converta. C. 43. St. 98. Elsewhere, x. 52, the poet tells us that morir non put alcuna fatamai. Fin che il sol gira, o il ciel non muta stylo. In the Amadigi of Bernardo Tasso the fate appear for the last time in Italian poetry. 470 but in greater number, and, we may say, greater splendor than elsewhere. There are two classes of them, the beneficent and protective, and the seductive and injurious. The terms maga and incantatress, as well as fata, are applied to them all indifferently. The good fairy ladies are Urganda, termed La Savia and La Sconosciuta, 471 the guardian of Amadigi, and the fair Oriana. Silvana or Silvanella, who stands in a similar relation to Alidoro, Lucina, also named La Donna del Lago, another protectress of Alidoro and of his lady love, the fair warrior Mirinda, sister of Amadigi, Euphrosyne, the sister of Lucina. Argia, called La Reina della Fate, the protectress of Floridante, to whom, after making him undergo various trials, she gives her daughter Philidora in marriage, finally, Argia's sister Philidia. The Fate whose character resembles that of Alcina are Morganetta, Nevetta, and Carvilia, the three daughters of Morgana. Beside these then are two Fate of neutral character, Dragontina, who formed a palace, temple and gardens, in which, at the desire of her father, she enchanted a young prince and his wife. And Montana, who, to avenge the fate of her lover, slain by Alidoro, enchanted that warrior in a temple which she had raised to the memory of the fallen. 472. Ma vegium chio non stessi troppo abada. Conquest Alcini Morgan. The earliest collections of European fairy tales in prose belong to Italy. In 1550, Straparola, a native of Caravaggio, in the Milanese, published at Venice his Noti Piacevoli, a collection of tales, jokes, and riddles, of which several, and those the best, are fairy tales. These were translated into French in 1560–76, and seem to have been the origin of the so well-known conte de fées. Perrault's Puss in Boots, Le Chat Bot, and the Princess Fair Star, Belle Etoile, and many others of Madame d'Aulnoyes, who borrowed largely from the Noti Piacevoli, are to be found in Straparola. In 1637, 87 years after the Noti Piacevoli appeared at Naples, and in the Neapolitan dialect, the Pentamerone, the best collection of fairy tales ever written. 473 the author, Giambattista Basile 474 had spent his youth in Candia, and then passed several years rambling through Italy. He seems to have carefully treasured up all the tales he heard, and he wrote and published them, under the feigned name of John Eliseo Abatutis, in his native dialect, not long before his death. In the tales and popular fictions we gave some translations from the Noti Piacevoli, the only ones in English, and they will probably remain such, as the work is not one likely ever to be translated. In the same work we gave two from the Pentamerone, and 3, the Dragon, Gagliuso, and the Goat Face, in the former edition of the present work. Most certainly we were the first to render any of these curious tales into English, and we look back with a mixture of pleasure and surprise at our success in the unaided struggle with an idiom so different from the classic Italian. For 75 we fancied that we had been the first to make translations from it into any language, but we afterwards learned that of the two tales in our other work, the one, Peruantu, had been translated into French, probably by the Abbé Galliani, for the Cabinet de Fées, the other, the Serpent into German, by M. Grimm. 476 of late, this most original work has been brought within the reach of ordinary readers by two translations, the one in German by Felix Liebrecht, who has given the work complete with few omissions, the other in English by Mr. J. E. Taylor, who has made a selection of 30 tales, and these most carefully expurgated, in order that agreeably to its second title, it might form a book of amusement even for children, a most difficult task, and in which his success has been far greater than might have been anticipated. All our own translations have been incorporated in it, and we can safely refer to it those who wish to know the real character and nature of the Pentamerone. Whatever name Basile might give his book, it is quite plain that he never could have meant it merely for children. The language alone is proof enough on that head. It is, besides, full of learned allusions and of keen satire, so that it could only be understood and relished by grown persons, for whose amusement it was apparently designed. And its tales are surely not much more extravagant than some of those in Ariosto and the other romantic poets. It in fact never was a child's book like the Conte de ma mère l'Oie. It has now become very scarce. We could not at Naples meet with a copy of it, or even with anyone who had read it. Spain. Duendecillo, duendecillo. Quien culera quo sees o fueras. El dinero que tú das. En lo que mandares vuelve. Calderón, La Dama Duende. When we inquired, after the fairy system of Spain, we were told that there was no such thing, for that the Inquisition had long since eradicated all such ideas. Most certainly we would not willingly be regarded as partisans of the Holy Office, yet still we must express our doubt of the truth of this charge. In Señor Llorente's work, as far as we can recollect, there is no account of prosecutions for duende heresy, and even to the Holy Office we should give its due. Still, with all our diligence, our collection of Iberian fairy lore is extremely scanty. Our earliest authority for Spain, as for other countries, is the celebrated Marshal of Champagne, Gervas of Tilbury, who thus relates. The daughter of Peter de Cabanham. In the bishopric of Gironda, i.e. Girona, and the province of Catalonia, stands a mountain which the natives call Convegum. It is very steep, and on its summit is a lake of dark water, so deep that it cannot be fathomed. The abode of the demons is in this lake. And if a stone, or anything else, be thrown into it, there rises from it an awful tempest. Not far from this mountain, in a village named Juntra, lived a man named Peter de Cabanham, who being one day annoyed by the crying of his little girl, wished in his anger that the demons might fetch her away. The child instantly vanished, snatched away by invisible hands, and was seen no more. Time passed on. And it was 7 years after this event, when a man belonging to the village, as he was one day rambling about the foot of the mountain, met a man weeping bitterly, and bewailing his hard fate. On inquiry, he said that he had now been 7 years in the mountain under the power of the demons, who employed him as a beast of burden. He added, that there was also a girl in the mountain, the daughter of Peter de Cabanham of Juntra, a servant like himself, but that they were tired of her, and would restore her to her father if he came to claim her. When this information came to Peter de Cabanham, he forthwith ascended the mountain, and going to the edge of the lake, he besought the demons to give him back his child. Like a sudden gust of wind she came, tall in stature, but wasted and dirty, her eyes rolling wildly, and her speech inarticulate. The father, not knowing what to do with her, applied to the Bishop of Gironda, who took this opportunity of edifying his people by exhibiting the girl to them, and warning them against the danger of wishing that the demons had their children. Some time after the man also was released, and from him the people learned that at the bottom of the lake there was a large palace, with a wide gate, to which palace the demons repaired from all parts of the world. And which no one could enter but themselves, and those they brought thither. 477. Origin of the House of Haro. As Don Diego Lopez, Lord of Biscay, was one day lying in wait for the wild boar, he heard the voice of a woman who was singing. On looking around, he beheld on the summit of a rock a damsel, exceedingly beautiful, and richly attired. Smitten with her charms, he proffered her his hand. In reply, she assured him that she was of high descent, but frankly accepted his proffered hand, making, however, one condition: he was never to pronounce a holy name. Tradition says that the fair bride had only one defect, which was, that one of her feet was like that of a goat. Diego Lopez, however, loved her well, and she bore him 2 children, a daughter, and a son named Iniguez Guerra. Now it happened one day, as they were sitting at dinner, that the Lord of Biscay threw a bone to the dogs, and a mastiff and a spaniel quarrelled about it, and the spaniel griped the mastiff by the throat, and throttled him. "Holy Mary!" exclaimed Don Diego, whoever saw the like. Instantly the lady caught hold of the hands of her children, Diego seized and held the boy, but the mother glided through the air with the daughter, and sought again the mountains whence she had come. Diego remained alone with his son, and some years after, when he invaded the lands of the Moors, he was made captive by them, and led to Toledo. Iniguez Guerra, who was now grown up, was greatly grieved at the captivity of his father, and the men of the land told him that his only hope was to find his mother, and obtain her aid. Iniguez made no delay. He rode alone to the well-known mountains, and when he reached them, behold! His fairy mother stood there before him on the summit of a rock. "Come unto me," said she, "for well do I know thy errand." And she called to her Pardolo, the horse that ran without a rider in the mountains, and she put a bridle into his mouth, and bade Iniguez mount him, and told him that he must not give him either food or water, or unsaddle or unbridle him, or put shoes upon his feet, and that in one day the demon steed would carry him to Toledo. And Iniguez obeyed the injunctions of In's mother, and succeeded in liberating his father, but his mother never returned. 478. In the large collection of Spanish ballads named El Romancero Castellano, the only one that treats of fairy lore is the following, which tells of the enchantment of the King of Castell's daughter by 7 fairies. 479 for a period of 7 years. It is of the same character as the fairy tales of France and Italy. La Infantine. A Cazar va el Caballero. A Cazar como Solia. Los Perros Eliva Cansados. El Falcon Perdido at Aramores a un Roble. Alto es a Maravilla. En un ramo más alto. Viera estar una infantina. Cabellos de su cabeza. Tedu aquel roble cobrian. No te espantes, caballero. Ni tengas tamana grima. Hija soy del buen rey. Y de la reina de Castilla. Siete fadas mi fadaron 480. En brazos de una ama mía. Que andes los 7 años. Sola en esta montina. 481. Hoy así cumplan los años. O mañana, en aquel día. Por Dios te ruego, caballero. Levicine en tu compañía. Si quisiers por mujer. Si no si por amiga. Esperéis mi voz, señora. Esta mañana, aquel día. Ayer yo tomar consejo. De una madre que tenía. La niña lo respondiera. Y estas palabras, decía. O mal haya el caballero. Que sola deja ia nina. Lseva a tomar consejo. Y ella queda en ia montina. Aconsejó su madre. Que la tomes por amiga. Cuando volvió el caballero. No ia holera en la montina. Vio la que la levaban. Con muy grande caballería. El caballero, que lo ha visto. En el suelo se quea. Des que en ese hubo tornado. Estas palabras decía. Caballero que tal pierd. Muy grandes penas merecia. Yo mismo ser el alcalde. To me ser la justicia. Que me cortan pies y manos. Y me arrastran por la villa. 482. Pepito el Corcovado. Pepito y el Corcovado, for 83, a gay lively little hunchback, used to gain his living by his voice and his guitar, for he was a general favorite, and was in constant request at weddings and other festivities. He was going home one night from one of these festive occasions, being under engagement for another in the morning, and, as it was in the celebrated Sierra Morena, he contrived to lose his way. After trying in vain to find it, he wrapped his cloak about him, and lay down for the night at the foot of a cork tree. He had hardly, however, gone to sleep, when he was awakened by the sound of a number of little voices singing to an old air with which he was well acquainted. Lunes y martes y miércoles trace. Over and over again. Deeming this to be imperfect, he struck in, adding. Jueves y viernes y sábado sis. The little folk were quite delighted, and for hours the mountain rang with. Lunes y martes y miércoles trace. Jueves y viernes y sábado sis. Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday 3. Thursday and Friday and Saturday, 6. They finally crowded round Pepito, and bade him ask what he would for having completed their song so beautifully. After a little consideration, he begged to have his hump removed. So said so done, he was in an instant one of the straightest men in all Spain. On his return home, every one was amazed at the transformation. The story soon got wind, and another hunchback, named Cirillo, but unlike Pepito, as crooked in temper as in person, having learned from him where the scene of his adventure lay, resolved to proceed thither and try his luck. He accordingly reached the spot, sat under the cork tree, and saw and heard all that Pepito had heard and seen. He resolved also to add to the song, and he struck in with, "Y Domingo 7, and Sunday 7. But whether it was the breach of rhythm, or the mention of the Lord's Day that gave offense, he was instantly assailed with a shower of blows or pinches, and to make his calamity the greater, Pepito's hump was added to his own. 484. We thus may see that there are beings in Spain also answering to the various classes of fairies. But none of these have obtained the same degree of reputation as the house spirit, whose Spanish name is duende or trasco. In Torquemada's Spanish Mandeville, as the Old English version of it is named, there is a section devoted to the duende, in which some of his feats, such as pelting people with stones, clay, and such like, are noticed. And in the last century the learned Father Fejo wrote an essay on duendes 485 on house spirits, for he says little of the proper Spanish duende, and his examples are Hodekin and the kobolds, of which he had read in Agricola and other writers. On the whole, perhaps, the best account of the duende will be found in Calderon's sprightly comedy, named La Dama Duende. In this piece, when Cosme, who pretends that he had seen the duende when he put out his candle, is asked by In's master what he was like, he replies, "Era un fraile. Tomanito, y tenía puesto. Un cucurucho tamano. Que por estas cenas crió. Que era duende capuchino." This cucurucho was a long conical hat without a brim, worn by the clergy in general, and not by the Capuchins alone. A little before, Cosme, when seeking to avert the appearance of the duende, recites the following lines, which have the appearance of being formed from some popular charm against the house spirit. Señora Dama Duende. Dueles de mí. Que soy niño y solo. Y nunca en tal me 6. In de Solís' very amusing comedy of Un Bobo hace ciento, Dona Ana makes the following extremely pretty application of the popular idea of the duende. Yo soy, Don Luis, una dama. Que no conozco este duende. Del amor, si no es por fama. In another of his plays, El amor al uso, a lady says, Amor es duende importuno. Que al mundo asombrando trae. Todos dicen que lo hay. Y no lo ha visto ninguno. The lines from Calderon prefixed to this section of our work, show that money given by the duende was as unsubstantial as fairy money in general. This is confirmed by Don Quixote, who tells his rather covetous squire, that los tesoros de los caballeros andantes son, como los de los duendes, apparentes y falsos. The Spaniards seem also to agree with the people of other countries in regarding the fairies as being fallen angels. One of their most celebrated poets thus expresses himself. Disputes por bombres entendidos. Si fue de los quedos este duende. Some Spanish etymologists say that duende is a contraction of dueño de casa, others, that it comes from the Arabic duar, dwelling, the term used for the Arab camps on the north coast of Africa. To us it appears more probable that the Visigoths brought their ancient popular creed with them to Spain 486 also, and that as Durg became Drac in Provence, it was converted into Duende in Spain. For 87 it is further not quite impossible that Durg may be also the original of Trasco, a word for which we believe no etymon has been proposed. France. Pourquoi faut-il est merveilleux? Que la raison l'imtersensi? Lasse sauvant du valeur. Par de conte d'ogre et de fée. Ingénieusement Bercy. Prenne plaisir à sommelier. Perrault. The fairy mythology of France may be divided, as respects its locality, into two parts, that of northern and that of southern France, the Langue d'Oil and the Langue d'Ossy. We will commence with the latter, as adjacent to Spain. Of its mythology, Gervas of Tilbury, who resided in the kingdom of Elves, has left us some interesting particulars, and other authorities enable us to trace it down to the present day. Speaking of the inhabitants of Elves, Gervas thus expresses himself. They also commonly assert, that the Dracs assume the human form, and come early into the public marketplace without anyone being thereby disturbed. These, they say, have their abode in the caverns of rivers, and occasionally, floating along the stream in the form of gold rings or cups, entice women or boys who are bathing on the banks of the river. For, while they endeavor to grasp what they see, they are suddenly seized and dragged down to the bottom, and this, they say, happens to none more than to suckling women, who are taken by the Dracs to rear their unlucky offspring. And sometimes, after they have spent 7 years there, they return to our hemisphere. These women say that they lived with the Dracs and their wives in ample palaces, in the caverns and banks of Riven. We have ourselves seen one of these women, who was taken away while washing clothes on the banks of the Rhône. A wooden bowl floated along by her, and, in endeavoring to catch it, having got out into the deep water, she was carried down by a Drac, and made nurse to his son below the water. She returned uninjured, and was hardly recognized by her husband and friends after 7 years' absence. After her return she related very wonderful things, such as that the Dracs lived on people they had carried off, and turned themselves into human forms. And she said that one day, when the Drac gave her an eel pasty to eat, she happened to put her fingers, that were greasy with the fat, to one of her eyes and one side of her face. And she immediately became endowed with most clear and distinct vision under the water. When the 3rd year of her time was expired, and she had returned to her family, she very early one morning met the Drac in the marketplace of Beaucaire. She knew him at once, and saluting him, inquired about the health of her mistress and the child. To this the Drac replied, "Harkee," said he, "with which eye do you see me?" She pointed to the eye she had touched with the fat. The Drac immediately thrust his finger into it, and he was no longer visible to any one. 488. Respecting the Dracs, Gervas farther adds. There is also on the banks of the Rhône, under a house, at the north gate of the city of Elves, a great pool of the river. In these deep places, they say that the Dracs are often seen of bright nights, in the shape of men. A few years ago there was, for 3 successive days, openly heard the following words in the place outside the gate of the city, which I have mentioned, while the figure as it were of a man ran along the bank, "The hour is past, and the man does not come." On the 3rd day, about the 9th hour, while that figure of a man raised his voice higher than usual, a young man ran simply to the bank, plunged in, and was swallowed up, and the voice was heard no more. The word Drac is apparently derived from Draco, but we are inclined to see its origin in the northern Dourg. We must recollect that the Visigoths long occupied Provence and Languedoc. It is, we apprehend, still in use. Fa le Drac, in Provençal, signifies fair le diable. For 89 Gaudelin, a Provençal poet of the 17th century, begins his Castel en l'air with these lines. Bellomen tu, you fair le Drac. C'est jamais trobi dins un sac. 5 6 mil antipistolos. Espesos como de ridulos. The following curious narrative also occurs in Gervas's work, and might seem to belong to Provence. Seamen tell that one time as a ship was sailing in the Mediterranean Sea, which sea we call ours, she was surrounded by an immense number of porpoises, delphinos, and that when an active young man, one of the crew, had wounded one of them with a weapon, and all the rest of them had rapidly sought the bottom. A sudden and awful tempest enveloped the ship. While the sailors were in doubt of their lives, lo! One in the form of a knight came borne on a steed on the sea, and demanded that, for the salvation of all the rest, the person who had wounded the porpoise should be delivered up to him. The sailors were in an agony between their own danger and their aversion to expose their comrade to death, which seemed to them to be most cruel, and they thought it infamous to consult their own safety at the expense of the life of another. At last the man himself, deeming it better that all should be saved at the cost of one, as they were guiltless, than that such a number of people should run the risk of destruction on account of his folly, and lest by defending him they should become guilty, devoted himself to the death he merited, and voluntarily mounted the horse behind the rider, who went over the firm water, taking his road along it as if it had been the solid land. In a short time he reached a distant region, where he found lying in a magnificent bed the knight whom he had wounded the day before as a porpoise. He was directed by his guide to pull out the weapon which was sticking in the wound, and when he had done so, the guilty right hand gave aid to the wound. This being done, the sailor was speedily brought back to the ship, and restored to his companions. Hence it is, that from that tune forth sailors have ceased to hunt the porpoises. 490. Gervaise also describes the kobold, or house spirit, the esprit follet, or goblin of the north of France. There are, says he, other demons, commonly called follets, who inhabit the houses of simple country people, and can be kept away neither by water nor exorcisms. And as they are not seen, they pelt people as they are going in at the door with stones, sticks, and domestic utensils. Their words are heard like those of men, but their form does not appear. I remember to have met several wonderful stories of them in the Vita Abbreviata, et Miraculous Beatissimi Antonii. 491. Elsewhere 492 he speaks of the beings which he says are called lamii, who, he relates, are used to enter houses suddenly, ransack the jars and tubs, pots and pitchers, take the children out of the cradles, light lamps or candles, and sometimes oppress those who are sleeping. Either Gervaise mistook, or the fadas of the south of France were regarded as beings different from mankind. The former is, perhaps, the more likely supposition. He thus speaks of them. This, indeed, we know to be proved every day by men who are beyond all exception, that we have heard of some who were lovers of phantoms of this kind which they call fadas. For 93 and when they married other women, they died before consummating the marriage. We have seen most of them live in great temporal felicity, who when they withdrew themselves from the embraces of these fadas, or discovered the secret, lost not only their temporal prosperity, but even the comfort of wretched life. 494. In the legend of Saint Armentière, composed about 1800, by Raymond, a gentleman of Provence, we read of the Fée Esterelle, and of the sacrifices to her, who used to give barren women beverages to drink, to make them fruitful. And of a stone called La Lausa de la Fuda, that is the fairy stone on which they used to sacrifice to her, 495. Even at the present day the belief in the fadas seems to linger in Provence and the adjoining districts. On the night of the 31st of December, says Dumege, 496, that fees, Hadis, enter the dwellings of their worshippers. They bear good luck in their right, ill luck in their left hand. Care has been taken to prepare for them in a clean retired room, such a repast as is suited to them. The doors and windows are left open, a white cloth is laid on a table with a loaf, a knife, a vessel full of water or wine, and a cup. A lighted candle or wax taper is set in the center of the table. It is the general belief that those who present them with the best food may expect all kinds of prosperity for their property and their family, while those who acquit themselves grudgingly of their duty toward the fays, or who neglect to make preparations worthy of these divinities, may expect the greatest misfortunes. From the following passage of the Roman de Guillaume au Courtenay it would appear that 3 was the number of the Hadis. Custom avoyant les gens, par verités. Etienne Provence Etienne autres regnes. Tables metoyant et sieges ordonnés. E sur la table iij blancs pains bulletés. Iij pas du vin et iij hennes de lis. E par en costiert les enfis poses. 497. Some years ago a lady, named Marie Acard, published a volume named, Ballades et Chants Populaires de la Provence, 2 of which seem to be founded on popular legends. She names the one La Fée aux Chevaux Verts, and in it relates the story of a young mariner of Marseilles who was in the habit of rowing out to sea by himself in the evening. On one of these occasions he felt himself drawn down by an invisible power, and on reaching the bottom found himself at the gate of a splendid palace, where he was received by a most beautiful fairy, only her hair was green. She at once told him her love, to which he responded as she wished, and after detaining him some time she dismissed him, giving him 2 fishes. That he might account for his absence by saying that he had been fishing, the same invisible power brought him back to his boat, and he reached home at sunrise. The size and form of his fishes, such as had never been seen, excited general wonder, but he feared the fairy too much to reveal his secret. An invincible attraction still drew him to the submarine palace, but at last he saw a maiden whose charms, in his eyes, eclipsed those of the fairy. He now fled the sea-shore, but every time he approached his mistress he received an invisible blow, and he continually was haunted by threatening voices. At length he felt an irresistible desire to go out again to sea. When there he was drawn down as before to the palace, but the fairy now was changed, and saying, "You have betrayed me, you shall die," she caused him to be devoured by the sea monsters. But other accounts say that she kept him with her till age had furrowed his brow with wrinkles, and then sent him back to poverty on earth. The other legend named Loludin tells how 7 little boys, regardless of the warnings of their old grandmother, would go out at night on various affairs. As they went along, a pretty little black horse came up to them, and they all were induced to mount on his back. When they met any of their playmates they invited them also to mount, and the back of the little horse, stretched so that at last he had on him not less than 30 little boys. He then made with all speed for the sea, and plunging into it with them they were all drowned. 498. Passing to Auvergne we find Gregory of Tours in the 6th century thus relating an event which happened in his youth. A man was going one morning to the forest, and he took the precaution to have his breakfast, which he was taking with him, blessed before he set out. Coming to the river, before it was yet day, he drove his bullock cart into the ferry boat, in Ponte que super navem est, and when he was about halfway over he heard a voice saying, "Down with him! Down with him! Be quick! Merge, merge, any meraris," to which another replied, "I should have done it without your telling me if something holy did not prevent me, for I would have you to know that he is fortified with the priest's blessing, so that I cannot hurt him." 499. Miss Costello 500 heard in Auvergne a story of a changeling, which the mother, by the direction of the cure, took to the marketplace, where she whipped it well, till its mother, La Fée du Grand Cascade, brought her back her own child. She also relates at great length a legend which she styles La Blonde d'en Roche, in which a young lady, instructed by her nurse, learns to change her form, and thus become a companion of the Fays, who are beings of tiny dimensions. Afterwards, when she is married, they take away her children, but she manages to recover them. La Taille de las Fadas is within 5½ leagues of Saint Flour, at Pyrols, a village of Haute Auvergne. It is composed of 6 large rude stones, covered by a 7th, larger and more massive than the rest. It is 12 feet long, and 8½ wide. The tradition relates that a fay who was fond of keeping her sheep on the spot occupied by this monument, resolved to shelter herself from the wind and ram. For this purpose she went far, very far, bien loin, in search of such masses of granite, as 6 yoke of oxen could not move, and she gave them the form of a little house. She carried, it is said, the largest and heaviest of them on the top of her spindle, and so little was she incommoded by the weight of it, that she continued to spin all the way. 501. The following legend is traditional in Périgord. Embosomed in the forest of the canton of La Double, near the road leading from Périgord to Ribérac, is a monument named Roquet Brun. It consists of 4 enormous rocks placed 2 and 2, so as to form an alley 10 feet long and 6 wide. A 5th rock, higher and thicker than the others, closes this space on the west. The whole is covered by a huge mass of rock, at least 12 feet by 7, and from 3 to 4 feet thick. There can be no doubt of its being the work of man, and it is remarkable that the stone composing it is different from that of the soil on which it stands. 502. The tradition of the canton, however, is, that many thousand years ago there was a fay who was the sovereign of the whole country, and having lost her husband in a battle fought in this very place she resolved to bury him on the spot. She therefore called 6 of her pages, and ordered them to fetch each one of these stones, and to place them in the order which they still maintain. They instantly obeyed, and they carried and arranged the huge masses as easily as if they had been only rose leaves. When the tomb was completed, the fairy ascended it, and turning to the east, she thrice cursed, in a voice of thunder, whoever should henceforth dare even to touch this monument of her royal spouse. Many an instance is still recorded by the peasantry of those who dared and were puxished. 503. The fairy lore of the north of France, at least of Normandy, is, as was to be expected, similar to that of the other portions of the Gotho-German race. We meet it in the fays or fairies, and the lutins or gobelins, which answer to the kobolds, nissas, and such like of those nations. 504. The fees are small and handsome in person. They are fond of dancing in the night time, and in their dances which are circular they form the circles de fays, or fairy rings. If any one approaches their dance, he is irresistibly impelled to take part in it. He is admitted with the greatest courtesy, but as the whirling movement increases, and goes faster and faster, his head becomes giddy, and he falls to the ground utterly exhausted. Sometimes the fays amuse themselves by flinging him up to a great height in the air, and, if not killed by the fall, he is found next morning full of bruises. These little beings, it is also said, haunt solitary springs, where they wash their linen, which they then dry by way of preference on the druidic stones, if at hand, and lay up in the hollows of rocks or barrows. Thence named chambers or grottsta. Fays. But, further, it is said of them, like the lutins, they select particular farms to which they resort at night, and their making use of horses, harness and utensils of all kinds, they employ themselves at various kinds of work, of which, however, no traces remain in the morning. They are fond of mounting and galloping the horses, their seat is on the neck, and they tie together locks of the mane to form stirrups. Their presence, however, always brings luck, the cattle thrive where they are, the utensils of which they have made use, if broken are mended and made as good as new. They are altogether most kind and obliging, and have been known to give cakes to those to whom they have taken a fancy. The fays of Normandy are, like others, guilty of child-changing. A countrywoman as she was one day carrying her child on her arm met a fay similarly engaged, who proposed an exchange. But she would not consent, even though, she said, the fay's babe were 9 times finer than her own. A few days after, having left her child in the house when she went to work in the fields, it appeared to her on her return that it had been changed. She immediately consulted a neighbor, who to put the matter to the proof, broke a dozen eggs and ranged the shells before the child, who instantly began to cry out, "Oh! What a number of cream pots! Oh! What a number of cream pots!" The matter was now beyond doubt, and the neighbor next advised to make it cry lustily in order to bring its real mother to it. This also succeeded, the fee came imploring them to spare her child, and the real one should be restored. There is another kind of fays known in Normandy by the name of dames blanches, or white ladies, who are of a less benevolent character. These lurk in narrow places, such as ravines, fords and bridges, where passengers cannot well avoid them, and there seek to attract their attention. The Dame Blanche sometimes requires him whom she thus meets to join her in a dance, or to hand her over a plank. If he does so she makes him many courtesies, and then vanishes. One of these ladies named La Dame d'Aprigny, used to appear in a winding narrow ravine which occupied the place of the present Rue Saint-Quentin at Bayeux, where, by her involved dances, she prevented any one from passing. She meantime held out her hand, inviting him to join her, and if he did so she dismissed him after a round or two, but if he drew back, she seized him and flung him into one of the ditches which were full of briars and thorns. Another Dame Blanche took her station on a narrow wooden bridge over the Dive, in the district of Falaise, named the Pont d'Enguet. She sat on it and would not allow any one to pass unless he went on his knees to her. If he refused, the fee gave him over to the lutins, the cats, owls, and other beings which, under her sway, haunt the place, by whom he was cruelly tormented. Near the village of Puis, half a league to the northeast of Dieppe, there is a high plateau, surrounded on all sides by large entrenchments, except that over the sea, where the cliffs render it inaccessible. It is named La Cite de Limes or La Camp de César or simply Le Cattle or Castel. Tradition tells that the Fays used to hold a fair there, at which all sorts of magic articles from their secret stores were offered for sale. And the most courteous entreaties and blandishments were employed to induce those who frequented it to become purchasers. But the moment any one did so, and stretched forth his hand to take the article he had selected, the perfidious Fays seized him and hurled him down the cliffs. Such are the accounts of the Fays Styphi current in Normandy. To these we may add that of Dame Abond or Idabond, current in the Middle Ages. William of Auvergne, Bishop of Paris, who died in the year 1248, thus writes. Sunt eti alii ludifications malignorum spiritorum quas facient interdum in memoribus et locis amoenis, e frondosis arboribus. Ubi apparent in similitudine polarum aut matronarum ornatum muliebri et candido. Interdum etium in stabulus, cum luminaribus Sirius, ex cabus apparent distillations in comis et collis equorum e comi ipsorum diligenter tricadi. Eti audis eos, Catalia se vidis fetenter, dicendis verum serum esse quae de luminaribus hujusmodi stillaverat. De illis vero substantius quae apparent in domibus quas dominas nocturnas eti principem iram vocant dominum abundium pro eo quat domibus, quas frequentant. Abundantium bonorum temporalium prester putanter non aliter tibi senscendum est nec aliter quam admitum de illis audivisti. Qua propter eo usque invaluit stultitia hominum et insania vecillarum uti vesa vini et receptacula ciborum disco aperta relinquent, et omnino nec obstruent nec claudent eis noctibus cabus ad domos soas eas credent adventuras. Ea de causa videlicet ut cibos et potus quasi parados invenient, et eos absci difilcultate apparitionis pro beneplacido sumant. 505. Dame Abond is also mentioned in the same century in the celebrated Roman de la Rose as follows. Que les cinq cents einsign decoit. Par les phantasmes tuil recoit. Don't mates gens par br folie. Quident ester par nude estries, Alice. Errands avec Dame Abond. Ed dient que par tout le monde. Si tiers enfant de nation, naissance. Sunt de ceste condition. Ils vont trois fois en la semaine. Li cum destiny lia main, mean. E par tu ces ostex, hotels, se boutent. Necles any bars any redutant. Ein sen entrant par lia fendaces, fence. Par chatiers et par crevasses. Et se partent de corps les aims. Et vont avec lia bons dames. Par leur forains et par maisons. Et le percuvant par tiques, ces, raisons. Que les diversites views. Ne sont pas en lor lis, lits, venus. Eins, enziet, sunt lor aims que laborent. Et par le monde ainsinks in Corinth. 506. In these places we find that Abundia is a queen or ruler over a band of what we may call fairies, who enter houses at night, feast there, twist the horses' manes, etc. This may remind us at once of Shakespeare's Queen Mab, whom, though only acquainted with Abundia through a passage in Heywood 507 we conjecture to have derived her name from that of this French dame. 508 Chaucer, by the way, always spells abundance with an H, which may have become M as it does N in Numps from Humphrey, so Edward makes Ned, Oliver Noel, etc. The Luton or Gobelin 509 of Normandy hardly differs in any respect from the domestic spirit of Scandinavia and Germany. He is fond of children and horses. And if the proverb, O ilya belle fille et bon in. La aussi hanti lo Luton. Lie not, of young maidens also. He caresses the children, and gives them nice things to eat, but he also whips and pinches them if naughty. 510 He takes great care of the horses, gallops them at times, and lootens their manes, i.e., elves, or plates, and twists them in an inexplicable manner. So fond, indeed, is he of this amusement, that it is related that when one time 2 young girls fell asleep in a stable, he lootened their hair in such a way that they had to cut it all off. Sometimes the luton takes the form of a young villager, and struts about with great complacency. On such occasions it is necessary to call him bon garçon, a thing the Norman peasant never neglects to do. At other times he appears under the form of a horse ready bridled and saddled. If any peasant, weary after his day's work, is induced to mount him in order to ride home, he begins to kick and fling and rear and bound, and ends by jerking him into a marsh or a ditch full of water. When he takes this form he is called Le Cheval Bayard, probably after the famous steed of the paladin Rinaldo. The following tradition of Le Luton, ou le fée amoureux, is related in the neighborhood of Argentan. A fée was fond of a pretty young paysanne, and used to come every evening when she was spinning at her fireside, and take his seat on a stool opposite to her, and keep gazing on her fair face. The ungrateful object of this respectful attention, however, told her husband the whole story, and in his jealous mood, he resolved to have his revenge of the amorous luton. Accordingly, he heated the girdle, galetière, red hot, and placed it on the seat which he used to occupy, and then dressing himself in his wife's clothes, he sat in her place, and began to spin as well as he could. The fée came as usual, and instantly perceived the change. "Where," said he, "is la belle belle of yesterday evening, who draws, and keeps always twirling, while you turn, and never twirl?" He, however, went and took his usual seat, but immediately jumped up, screaming with pain. His companions, who were at hand, inquired the cause. "I am burnt," cried he. "Who burned you?" cried they. "Myself," replied he. For this the woman had told him was her husband's name. At this they mocked at him and went away. 511. The best way, it is said, to banish a luton who haunts a house, is to scatter flaxseed in the room that he most frequents. His love of neatness and regularity will not allow him to let it lie there, and he soon gets tired of picking it up, and so goes away. A luton, named the Nain Rouge, haunts the coast of Normandy. He is kind in his way to the fishermen, and often gives them valuable aid, but punishes those who do not treat him with proper respect. 2 fishermen who lived near Dieppe were going one day to Paulet. On their way they found a little boy sitting on the roadside. They asked him what he was doing there. "I am resting myself," said he, "for I am going to Bernaville, a village within a league of Paulet." They invited him to join company. He agreed, and amused them greatly with his tricks as they went alone. At last, when they came to a pond near Bernaville, the malicious urchin caught up one of them, and flung him, like a shuttlecock, up into the air over it. But, to his great disappointment, he saw him land safe and sound at the other side. "Thank your patron saint," cried he, with his cracked voice, "for putting it into your mind to take some holy water when you were getting up this morning. But for that you have got a nice dip." A parcel of children were playing on the strand at Paulet, when Le Petit Rouge came by. They began to make game of him, and he instantly commenced pelting them with stones at such a rate that they found it necessary to seek refuge in a fishing boat, where, for the space of an hour, as they crouched under the hatches, they heard the shower of stones falling so that they were sure the boat must be buried under them. At length the noise ceased, and when they ventured to peep out, not a stone was to be seen. There is also in Normandy a kind of spirits called lubins, which take the form of wolves, and enter the churchyards under the guidance of a chief who is quite black. They are very timorous, and at the least noise they fly, crying, "Robert eat mort. Robert est mort." People say of a timorous man, "Il a peur de lubin." 512. A belief in fays, similar to those which Renave denominated fairies of romance, seems to have prevailed all over France during the Middle Ages. The great Bertrand de Guesclin married a lady named Typhane, extrait du noble Ligny, says his old biographer. Lequel avoit environ vincator ans, enianx enavoidate marie et estoit bon in sage, molt expert aux arts d'astronomie, aucans desoyant tuel estoit fi mais non estoit, mais estoit sinci inspiri et de la grace de Dieu. One of the chief articles of accusation against the heroic and unfortunate maid of Orleans, was, que sauvant aloit à un belle fontaine au pays de Lorraine, laquelle elle nomoit bonne fontaine aux fais nostre seigneur, etienne is louis lu two sulks de pays quand ils avoyant fibre ils alloyant pour recouvrir garison. Eti ia aloit sauvant la dite Jehan la pucelle, sous un grand arbre que la fontaine ambroid, eti apparent à lst. Catherine Sainte Marguerite 513. She was also asked cl skate reine de ce que vont avec les fées. Of these fées the most celebrated is Melusina, who was Masried to the Count of Lusignan. Toward the end of the 14th century, Jean d'Arras collected the traditions relating to her, and composed what he called her Chronicle. Stephen, a Dominican of the House of Lusignan, took up the history written by Jean d'Arras, gave it consistency, and cast such splendor about his heroine, that several noble houses were ambitious of showing a descent from her. Those of Luxembourg and Rohan even falsified their genealogies for that purpose. And the House of Sassenage, though it might claim its descent from a monarch, preferred Melusina, and to gratify them it was feigned that when she quitted Lusignan she retired to the Grot of Sassenage, in Dauphiny. The following is a slight sketch of the story of the fair Melusina. 514. Ange par ia figure, serpent par le reste. De Lille. Legend of Melusina. Alinas, king of Albania, to divert his grief for the death of his wife, amused himself with hunting. One day, at the chase, he went to a fountain to quench his thirst. As he approached it he heard the voice of a woman singing, and on coming to it he found there the beautiful Fay Prasina. After some time the Fay bestowed her hand upon him, on the condition that he should never visit her at the time of her lying in. She had 3 daughters at a birth, Melusina, Melior, and Palatina. Nathas, the king's son by a former wife, hastened to convey the joyful tidings to his father, who, without reflection, flew to the chamber of the queen, and entered as she was bathing her daughters. Prasina, on seeing him, cried out that he had broken his word, and she must depart, and taking up her 3 daughters, she disappeared. She retired to the Lost Island. 515 so called because it was only by chance any, even those who had repeatedly visited it, could find it. Here she reared her children, taking them every morning to a high mountain, whence Albania might be seen, and telling them that but for their father's breach of promise they might have lived happily in the distant land which they beheld. When they were 15 years of age, Melusina asked her mother particularly of what their father had been guilty. On being informed of it, she conceived the design of being revenged on him. Engaging her sisters to join in her plans, they set out for Albania. Arrived there, they took the king and all his wealth, and, by a charm, enclosed him in a high mountain, called Brandelois. On telling their mother what they had clone, she, to punish them for the unnatural action, condemned Melusina to become every Saturday a serpent, from the waist downwards. Till she should meet a man who would marry her under the condition of never seeing her on a Saturday, and should keep his promise. She inflicted other judgments on her 2 sisters, less severe in proportion to their guilt. Melusina now went roaming through the world in search of the man who was to deliver her. She passed through the Black Forest, and that of Ardennes, and at last she arrived in the forest of Colombiers, in Poitou, where all the fays of the neighborhood came before her, telling her they had been waiting for her to reign in that place. Raymond having accidentally killed the count, his uncle, by the glancing aside of his boar spear, was wandering by night in the forest of Colombiers. He arrived at a fountain that rose at the foot of a high rock. This fountain was called by the people the Fountain of Thirst, or the Fountain of the Fays. 516 on account of the many marvelous things which had happened at it. At the time, when Raymond arrived at the fountain, 3 lathes were diverting themselves there by the light of the moon, the principal of whom was Melusina. Her beauty and her amiable manners quickly won his love. She soothed him, concealed the deed he had done, and married him, he promising on his oath never to desire to see her on a Saturday. She assured him that a breach of his oath would forever deprive him of her whom he so much loved, and be followed by the unhappiness of both. For life. Out of her great wealth, she built for him, in the neighborhood of the Fountain of Thirst, where he first saw her, the castle of Lusignan. She also built La Rochelle, Cloyter Malliers, Mersent, and other places. But Destiny, that would have Melusina single, was incensed against her. The marriage was made unhappy by the deformity of the children born of one that was enchanted. But still Raymond's love for the beauty that ravished both heart and eyes remained unshaken. Destiny now renewed her attacks. Raymond's cousin had excited him to jealousy and to secret concealment, by malicious suggestions of the purport of the Saturday retirement of the Countess. He hid himself. And then saw how the lovely form of Melusina ended below in a snake, grey and sky blue, mixed with white. But it was not horror that seized him at the sight, it was infinite anguish at the reflection that through his breach of faith he might lose his lovely wife forever. Yet this misfortune had not speedily come on him, were it not that his son, Geoffroy with the tooth, 517 had burned his brother Fraymond, who would stay in the abbey of Malliers, with the abbot and 100 monks. At which the afflicted father, Count Raymond, when his wife Melusina was entering his closet to comfort him, broke out into these words against her, before all the courtiers who attended her, out of my sight. Thou pernicious snake and odious serpent! Thou contaminator of my race! Melusina's former anxiety was now verified, and the evil that had lain so long in ambush had now fearfully sprung on him and her. At these reproaches she fainted away. And when at length she revived, full of the profoundest grief, she declared to him that she must now depart from him, and, in obedience to a decree of destiny, fleet about the earth in pain and suffering, as a spectre, until the day of doom. And that only when one of her race was to die at Lusignan would she become visible. Her words at parting were these. But one thing will I say unto thee before I part, that thou, and those who for more than 100 years shall succeed thee, shall know that whenever I am seen to hover over the fair castle of Lusignan, then will it be certain that in that very year the castle will get a new lord. And though people may not perceive me in the air, yet they will see me by the Fountain of Thirst, and thus shall it be so long as the castle stands in honor and flourishing, especially on the Friday before the lord of the castle shall die. Immediately, with wailing and loud lamentation, she left the castle of Lusignan 518 and has ever since existed as a spectre of the night. Raymond died as a hermit on Montserrat. The President de Boissieu says, 519 that she chose for her retreat one of the mountains of Sassenage, near Grenoble, on account of certain vats that are there, and to which she communicated a virtue which makes them, at this day, one of the 7 wonders of Dauphiné. They are 2 in number, of great beauty, and so admirably cut in the rock, that it is easy to see they are not the work of unaided nature. The virtue which Melusina communicated to them was, that of announcing, by the water they contain, the abundance or scantiness of the crops. When there is to be an abundant harvest, it rises over the edges, and overflows. In middling years, the vats are but half full, and when the crops are to fail, they are quite dry. One of these vats is consecrated to corn, the other to wine. The popular belief was strong in France that she used to appear on what was called the Tower of Melusina as often as any of the lords of the race of Lusignan was to die. And that when the family was extinct, and the castle had fallen to the crown, she was seen whenever a king of France was to depart this life. Mézeray informs us that he was assured of the truth of the appearance of Melusina on this tower previous to the death of a Lusignan, or a king of France, by people of reputation, and who were not by any means credulous. She appeared in a mourning dress, and continued for a long time to utter the most heart-piercing lamentation. The following passage occurs in Brantome's Éloge of the Duke of Montpensier, who in 1574 destroyed Lusignan, and several other retreats of the Huguenots. I heard, more than 40 years ago, an old veteran say, that when the Emperor Charles V came to France, they brought him by Lusignan for the sake of the recreation of hunting the deer, which were there in great abundance in fine old parks of France. That he was never tired admiring and praising the beauty, the size, and the chef d'oeuvre of that house, built, which is more, by such a lady, of whom he made them tell him several fabulous tales, which are there quite common. Even to the good old women who washed their linen at the fountain, whom Queen Catherine of Medicis, mother to the king, would also question and listen to. Some told her that they used sometimes to see her come to the fountain to bathe in it, in the form of a most beautiful woman, and in the dress of a widow. Others said that they used to see her, but very rarely, and that on Saturday evening, for in that state she did not let herself be seen, bathing, half her body being that of a very beautiful lady, the other half ending in a snake. Others, that she used to appear atop of the great tower in a very beautiful form, and as a snake. Some said, that when any great disaster was to come on the kingdom, or a change of reign, or a death, or misfortune among her relatives, who were the greatest people of France, and were kings, that 3 days before she was heard to cry, with a cry most shrill and terrible, 3 times. This is held to be perfectly true. Several persons of that place, who have heard it, are positive of it, and hand it from father to son, and say that, even when the siege came on, many soldiers and men of honor who were there affirmed it. But it was when the order was given to throw down and destroy her castles that she uttered her loudest cries and wails. This is perfectly true, according to the saying of people of honor. Since then she has not been heard. Some old wives, however, say she has appeared to them, but very rarely. Jean d'Arras declares that Serval, who defended the castle of Lusignan for the English against the Duke of Bern, swore to that prince, upon his faith and honor, that, 3 days before the surrender of the fortress, there entered into his chamber, though the doors were shut, a large serpent, enamelled with white and blue, which came and struck its tail several times against the feet of the bed where he was lying with his wife, who was not at all frightened at it, though he was very much so. And that when he seized his sword, the serpent changed all at once into a woman. Arad said to him, "How, Serval, you who have been at so many sieges and battles, are you afraid? Know that I am the mistress of this castle, which I have built, and that you must surrender it very soon." When she had ended these words she resumed her serpent shape, and glided away so swiftly that he could not perceive her. The author adds, that the prince told him that other credible people had sworn to him that they too had seen her at the same time in other places in the neighborhood, and in the same form. The old castle of Pirou, on the coast of the Cotentin, in Lower Normandy, likewise owes its origin to the Fées. 520. These were the daughters of a great lord of the country, who was a celebrated magician. They built the castle long before the time of the invasions of the Northmen, and dwelt there in peace and unity. But when these pirates began to make their descents on the coast, the Fées, fearing their violence, changed themselves into wild geese, and thus set them at defiance. They did not, however, altogether abandon their castle. For the elders of the place assert that every year, on the 1st of March, a flock of wild geese returns to take possession of the nests they had hollowed out for themselves in its walls. It was also said that when a male child was born to the illustrious house of Pirou, the males of these geese, displaying their finest grey plumage, strutted about on the pavement in the courts of the castle. While, if it was a girl, the females, in plumage whiter than snow, took precedence then over the males. If the newborn maiden was to be a nun, it was remarked that one of them did not join with the rest, but kept alone in a corner, eating little, and deeply sighing. The following traditions are attached to the castles of Argoges and Reims, in Normandy. 521. One of the lords of Argoges, when out hunting one day, met a bevy of 20 ladies of rare beauty, all mounted on palfreys white as the driven snow. One of them appeared to be their queen, and the lord of Argoges became all at once so deeply enamored of her, that he offered on the spot to marry her. This lady was Fay. She had for a long time past secretly protected the sire d'Argoges, and even caused him to come off victorious in a combat with a terrible giant. As she loved the object of her care, she willingly accepted his troth, but under the express condition that he should never pronounce in her presence the name of death. So light a condition caused no difficulty. The marriage took place under the happiest auspices, and lovely children crowned their union. The fatal word was never heard, and their happiness seemed without alloy. It came to pass, however, one day at length, that the wedded pair were preparing to give their presents at a tournament. The lady was long at her toilet, and her husband waited for her with impatience. At length she made her appearance. "Fair dame," said he, when he saw her, "you would be a good person to send to fetch death, for you take long enough to perform what you are about." 522 Hardly had he pronounced the fatal word when, uttering a piercing cry, as if actually struck by death, the fey lady disappeared, leaving the mark of her hand on the gate. She comes every night clad in a white robe, and wanders round and round the castle, uttering deep and continuous groans, amid which may be heard, in funereal notes, "Death! Death!" The same legend, as we have said, adheres to the Castle of Rains, where, however, it was on the top of a tower that the fee vanished, leaving, like Melusina, the mark of her foot on the battlements, where it is still to be seen. In explication of the former legend, M. Pluck observes, that at the siege of Bayeux by Henry I, in 1106, Robert d'Argoges vanquished in single combat a German of huge stature. And that the crest of the house of Argoges is Faith, under the form of a woman naked to the waist, seated in a bark, with the motto, or war cry, Allah Fay. I.e. Allah Foi, which the people pronounce Allah Fay. So far the genuine French fees. On the revival of learning they appear to have fallen into neglect, till the memory of them was awakened by the appearance of the translation of the Italian tales of Straparola, many of which seem to have become current among the people. And in the end of the 17th century, the Contes de Fées of Perrault, Madame d'Aulnoy, and their imitators and successors, gave them vogue throughout Europe. These tales are too well known to our readers to require us to make any observations on them. Eastern Europe. Up the hill I went, and gazed round, hoping golden maids to see. Trooping lovely maidens came, who round the hill danced merrily, all the sweetest ditties singing, sweetest ditties that might be, bearing fragrant apple blossoms. These fair maidens came to me. Lettish Song. Europe is inhabited on the east and northeast, from the frozen ocean to the Adriatic, by two extensive races named the Finns and the Slaves. The former dwell round the northern edge of Scandinavia by the icy ocean, and on the east and southeast of the Baltic. The Magyars, or the dominant portion of the people of Hungary, are also of Finnish origin. The slaves who are akin to the Gotho-German race are also widely spread. This stem numbers among its branches the Russians, Poles, Bohemians, Servians, and the nations dwelling northeast of the Adriatic. Our knowledge of the popular mythology of both races is very limited. Finns. B. Thou little mundane bird, fly away to where I bid thee. O'er the moon, beneath the sun, behind the lofty heaven's stars, close by the wain's axle fly, to the great Creator's court. Finnish Rune. Of the mythology of the Finnish race, the first possibly that appeared in Europe, and one of the most widely spread in the world, our knowledge, as we have just stated, is very slight. It appears, however, either to have influenced that of the Gothic race, or to have been affected by it. The Finlanders, Laplanders, and other nations of this race, who are neighbors of the Scandinavians and Germans, believe, like them, in dwarfs and kobolds. The former they describe as having a magnificent region under the ground, to which mortals are sometimes admitted and are there sumptuously entertained, getting plenty of tobacco and brandy, and other things esteemed by them delicious. It is an article of faith with the Finns that there dwell under the altar in every church little misshapen beings which they call kirkenwaki, i.e., churchfolk. When the wives of these little people have a difficult labor they are relieved if a Christian woman visits them and lays her hand upon them. Such service is always rewarded by a gift of gold and silver. 523. The kobold of Finland is called Para, from the Swedish Bjara. He steals the milk from other people's cows, carries and coagulates it in his stomach, and then disgorges it into the churn of his mistress. There is a species of mushroom, which if it be fried with tar, salt and sulfur, and then beaten with a rod, the woman who owns the kobold will quickly appear, and entreat to spare him. The Alp, or nightmare, is called Peinajainen, i.e., presser. It resembles a white maid, and its brightness illumines the whole room. It causes people to scream out woefully, it also hurts young children, and makes them squint. The remedy against it is steel or a broom placed under the pillow. The house spirit named Tutu, the Swedish Tomtegub, is also common in Finland. 524 The Estonians believe that the neck has fish's teeth. An Estonian legend relates that one time a girl was stopped by a pretty boy that had on him a handsome peasant's belt and forced to scratch his head a little. She did so, and while she was so engaged she was, without her knowledge, fastened to him by his belt, but the rubbing of her hand set him to sleep. Meanwhile a woman passed by, who came up and asked the girl what she was doing there. She told her the whole matter, and as she was speaking she freed herself from the belt. The boy, however, slept sounder than ever and his mouth was wide open. The woman who had come nearer cried at once, "Ha! That's a neck, see his fish's teeth." The neck instantly vanished. 525. The following Estonian legend, though the devil is the subject, strongly resembles some of those of France and Great Britain. A man who had charge of the granary of a farmhouse was sitting one day molding buttons in lead. The devil came by, saluted him, and said, "What are you doing there?" "I am molding eyes." "Eyes? Could you make me new ones?" "To be sure I could, but I have none by me at present." "Will you then do it another time?" "That will I." "When shall I come again?" "Whenever you please." Next day the devil came to get his new eyes. "Will you have them large or small?" said the man. "Very large." The man then put a large quantity of lead down to melt, and said, "I cannot make them for you, unless you first let me tie you fast." He then made him lie on his back on a bench and tied him down with good strong thick ropes. When the devil was thus fast bound he asked the man what his name was. "My name is myself, Isai," replied he. "That's a good name, I know none better." The lead was now melted. The devil opened his eyes as wide as he could, expecting to get the new ones. "Now, I'm going to pour it out," said the man, and he poured the melting lead into the eyes of the devil, who jumped up with the bench on his back, and ran away. As he passed by some people who were plowing, they asked him, "Who did that to you?" "Myself did it, Isai Tegi," replied the devil. The people laughed and said, "If you did it yourself, keep it yourself." The devil died of his new eyes, and since then no one has seen the devil any more. 526. The Hungarians or Magyars, as they call themselves, are, as we have seen, a portion of the Finnish race. 2 collections of their popular tales have been published of late years. The editor of one of them which we have read, 527, assures us that he took them from the lips of an old Hungarian soldier, who knew no language but his own. We therefore cannot but regard the tales as genuine. Though the mode and tone in which they are narrated by the editor are not always the best. They contain no traits of popular mythology, a circumstance not a little remarkable, rather resembling the French and Italian fairy tales. Several of them, however, are very pleasing. We regret that we have not seen the other collection, which is apparently of greater value. 528. Slaves. Whatsoe'er at eve had raised the workman. Did the vela raise ere dawn of morning. Boring, Servian popular poetry. A demon, in the attire of a mourning widow, used, in the eastern Russia, to go through the fields at noon and harvest time, and break the legs and arms of the workmen, who failed, when they saw her, to fall on their faces. There was a remedy, however, against this. Trees, long venerated, grew in the adjacent wood, the bark of which being laid on the wound, removed the pain and healed it. 529. The Vends believe in a similar being. But a Ven knows that when he converses with her for an hour together about flax and the preparation of it, if he always contradicts her, or says the paternoster backwards without stopping, he is secure. 530. The Russians also believe in a species of water and wood maids, called Rizalki. They are of a beautiful form, with long green hair. They swing and balance themselves on the branches of trees, bathe in lakes and rivers, play on the surface of the water and wring their locks on the green meads at the water's edge. It is chiefly at Whitsuntide that they appear, and the people then singing and dancing, weave garlands for them, which they cast into the stream. 531. The following is the Polish form of a legend which we have already met with in several places. 532. There came to a nobleman an unknown man, who called himself Iskrzyki, Spark or Firestone, and offered to engage in his service. The contract was drawn up and signed, when the master perceived that Iskrzyki had horse's hoofs, and he accordingly wanted to break off the agreement. But the servant stood on his right, and declared that he would enter on his duties, even against his master's will. From this time forwards he took up his abode invisibly in the stove, and performed all the tasks set him. People gradually grew accustomed to him, but at last the lady prevailed on her lord to remove, and he hired another estate. His people left the castle, and they had already gone the greater part of the way, when on a bad part of the road the carriage was near turning over, and the lady gave a loud cry of terror. Immediately a voice answered from behind the carriage, "Never fear. Iskrzyki is with you." The lord and his lady now saw that there was no way of getting rid of him, so they went back to the old house, and lived there on good terms with their servant till the term of the engagement had arrived. The Servian ballads, that have lately appeared 533 have made us acquainted with an interesting species of beings called vilas. These are represented as mountain nymphs, young and beautiful, clad in white, with long flying hair. Their voice is said to resemble that of the woodpecker. They shoot, according to popular belief, deadly arrows at men, and sometimes carry off children, whom their mothers in their anger have consigned to them or the devil. Yet the general character of the vilas is to injure none but those who intrude upon their kolos or roundels. The vilas sometimes appear gaily dancing their kolos beneath the branches of the vishnia or vistula cherry. Sometimes a vila is introduced comforting the sorrows of an inarner deer, at other times collecting storms in the heavens. 534 Now foretelling to a hero his impending death. 535 Now ruthlessly casting down each night the walls of a rising fortress, till a young and lovely female is immured within them. 536 She usually rides a 7-year-old hart, with a bridle made of snakes. The following are specimens of these Servian ballads. Vilas. Cherry. Dearest cherry. Higher lift thy branches, under which the vilas dance their magic roundels. Them before Radisha. Dew from flowers, lashes. Letteth on 2 vilas. To the third he saith, Be thou mine, O vila. Thou shalt, with my mother, in the cool shade seat thee. Soft silk deftly spinning from the golden distaff. 537. Deer and vila. A young deer tracked his way through the lone forest. One lonely day another came in sadness. And the third dawned, and brought him sighs and sorrow. Then he addressed him to the forest vila. Young deer, she said, thou wild one of the forest. Now tell me what great sorrow has oppressed thee. Why wanderest thou thus in the forest lonely? Lonely one day another day in sadness. And the third day with sighs and anguish groaning. And thus the young deer to the vila answered. O thou sweet sister, vila of the forest, me has indeed a heavy grief befallen. For I once had a fawn, mine own beloved. And one sad day she sought the running water. She entered it, but came not back to bless me. Then, tell me, has she lost her way and wandered? Was she pursued and captured by the huntsman? Or has she left me, has she wholly left me? Loving some other deer and I forgotten. Oh, if she has but lost her way, and wanders, teach her to find it, bring her back to love me. Oh, if she has been captured by the huntsman, then may a fate as sad as mine await him. But if she has forsaken me, if, faithless, she loves another deer and I forgotten, then may the huntsman speedily, overtake her. 538. We have already observed how almost all nations compare female beauty to that of the beings of their legendary creed. With the Servians the object of comparison is the lovely Vila. She is fairer than the mountain Vila, is the highest praise of woman's beauty. In the ballad of the sister of the Captain Lika, it is said of the heroine Rosandra, that in no country, either Turkey, or the land of the Kauran, or Jurs, was her fellow to be found. No white Beulah, Mohammedan, no Vlachin, Greek, no slender Latinas, Roman Catholic, could compare with her. And who on the hills hath seen the Vila? E'en the Vila, brother, must to her yield. The swiftness of the Vila also affords a subject of comparison. A fleet horse is said to be Vila-ish or swift as a Vita. The Morlacci of Dalmatia, as Sir Gardner Wilkinson informs us, 539 believe also in the Vila. They describe her as a handsome female, who accompanies the man who is her favorite everywhere he goes, and causes all his undertakings to prosper. One thus favored is termed Vilnik. Another of their objects of belief is the Messiah, who appears in the form of a boy, with a cap on his head, and is always laughing. Anyone to whom he appears gets the power of commanding him. If ordered to bring money, he usually steals it from one of the neighbors, and if taxed with his dishonesty, he goes to the sea and comes back dripping and with money. Africans, Jews, etc. Loud from the hills the voice of riot comes, where yumbos shout and beat their jollof drums. T.K. This division of our work is somewhat miscellaneous, not being restricted to any particular race, or to any determinate part of the earth's surface. It contains merely such matters as appear to us to be worthy of note, but which we could not include in any of the preceding sections. Africans. When evening's shades o'er Gory's isle extend, the nimble yumbos from the paps descend, slyly approach the natives' huts, and steal, with secret hand, the pounded couscous meal. T.K. The Jollof inhabitants of the mainland of Africa, opposite the Isle of Gory, believe in a species of beings who have a striking and surprising correspondence with the Gothic fairies. They call them yumbos, and describe them as being about 2 feet high, of a white color, as everything preternatural is in Africa. It is remarkable that, acting on the same principle as the Greeks, who called their Furies Eumenides, and the Scots and Irish, who style the fairies good neighbors, or good people, the Africans call the yumbos, Boknarakna, or good people. The dress of the yumbos exactly corresponds with that of the natives, and they imitate their actions in every particular. They attach themselves to particular families. And whenever any of their members die, the yumbos are heard to lament them, and to dance, upon their graves. The Moors believe the yumbos to be the souls of their deceased friends. The chief abode of the yumbos is a subterraneous dwelling on the paps, the hills about 3 miles distant from the coast. Here they dwell in great magnificence, and many wonderful stories are told of those persons, particularly Europeans, who have been received and entertained in the subterraneous residence of the yumbos, of how they were placed at richly furnished tables, how nothing but hands and feet were to be seen, which laid and removed the various dishes, of the numerous stories the underground abode consisted of, the modes of passing from one to the other without stairs, etc., etc. In the evening the yumbos come down to the habitation of man, wrapped close in their pangs, 540 with only their eyes and nose visible. They steal to the huts, where the women are pounding in mortars the couscous, or corn, watch till the pounders are gone for sieves to source the meal, and then slyly creep to the mortars, take out the meal, and carry it off in their pangs, looking every moment behind them, to see if they are observed or pursued. Or they put it into calabashes, and arranging themselves in a row, like the monkeys, convey it from hand to hand, till it is placed in safety. They are also seen at night in their canoes, out fishing in the bay. They bring their fish to land, and, going to the fires kindled by the natives to keep away the wild beasts, they steal each as much fire as will roast his fish. They bury palm wine, and when it becomes sour they drink of it till it intoxicates them, and then make a great noise, beating jollof drums on the hills. 541. Jews. And the Mazikeen shall not come near thy tents. It has long been an established article of belief among the Jews that there is a species of beings which they call Shedim, Shehirim, or Mazakin. These beings exactly correspond to the Arabian jinn, and the Jews hold that it is by means of them that all acts of magic and enchantment are performed. The Talmud says that the Shedim were the offspring of Adam. After he had eaten of the tree of life, Adam was excommunicated for 130 years. In all those years, saith Rabbi Jeremiah ben Eliezer, during which Adam was under excommunication, he begot spirits, demons, and spectres of the night, as it is written, Adam lived 130 years. And begot children in his likeness and in his image, which teaches, that till that time he bad not begotten them in his own likeness. In Beraspeth Rabbah, Simon says, during all the 130 years that Adam was separate from Eve, male spirits lay with her, and she bare by them, and female spirits lay with Adam, and bare by him. These Shedim or Mazakin are held to resemble the angels in three things. They can see and not be seen, they have wings and can fly, they know the future. In three respects they resemble mankind, they eat and drink, they marry and have children. They are subject to death. It may be added, they have the power of assuming any form they please, and so the agreement between them and the jinn of the Arabs is complete. Moses Edrahi, a learned Jew of Morocco, has translated into Spanish for us several of the tales of the Mazakin contained in the Talmud and rabbinical writings. We select the following as specimens. And according to our usual custom, adhere strictly to our original. The broken oaths. There was a man who was very rich, and who had but one only son. He bestowed upon him every kind of instruction, so that he became very learned and of great talent. Before his death the old man gave a great entertainment, and invited all the chief people of the city. And when the entertainment was over, he called his son, and made him swear, in the name of the great God of the whole universe that he never would travel or go out of his own country. He then left him the whole of his riches on this condition, and made him sign a paper to that effect, with sufficient witnesses, in the presence of all that company, and he gave the paper into the custody of one of the principal persons. Some years after the death of his father, there came a very large ship from India, laden with merchandise of great value. The captain when he arrived inquired after the father of this young man, and the people said unto him that he was dead, but that he had left a son, and they conducted the captain to the young man's dwelling. The captain then said unto him, Sir, I have brought hither much property belonging to thy father, and as there is much property of thy father's still remaining, if thou wilt come with me, thou wilt be able to obtain much riches. For thou canst recover all that is owing unto thy father. He made answer unto the captain and said, that he could not travel, as he had taken an oath unto his father that he never would go out of the country. The captain, however, ceased not every day to persuade him, until at length he gave him his word that he would go with him. He then went unto the learned rabbin that were at that time, to see if they would give him absolution respecting the oath he had sworn unto his father. But they counselled him not to leave the country. But his eagerness to acquire more riches was so great, that he would not hearken unto the counsel of any one. So he finally took his resolution, and went away with the captain. Now, when they were in the midst of the sea, lo! The ship went to pieces, and all the merchandise that was on board was lost, and all the people were drowned, save only this young man, who got upon a plank. And the water carried him about from one place unto another, until it cast him upon the land. But here he was in danger of starving, and had nothing to eat but the herbs of the field, or to drink but the running water. One day an exceeding large eagle drew near unto him, and seated himself on the ground before him. As he was now reduced to despair, and had little hopes of being able to preserve his life, and knew not where he was, he resolved to mount this eagle, and to sit upon his back. He accordingly mounted the bird, and the eagle flew with him until he brought him unto a country that was inhabited, where he left him. 542 When he saw that he was in a land where there were people, he was greatly rejoiced, and he immediately inquired where the great rabbi of that country dwelt. But all the people that were there stood mocking at him, and cursing him, and saying that he should die, because he had broken the oath he had sworn unto his father. When he heard this, he was greatly astonished at their knowing it, but he went to the house of the chief person among them, who said unto him that he should abide in his house until they did him justice, because in that country they were all Mazikeen. And they wanted to kill him because he deserved death on account of the oath to his father, which he had broken. Therefore, said he, when they will sentence thee, and will lead thee forth to punishment, cry aloud and say, I call for justice before God and the king. The king will then do his utmost to deliver thee out of their hands, and thou wilt remain alive. Accordingly, when he was tried before the Senate, and before their princes and great men, he was found guilty, and sentenced to death, according to the law of God. And when they led him forth to be slain, he put his fingers before God, and before his majesty the king. 543 When they heard this, they took him before the king, who examined him, and saw that, in justice, he was worthy of death. But the king asked him if he had studied or knew the law of Moses, or had studied the Talmud, and various authors, and he saw that he was very learned, and a great rabbi, and it grieved him much that he should be put to death. The king, therefore, begged that they would defer his execution until the following day, for he wished to give his case a little further consideration. At this they all held their peace, and departed. Next day all the senators, governors, chief men, and all the people of the city, came together to see and hear the sentence of the king, and also to behold the death of this man, as it would be for them a very curious sight. Now, while they were all standing there assembled, before the king came forth from his palace to give his judgment, he called for this man who was condemned to death, and asked him if he was willing to remain with him and teach his children what he knew, as, in such case, he would do his utmost to deliver him from death. He made answer that he was willing. The king then went forth from his palace, and seated himself upon his throne of judgment, and called all the chief men, and all the people, and spake unto them in this sort. Sirs, it is a truth that you have adjudged this man to death, which he deserves, but there is no rule without an exception, and I believe that this man hath not yet come to his time that he should die. For if it was the will of God that he should die, he would have died along with the rest of the people who were on board the same ship with him when the ship went to pieces, and not have escaped as he hath done. Again, if it was the will of God that he should die, he would not have reached the land, and an eagle would not have come and brought him hither amongst us. In like manner, God hath delivered him from you, for he might have been slain by you. He hath thus been delivered out of these manifold and great perils, and it therefore seemeth unto me that he should live. As for the sin that he hath committed, in breaking his oath, it is between him and God, who shall reward him for it one day or other. He shall therefore be free from us, and I ordain that no one shall touch him, or do him any evil. And whosoever troubleth him shall be put to death. When they heard these words of the king, they all expressed themselves well pleased at his decision, and the man remained in the house of the king, teaching his children. He continued in the palace for 3 years, highly respected by every one, and greatly esteemed by the king for his talents and his capacity. Now it came to pass that the king was obliged to set forth with an army, to war against one of the provinces of his kingdom which had rebelled. As he was on the point to set out, he called for this man, and gave him all the keys of his palaces and his treasures, and said unto him, Behold, thou mayest view everything that is in the land and in the palaces. But thou hast here a golden key of one palace which thou must beware of opening, for on the day that thou openest it I will slay thee. Then, charging the people to respect and attend to him, the king took his leave of him and departed. When the king was gone, he began to open and examine all the palaces, and all the curiosities, which were such as he had never seen in his life, and all the treasures of the greatest riches that could be in the world. In short, he saw mountains upon mountains of diamonds of great weight, and other things of various kinds, most admirable to behold. But when he had seen all, he was not satisfied, but wanted to see more. And as his desire was very great, he would open the other palace, and he thought he should suffer no injury thereby, so that he resolved to open it. 5 or 6 times he drew nigh to open it, and as often he drew back in fear. At length he took courage and opened it. There were 7 apartments, one within the other, and Every apartment was full of different rich and curious things. In the 7th apartment was the princess, with other women, all richly dressed, and very beautiful. When the princess saw him, she gave a sigh, and said, Man, it grieveth me for thee. How art thou come hither? Where is thy regard for the advice of my father, who entreated thee not to open this palace, when he gave thee the keys of his palaces and his treasures, and straitly charged thee not to come hither? Know now that my father is coming, and that he will surely slay thee. But if thou wilt follow my counsel, and wilt espouse me, I will save thee, but thou must give unto me thy oath, that thou wilt do it. He replied that he would, and he aware unto her, and gave it unto her in writing. She then said unto him, When my father asketh thee why thou hast opened the palace, thou shalt make answer, and say that thou desirest to marry me, and then he will let thee escape, and not slay thee. He had scarcely ended speaking with her, when the king entered, with his sword drawn in his hand, to slay him. Then he threw himself on the ground, and began to entreat him, and said that he was desirous to marry the princess. When the king heard this, he was rejoiced that he would remain there, and so teach his children all the knowledge he possessed, for he was of great capacity in everything. He therefore told him, that he would leave it to his daughter, whether she would have him or not. The king then asked his daughter, and she replied, What your majesty doth for me is well done. The king then gave his consent for her marriage with him. The contract was made, and notice was given to all the chief persons of the city, and the wedding was appointed to be in 2 months. When the appointed time was come, all the chief men of all the provinces of the kingdom were invited, and a great feast was made to celebrate the marriage of the princess, and they were married to their great joy and happiness. On the first night of their marriage, when the husband and the wife were alone, she said unto him, Behold, I am not like one of you, and thou sayest that, Thanks be unto God. There is no defect in my body. If therefore, though we have been publicly married with the consent of my father, thou art not content to live with me as husband and wife, thou art at liberty, and no one shall know it. But if thou art content with all thy will, thou must swear unto me that thou wilt never leave me. He replied, that he was well content with everything, and he aware unto her, and wrote it down on paper, and signed it with his hand, and gave it unto her, and they lived happily as man and wife for many years, and they had children, and his firstborn he named Solomon, after the name of King Solomon. Immediately after the marriage, the king caused it to be proclaimed that his son-in-law should be the second person in the kingdom to give judgment, and to punish such as should be deserving of punishment. This the king did, with the consent of all the great men of the country. But, after some years, this man began to be very anxious and melancholy, and his wife asked him many times what it was that ailed him, but he would never tell her the cause, yet she persuaded him so much, that at length he told it unto her, and said, that when he looked upon his children he remembered the other children that he had, and his other wife, and that he yearned to behold them once more. His wife replied, My dear husband, let not this give thee any uneasiness, for if thou wishest to see them, thou canst see them. He answered, If thou wilt do me this favor and grace, I shall thank thee much. She asked him how long he wished to stay with his wife and children, and he answered, 3 months, but she said, No, I will give thee the space of a year, on condition, that as soon as the year is expired thou return again unto me. He answered, If thou show me this favor, I will do all that thou wilt command me. She said, Take an oath that thou wilt keep thy word. He then aware, and wrote it down on paper, and gave it unto her. She then called one of her servants, and ordered him to convey him to his own house with all the speed he could make, and in the space of a few minutes he found himself in his own house with his wife and children. The man then asked him if he had any commands for his lady. He replied, I have nothing to do with thee or thy lady. I am now with my wife and children, I know no other, and therefore I have no message to give. The servant then returned to his mistress, and she asked him what his master had said, and if he had given him any message. He answered, Madam, if I tell thee what he hath said, thou wilt not believe me. She then pressed him, and he told her all. She said, It doth not signify. He remained, then, very happy with his family, but at the end of the year his wife sent a messenger unto him to call him back unto her, as the year was expired. But he answered that he would not, and that he had nothing to do with them, as he was a man, and had nothing more to say with them. The messenger returned and told his mistress, and she sent other messengers of greater dignity, for she said this one is not sufficient for him. But he made the same reply that he had made unto the first. She then sent greater still, 3 or 4 times. And at last she was obliged to send her son Solomon. When he saw his son he embraced him, and asked him what he wanted. He told him that his mother had sent him, that he might come back with him, and that if he would not, she would come and avenge herself upon him. His father replied, that he had no mind to depart from his house. That he would stay with his wife and children, who were human beings like himself. So when his son saw that there was no remedy, and that he would not come with him, he returned unto his mother, and related the whole unto her. His mother was then obliged to go herself with her great army. When they arrived at the city where the man dwelt, they said unto the princess that they would go up and slay the man that was her husband, and all the people of the city. But she answered, No, they had not permission to kill any one, as all the Hebrews, when they lie down to sleep at night, make their prayers unto God to protect and guard them from all Mazakin. So that we have no right or permission to touch them, and if we do them a mischief, we shall be chastised for it by the God of Israel, who governeth the whole world. Do you, therefore, bide here without the city, and in the morning I and my son Solomon will arise and go unto the school of the Rabbin and the Sanhedrim, and if they will do me justice with him, well. If not, I will avenge myself upon him and upon them. They all made answer and said, It is well said. In the morning she arose with her son Solomon, and went unto the great school, where the divine law was taught. They were consulting, when they heard the voice of one crying aloud, and saying, Sirs, justice before God, and before you, upon such a one, my husband, and all the people were amazed, and were in astonishment when they heard the voice 3 times, and saw no one. They then sent for the man, who came unto them and related the whole story, and said that he had no mind to go with her. They again heard the voice, which said, Sirs, here are his oaths, signed by himself, which he sware and signed each time, and then 3 written papers fell before them. They read them, and asked him if that was his signature. He said it was. They said unto him, It is ill done to break so many oaths, and that there was no remedy, but that he should go with her to where he had lived so many years with her, and where she had saved him from death, and he had had children by her. As for us, we advise thee to go with her, and if thou dost not, it will not come to good, for she is not an ordinary person, but is a princess, and merits attention, more especially as she hath right on her side. He answered that he would give her a bill of divorce, but she made answer, that that would not be for her honor. In fine, he refused absolutely to go with her. After a great deal of argument, and when she saw that there were no means to persuade him, she said, Sirs, I am highly obliged and grateful to you, for I see that you do me the justice of God, and he will not accept it. You are free, and the sin will be upon his soul. Wherefore, sirs, since there is no remedy with him, I entreat that he will suffer me to take leave of him, and to embrace him. He replied that she might, and as soon as she embraced him she drew out his soul, and he died. She then said, Sirs, here is his son Solomon, who is one of yourselves. I will give him sufficient riches, and he shall be heir along with the children of his other wife, and you will make him among you a great rabbi, for he is of sufficient ability, as you may see if you will examine him. Farewell. So saying, she departed with her army. 544. The Muhel. There was once a man who was exceedingly rich, but out of all measure avaricious, and who never had done a good deed in his life, and never had given even the value of a farthing unto the poor. It happened one winter's nights between the hours of 12 and 1, that a man came and knocked loudly at the door of this miser. He opened the window, and saw a man at the door, and he asked him what it was he wanted. He said that he wanted him to go with him to a village 12 miles distant from the town, to circumcise a young child that would be 8 days old in the morning. Now you must know, that this man of whom we treat was a Jew and a muhel, that is, one whose office it is to circumcise the young children. And with all his avarice in money matters, he was not avaricious in his office, for he believed in the end of the world, and therefore he did this good action. He accordingly agreed to go with the man, and he kindled a fire, and put his clothes before it, and got ready the instruments he required for performing the ceremony. He then set out along with the strange man, whom he knew not, though it was winter, and dark and rainy, and they went along, journeying through the wilderness. This unfortunate muhel, who did not know his way in the wilderness, and in the dark, every now and then fell over the stones on the way. But they still went on until they came to a great and lofty mountain in the midst of the wilderness, where people never passed, and where there are no people to be seen, but only dark, dark mountains, that fill with terror those who look upon them. The man who came with the muhel now laid his hand on a great stone of the mountain, so large that 500 persons could not remove or raise it, yet he raised it with only one hand. The place then opened, and they both descended. There were many flights of steps, and it was very deep within the earth, and below there was an entire city. They entered then into a palace that was very large and handsome. It had fine gardens, and there was a great deal of light, and music, and much dancing of men and women. When they saw this muhel approach, they began to laugh and to mock at him. But the poor muhel was greatly astonished at all the things that he saw, and as he stood looking on, he began to consider and reflect upon them, and then he saw that they were not human beings like us, and great fear came upon him. But he had no means of getting out, or of saving himself, so he constrained himself, and remained quiet. Now the man who had brought him thither was one of their commanders, and a great personage among them. He took him then to the apartment of the lying-in woman, that he might view the child. The man then went away, and left him with the lying-in woman. But the woman groaned in great affliction, and began to weep. The muhel asked her what ailed her. Then said the woman unto the muhel, How didst thou come hither? Knowest thou in what place thou art, and amongst whom thou art? The muhel replied that he did not, as he had not ventured to speak. The woman then explained, Thou art in the land of the Mazikeen, and all the people that are here are Mazikeen, but I am a being like unto thyself. For when I was yet young and little, I was once alone in a dark place, and these people took me and brought me hither. And I was married to this husband, who is one of their great men, and who is, moreover, a Jew, for there are different religions among them. And I also am a Jewess, and when this child was born, I spake unto my husband, and entreated of him, that he would get a muhel to circumcise the babe, and so he brought thee hither. But thou art in great danger here, and art lost. For thou wilt never be able to go out from here, and wilt be like one of them. Yet, as I have compassion for thee, and particularly as thou hast, out of kindness, come hither to circumcise the babe, and out of humanity, I will give thee a counsel that may be of service unto thee. And that is, when they ask thee to eat or to drink, take good heed not to touch anything, for if thou taste anything of theirs thou wilt become like one of them, and wilt remain here forever. The husband now came in, and they went to the congregation to perform the morning prayer. After the prayer, they returned to the house to perform the ceremony of circumcision. The muhel took a cup of wine, and gave it to taste to the lying-in woman, to the babe, and to all who were invited to the ceremony, for this is the manner and the custom. But the man who had fetched the muhel said unto him, Thou also shouldst taste. The muhel replied, that he could not, for he had dreamed an evil dream, and that he must fast, and by this excuse he escaped. But he waited for him till night, and then they brought him meat and drink, but he replied that he could not eat until he had passed 2 or 3 days fasting. When the man who bad brought him thither saw that he would neither eat nor drink for so long a time, he took compassion upon him, and said unto him, What is the matter with thee, that thou wilt neither eat nor drink? Sir, replied the Muhel, I ask and desire no other thing but to go home unto my family, for this week we hold a feast, and I should be with my family. I therefore most humbly supplicate thee to take me unto my own house. He then began to beg and entreat him most earnestly, and the woman also entreated for him. The man then said unto him, Since thou desirest to go home unto thy house, come then with me, I will give thee a present for thy trouble. Come with me, where thou mayest see and take whatever will seem good unto thee. The Muhel answered, I do not wish for anything. Thanks be to God. I am very rich, I want for nothing, but to return home unto my family. Nevertheless, said he, come with me, till I show thee curious things that thou hast never seen in thy life. He was accordingly persuaded. He went with him, and he showed him divers apartments all full of silver, of gold, of diamonds, of all sorts of precious stones, and of other curious and magnificent things, such as he had never seen in his life. He thus led him from one chamber to another, and continually asked him if he wished for anything, for if he did, he might take it. But he still refused, and would take nothing. At length they came to the last chamber, where there was nothing but bunches of keys hanging. The Muhel raised his eyes at seeing such a number of keys, and, lo! He beheld a bunch of keys that was his own. He began then to reflect deeply. And the man said unto him, What dost thou stand gazing at? I have shown thee many precious and curious things, and yet thou didst not bestow so much attention upon them as upon these old keys, that are of little worth. Be not offended, sir, answered the Muhel, but these keys are so like mine, and I believe they are the same. He took the keys and began to examine them, and to point out each key separately to the man, who at length said unto him, Thou art right, they are thy keys. Know that I am lord over the hearts of the people who never at any time do good. And as thou performest this good deed of circumcision, and riskest thy life in dangerous journeys, and goest with all sorts of people to do the commandment of the God of Israel, here, take the keys. From henceforward thy heart will be opened 545 and will be good toward the poor, which will cause thee to live a long and a happy life with thy family. Come now with me, I will carry thee home to thy house and to thy family. Now shut thine eyes. He shut his eyes, and instantly found himself in his own house amidst his family. He then began to distribute money to all the poor that were in the land, every week and every month. But the world is always curious to hear novelties and strange events, and the people, and even his own wife, as this was a very wonderful thing, pressed him and persuaded him. Until at length he was obliged to relate the whole history of what had befallen him, from the beginning even unto the end. And it was a matter of great delight to all the world, and they did much good to the poor, and they all became rich, with great prosperity. And the Muhel lived very long, and spent a great and a happy life with his family, a pattern and an example unto the whole world. 546. The Mazikas. It came to pass in the countries of Africa, in a particular month, during which it is the usage and the custom of the Jews to rise in the night to say their prayers, that a servant, whose business it was to knock at the doors, and to call up the people, found one night an ass, jumento, in the street. And he mounted upon him, and went riding along and calling up the people. And, as he rode, lo! The ass began to swell and to increase in size, until he became 300 yards in height, and reached up even unto the top of the loftiest tower of the church, upon which he set the man, and then went away. And on the morrow the man was found sitting upon the tower. Now, thou must know that this ass was one of the Mazakin. The Jews have, as it were, brought us back to Asia. As we proceed eastwards from Persia, where we commenced, India first meets our view, but of the numerous beings of its copious and intricate mythology, no class seems to belong to earth unless it be the Yakshas who attend on Kuvaras, the Hindu Plutos, and have charge of his enchanted gardens on the summit of Himalayas, and who bear some resemblance to the dwarfs. There are also the misshapen Pisachas, who love to dwell in gloom, the Vidyadharas, i.e., masters of magic, are said, to resemble the jinn of the Arabs. And the dancing and singing Gnomes and apsarisas may be compared with the nymphs of Grecian mythology. Eastward still lies China. Here there is a species of beings named Shinsin, who are said to haunt the woods and mountains, where, exempt from the passions and the cares of life, they dwell in a state of blissful ease, but still exercise an influence over human affairs. Sometimes they appear as old men with long beards, at other times as young maidens, sauntering amid rocks and woods by moonlight. 547. We do not recollect to have met, in our reading, with any other beings bearing a resemblance to what we term fairies. Conclusion. Here, then, we conclude. The task which we imposed on ourselves was to collect, arrange, classify, and give under one point of view the various ideas and legends respecting fairies and similar beings of the popular creed, which lay scattered in a variety of books and a variety of languages. We have marked resemblances, traced coincidences, and offered etymologies. Many legends, especially German ones, we know, exist, which are not to be found in this work. But, in general, they offer no new traits of popular lore, and most persons will, we apprehend, be content with what we have given. The labors of M.M. Grimm in this department of philosophy can never be too highly praised. They have been, in fact, the creators of it, and the German mythology is a work of the most extensive learning, and written in the spirit of true philosophy. And this is no light praise. For of all subjects, mythology appears to be the one on which imagination is most apt to run riot. Hence, it has been frequently almost brought into contempt by the wild vagaries of those who have presumed to write on it without judgment or common sense. Though all may not agree with the opinions or deductions in the preceding pages, we trust that they will find in them no traces of ill-regulated imagination. As works of this kind have no bearing on material enjoyments, the number of those who will think lightly of them in these days will, of course, not be small. But in the view of sane reason and philosophy, the subject is by no means unimportant, nay, it is even more important than many of higher pretensions. To trace the corruption and degradation of the pure religion of the gospel, has always been held to be a task worthy of the highest intellect. We should not, therefore, despise the present one, which is the same in kind though different in degree. We have seen that all these legendary beings and their characters and acts are remnants of ancient religious systems, the mental offspring of deep-thinking sages. It is surely, then, not uninteresting to trace them to their present form and condition. Even in a historic point of view they are not undeserving of attention. Thus, should our theory on the subject be correct, it is of importance to observe how the tribes around the Baltic, when they made conquests in the Roman Empire, brought with them the religious ideas of their forefathers, and left traces of them, which are discernible even at the present day. Again, nothing more interests the botanist than to find the same plants, modified by local circumstances, growing in widely distant regions. The interest is similar when we find the same legends, modified also by circumstances, springing up in distant countries, and amongst tribes and nations who could hardly have had any communication. This work is therefore to be regarded as a part of the philosophy of popular fiction. It is not by any means intended to be a work of mere amusement, and those who view or represent it in that light will do it manifest injustice. Many of the legends, no doubt, may possess attractions even for children, but the same is true of the narratives of Herodotus, and still more of those of the Old Testament, and therefore should not derogate from its real importance. At the same time, we have adopted a light and facile style, as that which we deemed best suited to the character of the subject and the taste of this country. But we trust that this will not lower either our subject or ourselves in the eyes of our readers. 548. Appendix. The Harvest Dinner. The following tales are some of those which we contributed to the Irish fairy legends. Subjoined is a selection from the verses which we have written on various occasions, chiefly to oblige our lady friends. They are inserted merely to show that the writer could compose well-rhymed stanzas, while he lays no claim whatever to the title of poet. The Harvest Dinner. It was Monday, and a fine October morning. The sun had been some time above the mountains, and the hoarfrost and the dewtops on the gossamers 549 were glittering in the light, when Thady Byrne, on coming in to get his breakfast, saw his neighbour Paddy Kavanagh, who lived on the other side of the road, at his own door tying his brogues. "A good morrow to you, Paddy, honey," said Thady Byrne. "Good morrow, kindly, Thady," said Paddy. "Why, thin, Paddy, avic, it isn't your early risin', anyhow, that 'ill do you any harm this mornin', dot." "It's true enough for you, Thady Byrne," answered Paddy, casting a look up at the sky, "for I believe it a putty late in the day. But I was up, you see, murderin' late last night." "To be sure, thin, Paddy, it was up at the great dinner, yisterday, above at the big house you wore." "I was it, and a rattlin' fine dinner we had it too." "Why, thin, Paddy, agra, what's to all you now, but you just sit yourself down here on this piece o' green sod, and tell us all about it from beginning to end. Niver say the word twist, man. I'll give you the whole full and through account it, and welcome." They sat down on the roadside, and Paddy thus began. "Well, you see, Thady, we'd a powerful great harvest it, you know, this year, and the min all worked like jewels, as they are. And the master was in great sperits, and he promised he'd give us all a grand dinner when the drawin' in was over, and the corn all safe in the haggard. So this last week, you see, crowned the business. And on Saturday night the last chaff was nately tied and sint into the mistress, and everything was finished, all to the tatchin o' the ricks. Well, you see, just as Larry Toole was come down from heaven, the last rick, and we were talking away the ladder, out comes the mistress herself, long life to her, by the light o' the moon. And, boys, says she, yez have finished the harvest bravely, and I invite yez all to dinner here tomorrow, and if yez come early, yez'll get mass in the big hall, without the trouble o' goin' up all the ways to the chapel for it." "Why, thin, did she really say so, Paddy?" "That she did the divil the word o' lie in it." "Well, go on." "Well, if we didn't set up a shout for her, it's no matter." "Aye, and a good right yez had too, Paddy, avic. Well, you see, yisterday mornin', which, God be praised, was as fine a day as ever come out of the sky, when I tucked the beard off o' me, Tom Connor and I set off together for the big house. And I don't know, Thady, whether it was the fineness o' the day, or the thoughts o' the good dinner we were to have, or the kindness o' the mistress, that made my heart so light, but I felt, anyhow, as gay as any skylark. Well, when we got up to the house, there was every one o' the people that in the work, men, women and childher, all come together in the yard, and a pretty sight it was to look upon, Thady, they were all so nate and so clane, and so happy. Throw for you, Paddy, agra, and a fine thing it is, too, to work wid a raal gentleman like the master. But till us, avic, how was it the mistress contrived to get the mass for yez? Sure Father Miley himself, or the cajuther, didn't come over." "No, in troth didn't they, but the mistress managed it better nor all that. You see, Thady, there a priest, an old friend o' the family's, one Father Mulhall's on a visit, this fortnight past, up at the big house. He's as gay a little man as ever spoke, only he's a little too fond o' the drop the more o' the pity, and it's whispered about among the sarvants that by Maney's it he lost a parish he had down the country. And he was in his way up to Dublin, when he stopped to spend a few days wid his ould finds the master and mistress. Well, you see, the mistress on Saturday, without sayin' a single word to any livin' soul, writes a letter with her own hand, and sends Tom Freen off wid it to Father Miley, to ax him for a loan o' the vestments. Father Miley, you know, a mighty genteel man entirely, and one that likes to oblige the quality in anything that doesn't go agin his duty, and glad he was to have it in his power to serve at the mistress. And he sent off the vestments wid all his heart and soul, and as civil a letter, Tommy Freen says, for he hard the mistress readin' it, as iver was pinned. Well, there was an author, you see, got up in the big hall, just beshun the 2 doors if iver you wore in it ladine, into the storeroom, and the room the child her sleep in. And when ivory thing was ready we all come in, and the priest gave us as good mass ivory taste as if we wore up at the chapel for it. The mistress and all the family attended themselves, and they stood just wide inside the parlour door. And it was rawly surprisin', Thady, to see how decently they behaved themselves. If they wore all their lives goin' to chapel they couldn't have behaved themselves better nor they did. Aye, Paddy, mavourneen. I'll be bail they didn't skit and laugh the way some people would be doin'. Laugh. Not themselves, indeed. They'd more manners, if nothin' else, nor to do that. Well, to go and aid my story, when the mass was over we went strollin' about the lawn and place till 3 o'clock come, and then you see the big bell rung out for dinner, and maybe it wasn't we that were glad to hear it. So away with us to the long barn where the dinner was laid out, and 'pon my conscience, Thady Byrne, there's not one word lie in what I'm goin' to tell you. But at the sight so much victuals ivory taste uv appetite in the world lift me, and I thought I'd fainted down in the ground that was under me. There was, you see, 2 rows long tables laid the whole length the barn, and tablecloths spread upon ivory inch them, and there was rounds beef, and romps beef, and ribs beef. Both biled and roast, and there was legs mutton, and hons pork, and pieces fine bacon, and there was cabbage and prates to no ind, and a knife and fork laid for ivorybody. And barrels beer and porther, with the cocks in ivory one them, and mogues and porringers in hapes. In all my born days, Thady dear, I niver laid eyes on sich a load victuals. By the powers Dilf. Paddy, a Hagar, and it was a grand sight sure enough. Tear and Agiers. What ill look I had not to be in the work this year. But go on, Agra. Well, you see, the master himself stood up at the INDUV the tables, and cooed up a fine piece the beef for us. And right foreign him at the other sought old Paddy Byrne, for, though you know he is a farmer himself, yet the mistress is so fond uv him he is sich a mighty dacent man that she would by all manner manies have him there. Then the priest was at the head other table, and said grace for us, and thin Phil to slosh in up another piece the beef for us, and foreign him sought Jim Murray the steward. And, sure enough, Thady, it was ourselves that played away in grand style at the beef and the mutton, and the cabbage, and all other fine things. And there was Tom Free. And all other sarvants waitin' upon us and handin' us drink, just as if we were so many grand gentlemen that wore dinin' with the master. Well, you see, when we wore about half done, in walks the mistress herself, and the young master, and the young ladies, and the ladies from Dublin that down on a visit with the mistress, just, as she said, to see that we were happy and merry over our dinner. And then, Thady, you see, without anybody sayin' a single word, we all stood up like one man, an ivory man and boy with his full porringer porther in his hand drank long life and success to the mistress and master and ivory one the family. I don't know for others, Thady, but for myself, I niver said a prayer in all my life more from the heart, and a good right I had, sure, and ivory one that was there, too. For, to say nothin' the dinner, is there the likes uv her in the whole side the country for goodness to the poor, whether they're sick or they're well. Wouldn't I myself? If it warn't but for her, be a lone and desolate man this bliss day. It's thrill for you, Vic, for she brought Judy through it better nor any doctor them all. Well, to make a long story short, we eat tea, and we drank, and we laughed, and we talked, till we wore turt, and as soon as it grew dusk, we were all called again into the hale, and there, you see, the mistress had got over Tim Connell, the blind piper, and had sent for all the women that could come, and the cook had tay for them down below in the kitchen. And they come up to the hale, and there was chairs set round it for us all to sit upon, and the mistress come out o' the parlour, and boys, says she, I hope yez med a good din near, and ye been thinkin' yez, you see. And ye got yez plenty o' partners, and it's your own faults if yez don't spind a pleasant evenin', dot. So wid that we set up another shout for the mistress, and Tim shruck up, and the master tuck out Nilly Mooney into the middle of the floor to dance a jig, and it was they that futted it nately. Thin the master called out Dinny Moran, and dragged him up to one o' the Dublin young ladies, and bid Dinny be stout and ax her out to dance wid him. So Dinny, you see, though he was ashamed to make so free wid the lady, still he was afeard not to do as the master bid him. So, by my conscience, he bowled up to her manfully, and held out the fist and axed her out to dance with him, and she gave him her hand in a crack, and Dinny whipped her out into the middle o' the hale, forenint us all. And pulled up his breeches and called out to Tim to blow up the rocks of Cashel for Thim. And thin my jewel if you wore but to see Thim. Dinny flingin' the jigs about as if they fly from off him, and the lady now here, now there, just for all the world as if she was a spent, for not a taste o' nise did she make on the floor that Ivor was hard. And Dinny callin' out to Tim to play it up faster and faster, and Tim almost workin' his elbow through the bag, till at last the lady was fairly turt, and Dinny thin clapped his hands and up jumped Piggy Riley, and she attacked him boldly. And danced down Dinny and thin up got Johnny Reagan and put her down complately. And since the world was a world, I believe there niver was such dancin' seen. The Sarah the doubt it, avic I am sartin, they all o' thim sich rail fine dancers. And only to think o' the lady dancin' with the likes o' Dinny. Well, you see, poor old Paddy Byrne, when he hears that the woman were all to be there, and he goes into the parlour to the mistress, and axes her if he might make so bold as to go home and fetch his woman. So the mistress, you see, though you know Caddy Byrne's no great favourite with her, was glad ta oblige Paddy, and so Caddy Byrne was there too. And thin old Hugh Carr axed her out to move a min-net with him, and there was Hugh, as stiff as if he dined on one o' the spits, with his black wig and his long brown coat, and his blue stockings, movin' about with his hat in his hand. And Bladine Caddy about, and lookin' so soft upon her. And Caddy, in her stiff mob cap, with the ears pinned down under her chin, and little black hat on the top of her head. And she at one corner curchyin' to Hugh, and Hugh at another bowin' to her, and ivory body wonderin' at Thim, they moved it so elegantly. Troth, Paddy, of Verneen, that was well worth goin' mile o' ground to see. Well, you see. When the dancin' was over they tuck to the singin', and the Bill Carey the wounded hussar, and the poor but honest sojer, in sich style that he'd have HR'd him up on the top o' Slee Roo. And Dinny Moran and Bould Tom Freen us the best songs they had, and the priest sung the Cruskeen Lawn for us gaily, and one o' the young ladies played and sung upon a thing widen in the parlour, like a table. That was puttier nor any pipes to listen to. And didn't Bill give, yes, as down by Banza's banks I strayed? Shun that's one o' the best songs he has. And that he did, till he made the very sates shake under us, but a body can't remember ivory thing, you know. Well, where was I? Oh, you see, my dear, the poor little priest was all the night long goin' backwards and forwards, ivory minute, beshun the parlour and the howl. And the sperrits, you see, was lyin' o' pin on the sideboard, and the dear little man he couldn't, for the life him, keep himself from it, so he kept helpin' himself to a drop now and a drop thin, till at last he got all as one as tipsy. So thin he comes out into the hall among us, and goes about wispinin' to us to go home, and not to be keepin' the family out o' their bids. But the mistress she saw what he was at, and she stood up, and she spoke out and she said, "Good people," says she, "niver mind what the priest says to yez are my company, and not his, and yes are heartily welcome to stay as long as yez like." So when he found he could get no good us at all, he rolled off with himself to his bid. And his head, you see, was so bothered with the liquor he'd been taken, that he never once thought taking off his boots, but tumbled into bed with them upon him, Tommy freen toot us, when he went into the room to look after him. And divil be in Tim, when he HR'd it but he lilts up the priest in his boots, and, God forgive us, we all burst out Logan, for sure who could help it, if it was the bishop himself. Troth, it was a shame for yez, anyhow. But Paddy, Agra, did yez come away at all? Why at last we did, after another round the punch to the glory and success the family. And now, Thaddy, comes the most surprisantest part the whole story. I was all alone, you see, for my woman, couldn't lave the child her to come to the dance. So, as it was a fine moonshiny night, not him ud serve me but I must go out into the paddock, to look after poor Rainbow the plough bullock, that got a bad shoot her, and so by that manies, you see, I missed the company. And had to go home all alone by myself. Well, you see, it was out by the back gate I come, and it was thin about 12 in the night, as well as I could jidge by the plough, and the moon was shireen as bright as a silver dish, and there wasn't a sound to be heard. Barrin' the screechin' the ould owl down in the ivy wall. And I felt it all very pleasant, for I was somehow rather hearty, you see, with the drink I'd been talking, for Thaddy Byrne, I'm a sober man. That's no lie for you, Paddy, a Vic. A little, as they say, goes a great way wid you. Well, you see, and I went whistlin' to mesilf some the chuns they were singin', and thinkin' any thin, sure, but the good people. When just as I come to the corner the plantation, and got a sight the big bush, I thought, faith, I seen some things movin' backwards and forwards, and dancin' like, up in the bush. I was quite sartin it was the fairies that, resort to it, for I could see, I thought, their little red caps and green jackets quite plain. Well, I was thinkin', at first, goin' back and gittin' home through the fields. But, says I to myself, says I, what should I be afeard I'm an honest man that does nobody any harm, and I HR'd mass this mornin', and it's neither Holly Eve nor St. John's Eve, nor any other their great days, and they can do me no harm, I am sartin. So I made the sign the crass, and I went in God's name, till I come right under the bush, and what do you think they wore, Thaddy, after all? Ara, how can I tell? But you wore a stout man anyhow, Paddy, Agra. Why, thin, what was it but the green laves the ould bush, and the rid bunches the halves that wore wavin' and shakin' in the moonlight. Well on I goes till I come to the corner the crab road, when I happened to cast my eyes over toast the little moat in the moat field, and there, by my sowl. God forgive me for swearin', I seen the fairies in rail earnest. You did, Thin, did you? Aye, by my faith, did I, and a mighty pretty sight it was to see, too, I can tell you, Thaddy. The side the moat, you see, that looks into the field was open, and out it there come the darlintest little cavalcade the prettiest little fellows you iver laid your eyes upon. They were all dressed in green huntin' frocks, with nice little rid caps on their heads, and they were all mounted on pretty little, long-tailed, white ponies, not so big as young kids, and they rode 2 and 2 so nicely. Well, you see, they tuck right across the field, just above the sandpit, and I was wonderin' in myself what they do when they come to the big ditch, thinkin' they niver get over it. But I'll tell you what it is, Thaddy. Mr. Tom and the brown mare, though they read both them gay good at either ditch or wall, they're not to be talked in the same day with them. They tuck the ditch, you see, big as it is, in full stroke. Not a man them was shook in his sate, nor lost his rank, it was pop, 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 over with them, and thin, hurrah, away with them like shot across the high field, in the direction the old church. Well, my dear, while I was strainin' my eyes lookin' after them, I hears a great rumblin' noise cumin' out o' the moat, and when I turned about to look at it, what did I see but a great old family coachin' six comin' out o' the moat, and makin' direct for the gate where I was standin'. Well, says I in a lost man now, anyhow. There was no use at all, you see, in thinkin' to run for it, for they were driven, at the rate uv a hunt. So down I got into the gripe o' the ditch, thinkin' to snake off wid mesilf while they were opnin' the gate. But, be the laws, the gate flew open widout a sow layin' a finger to it, the very instant minuet they come up to it, and they wheeled down the road just close to the spot where I was hidin', and I seen thin as plain as I now see you. And a queer sight it was, too, to see. For not a morsel uv head that iver was there upon one o' the horses, nor on the coachman neither, and yet, for all that, Thady, the Lord Lieutenant's coach couldn't ha' met a handier nor a shorter turn nor they met out o' the gate. And the blind thief uv a coachman, just as they were makin' the wheel, was near talkin' the eye out o' me with the lash uv his long whip, as he was cuttin' up the horses to show off his driven. I've my doubts that the skamer knew I was there well enough, and that he did it all a purpose. Well, as it passed by me, I peeped in at the quality widened side, and not a head, no not as big as the head uv a pin, was there among the whole kit o' them, and 4 fine footmen that were standin' behind the coach were just like the rest o' them. Well, to be sure, but it was a queer sight. Well, away they went tatherim along the road, makin' the fire fly out o' the stones at no rate. So when I seen they no eyes, I knew it was impossible they could iver see me, so up I got out o' the ditch, and after them with me along the road as fast as iver could lay foot to ground. But when I got to the rise o' the hill I seen they wore a great ways ahead o' me, and they taken to the fields, and war makin' off for the old church too. I thought they might have some business o' their own there, and that it might not be safe for strangers to be goin' after them. So as I was by this time near my own house, I went in and got quietly to bid, widout sayin' anything to the woman about it. And long enough it was before I could get to sleep for thinkin' o' them, and that's the raison, Thady, I was up so late this mornin'. But wasn't it a strange thing, Thady? Faith, and sure it was, Paddy a Hager, as strange a thing as iver was. But are you quite sartin and sure that you seen them? Am I sartin and sure I seen them? Am I sartin and sure I see the nose there on your face? What was to ail me not to see them? Wasn't the moon shireen as bright as day and didn't they pass widen a yard o' me? And did iver any one see me drunk, or hear me tell a lie? It's thrill for you, Paddy, no one iver did, and myself doesn't rightly know what to say to it. 550. The Young Piper. There was livin', it's not very long ago, on the borders o' the county Wicklow, a dacent honest couple, whose names were Mick Flanagan and Judy Muldoon. These poor people were blissed, as the saying is, with 4 childher, all bys, 3 o' them were as fine, stout, healthy, good-lookin' childher as iver the sun shone upon. And it was enough to make any Irishman proud of the breed of his countrymen to see them about 1 o'clock on a fine summer's day standin' at their father's cabin door, with their beautiful, fine flaxen hair hangin' in curls about their heads, and their cheeks like 2 rosy apples, and a big, Logan potato, smokin' in their hand. A proud man was Mick, these fine childher, and a proud woman, too, was Judy, and raison enough they had to be so. But it was far otherwise with the remainin' one, which was the oldest. He was the most miserable, ugly, ill-conditioned brat that iver God put life into. He was so ill-thriven, that he was never able to stand alone or to lave his cradle. He had long, shaggy, matted, curly hair, as black as the sut. His face was a greenish-yellow color, his eyes were like 2 burnin' coals, and were for ever movin' in his head, as if they had the perpetual motion. Before he was a 12-month-old he had a mouth full o' great teeth. His hands were like kite's claws, and his legs were no thicker nor the handle of a whip, and about as straight as a rapine hook. To make the matter worse, he had the gut a cormorant, and the whinge, and the yelp, and the screech, and the yowl, was never out of his mouth. The neighbors all suspected that he was something not right, more especially as it was observed, that when people, as they used to do in the country, got about the fire, and begun to talk religion and good things, the brat, as he lay in the cradle which his mother generally put near the fireplace that he might be snug, used to sit up, as they wore in the middle of their talk, and begin to bellow as if the devil was in him in right earnest. This, as I said, led the neighbors to think that all wasn't right with him, and there was a general consultation held one day, about what I'd be best to do with him. Some advised to put him out in the shovel, but Judy's pride was up at that. A petty thing, indeed, that a child of hers should be put in a shovel, and flung out on the dunghill just like a dead kitten or a pizened rat. No, no, she wouldn't hear to that at all. One old woman, who was considered mighty skilful and known entirely in fairy matters, strongly recommended to put the tongs in the fire, and to hate them red hot, and thin to take his nose in them, and that I'd bayn't all manner o' doubt. Make him tell what he was, and where he come from, for the general suspicion was, that he was changed by the good people. But Judy was too soft-hearted, and too fond o' the imp, so she wouldn't give into this plan neither, though everybody said she was wrong, and maybe so she was, but it's a hard thing, to blame a mother. Well, some advised one thing and some another. At last one spoke of sending for the priest, who was a very holy and a very larned man, to see it. To this Judy of course had no objection, but one thing or another always prevented her doing so, and the upshot the business was that the priest never seen him at all. Well, things went on in the old way for some time longer. The brat continued yelping and yowlin', and atin' more nor his 3 brothers put together, and playin' all sorts of unlucky tricks, for he was mighty mischievously inclined, till it happened one day that Tim Carroll, the blind piper, goin' his rounds, called in and sat down by the fire to have a bit chat with the woman the house. So after some time, Tim, who was no churl his music, yoked in the pipes and begun to bellows away in high style. When the instant minute he begun, the young fellow, who was lying as still as a mouse in his cradle, sot up, and begun to grin and to twist his ugly phiz, and to swing about his long tawny arms, and to kick out his cracked legs, and to show signs great glee at the music. At last nothing I'd serve at him but he must get the pipes into his own hands, and, to humour him, his mother axed him to lend them to the child for a minute. Tim, who was kind to child her, readily consented. And, as Tim hadn't his sight, Judy herself brought them to the cradle, and went to put them in him, but she had no need, for the youth seemed quite up to the business. He buckled on the pipes, set the bellows under one arm and the bag under t'other, and worked them both as knowingly as for he was 20 years at the trade, and lilted up Sheila na Gira, in the finest style that ever was hard. Well, all was in amazement. The poor woman crassed herself. Tim, who, as I told you afore, was dark and didn't well know who was playin', was in great delight. And when he heard that it was a little preachon, an abridgment of Leprechaun, not 8 years old, that never seen a set of pipes in all his days afore, he wished the mother joy for her son. Offered to take him af her hands for she'd part with him, swore he was a born piper, a nathral Gineses, and declared that in a little time more, with the help of a little good tackine from himself, there wouldn't be his match in the whole country round. The poor woman was greatly delighted to hear all this, particularly as what Tim said about nathral Gineses put an end to some misgivings that war risen in her mind, lest what the neighbours said about his not being right might be only too true. And it gratified her too to think that her dear child, for she really loved the whelp, wouldn't be forced to turn out and big, but might earn decent, honest bread for himself. So when Mick come home in the evening from his work, she up and she told him all that happened, and all that Tim Carroll said. And Mick, as was nathral, was very glad to hear it, for the helpless condition the poor crather was a great trouble to him. So next fair day he took the pig to the fair of Nos, and with what it brought he whipped up, the next holiday that come, to Dublin, and bespoke a brand new set o' pipes o' the proper size for him, and the next time Tom Doolan went up with the cars. In about a fortnight after, the pipes come home, and the minute the chap in the cradle laid eyes on them, he squealed with delight, and threw up his putty legs, and bumped himself in his cradle, and went in with a great many comical thricks. Till at last, to quiet him, they gev him the pipes, and immediately he set to and pulled away at jig poltog, to th admiration uv all that hard him. Well, the fame uv his skill in the pipes soon spread far and near, for there wasn't a piper in the next 3 counties could come near him at all, in old Moutaroo, or the hare in the corn, or the fox hunter's jig, or the piper's maggot. Or any uv the fine old Irish jigs, that make people dance whether they will or no, and it was surprisin' to hear him rattle away the fox hunt. You'd rawly think you hard the hounds given tongue, and the terriers yelpeen always behind, and the huntsmen and the whippers in chairin' or correctin' the dogs. It was, in short, the very next thing to seein' the hunt itself. The best uv him was, he was no way stingy uv his music, and many's the merry dance the boys and the girls o' the neighborhood used to have, in his father's cabin. And he'd play up music for them that, they said, used, as it wore, to put quicksilver in their feet, and they all declared they never moved so light and so airy to any piper's playin' that iver they danced to. But besides all his fine Irish music, he had one queer tune uv his own, the oddest that ever was hard, for the minute he begun to play it everything in the house seemed disposed to dance. The plates and porringers used to jingle on the dresser, the pots and pothooks used to rattle in the chimbley, and people used even to fancy they felt the stools movin' from under them. But, however it might be with the stools, it is sartin that no one could keep long sittin' in them, for both old and young always fell to caperin' as hard as iver they could. The girls complained that when he begun this chime it always threw them out in their dancin', and that they never could handle their feet rightly, for they felt the floor like ice under them. And themselves ready ivory minute to come sprawlin' in their backs or their faces. The young bachelors that wanted to show off their dancin' and their new pumps, and their bright red or green and yellow garters, swore that it confused them so that they could never go rightly through the heel and toe, or cover the buckle, or any envy their best steps, but felt themselves always bedizzied and bewildered, and thin old and young id go jostlin' and knockin' together in a frightful manner, and when the unlucky brat had them all in this way whirligiggin' about the floor, he'd grin and he'd chuckle and he'd chat her, just for all the world like Jocko, the monkey, when he played off some uv his roguery. The older he grew the worse he grew, and by the time he was 9-year-old there was no standing the house for him. He was always makin' his brothers burn or scald themselves, or break their shins over the pots and stools. One time in harvest, he was left at home by himself. And when his mother come in she found the cat a horseback on the dog with her face to the tail, and her legs tied round him, and the urchin playin' his queer tune to them, so that the dog went barking and jumpin' about. And puss was miowen for the dear life, and slap pin her tail backwards and forwards, which when it id hit agin the dog's chaps, he'd snap at it and bite it, and then there was the filhillu. Another time the farmer Mick worked wid, a mighty dassent kind uv a man, happened to call in, and Judy wiped a stool with her apron and axed him to sit down and rest himself after his walk. He was sittin' with his back to the cradle, and behind him was a pan o' blood, for Judy was makin' hog's puddings. The lad lay quite still in his nest, and watched his opportunity till he got ready a hook at the hid uv a piece o' packthread, and he contrived to fling it so handy that it cotched in the bob o' the man's nice new wig, and soused it in the pan o' blood. Another time his mother was comin' in from milkin' the cow, with the pail on her head, and the very minute he saw her, he lilted up his infernal chun, and the poor woman lettin' go the pail, clapped her hands aside and begun to dance a jig, and tumbled the milk all atop uv her husband, who was bringin' in some turf to bile the supper. In short there id be no ind to tellin all his pranks, and all the mischievous tricks he played. Soon after, some mischances begun to happen to the farmer's cattle. A horse tucked the staggers, a fine veil calf died the blackleg, and some his sheep the rid wather, the cows begun to grow vicious, and to kick down the milk pails, and the roof one hit the barn fell in. And the farmer tuck it into his head that Mick Flanagan's onlooky child was the cause all the mischief. So, one day, he called Mick aside, and said to him, Mick, says he, you see things are not goin' on wid me as they ought to go. And, to be plain and honest wid you, Mick, I think that child yours is the cause it. I am rawly fallin' away to nothin', wid fret tin, and I can hardly sleep in my bed at night for thinkin', what may happen afore the mornin'. So be glad if you'd luck out for work somewhere else, you as good a man as any in the whole country, there no den it, and there's no fear but you'll have your choice work. To this Mick made answer, and said, that he was sorry indeed for his losses, and still sorrier that he or his should be thought to be the cause them. That, for his own part, he wasn't quite acy in his mind about that child, but he had him, and so he must keep him, and he promised to yuck out for another place immediately. So next Sunday at chapel, Mick gev out that he was about lavin' the work at John Riordan's, and immediately a farmer, who lived a couple miles aff, and who wanted a ploughman, the last one havin' just left him, come up to Mick. And offered him a house and garden, and work all the year round. Mick, who knew him to be a good employer, immediately closed with him. So it was agreed that the farmer should send his car to take his little bit furniture, and that he should remove in the following Thursday. When Thursday come, the car come accordin' to promise, and Mick loaded it, and put the cradle wid the child and his pipes in the top, and Judy sat beside it to take care him, last he should tumble out and be kilt. They dray the cow afore them, the dog followed, but the cat, course, was lift behind, and the other 3 childer went along the road, pickin' halves and blackberries, for it was a fine day toust the lat their harvest. They had to cross a river, but as it run through the bottom between 2 high banks, you didn't see it till you were close up in it. The young fellow was lyin' pretty quite in the bottom the cradle, till they come to the head the bridge, when hearin' the roarin' the wather, for there was a great flood in the river, as there was heavy rain for the last 2 or 3 days. He sot up in his cradle, and looked about him. And the minute he got a sight the wather, and found they were goin' to take him across it, how he did bellow, and how he did squeal. Wisht, Alana, said Judy, there no fear dear, sure it, only over the stone bridge we goin'. Bad luck to yer, ye old rip, says he, what a petty thrick you've played me, to bring me here, and he still went in yellin', and the farther they got on the bridge, the louder he yelled, till at last Mick could hoot out no longer. So givin' him a skelp the whip he had in his hon, divil choke you crucked brat, says he, will you niver stop bawlin'? A body can't hear their ears for you. Well, my dear, the instant minute he felt the thong the whip, he jumped up in the cradle, clapped the pipes under his arm, and leapt dane over the battlements the bridge down into the wather. Oh, my child! My child, shouted Judy. He's dane gone for iver from me. Mick and the rest the child her run to the other side the bridge and lucked down, and they seen him comin' out from under the arch the bridge, sittin' crass legs in the top a big white-headed wave, and playin' away in the pipes. Just as if nothin' had happened at all. The river was runnin' very hard, so he was whirled away at a great rate, but he played away as fast, and faster nor the river run. They set aff as hard as they could along the bank. But as the river made a sudden turn round the hill, about 100 yards below the bridge, by the time they got there he was out sight, and no one iver led eyes in him since. But the general belief is, that he went home with the pipes to his own relations the good people to make music for them. The soul cages. Jack Dougherty lived on the coast of the County Clare. Jack was a fisherman, as his father and his grandfather before him had been. Like them, too, he lived all alone, but for the wife, and just in the same spot, too. People used to wonder why the Dougherty family were so fond of that wild situation, so far away from all humankind, and in the midst of huge scattered rocks, with nothing but the wide ocean to look upon. But they had their own good reasons for it. The place was just, in short, the only spot on that part of the coast where anybody could well live. There was a neat little creek, where a boat might lie as snug as a puffin in her nest, and out from this creek a ledge of sunken rocks ran into the sea. Now, when the Atlantic, according to custom, was raging with a storm, and a good westerly wind was blowing strong on the coast, many's the richly laden ship that went to pieces on these rocks. And then the fine bales of cotton and tobacco, and such like things, and the pipes of wine, and the puncheons of rum, and the casks of brandy, and the kegs of Hollands that used to come ashore. Why, bless you! Dunbeg Bay was just like a little estate to the Doughertys. Not but that they were kind and humane to a distressed sailor, if ever one had the good luck to get to land. And many a time, indeed, did Jack put out in his little carragh, that would breast the billows like any gannet, to lend a hand towards bringing off the crew from a wreck. But when the ship was gone to pieces, and the crew were all lost, who would blame Jack for picking up all he could find? And who's the worse of it, said he. For as to the king, God bless him. Everybody knows he rich enough already, without gettin' what a floatin' in the say. Jack, though such a hermit, was a good-natured, jolly fellow. No other, sure, could ever have coaxed Biddy Mahoney to quit her father's snug and warm house in the middle of the town of Ennis, and to go so many miles off to live among the rocks, with the seals and seagulls for her next-door neighbors. But Biddy knew what's what, and she knew that Jack was the man for a woman who wished to be comfortable and happy. For, to say nothing of the fish, Jack had the supplying of half the gentlemen's houses of the country with the godsends that came into the bay. And she was right in her choice, for no woman ate, drank, or slept better, or made a prouder appearance at chapel on Sundays than Mrs. Dougherty. Many a strange sight, it may well be supposed, did Jack see, and many a strange sound did he hear, but nothing daunted him. So far was he from being afraid of marrows, or such like beings, that the very first wish of his heart was fairly to meet with one. Jack had heard that they were mighty like Christians, and that luck had always come out of an acquaintance with them. Never, therefore, did he dimly discern the marrows moving along the face of the waters in their robes of mist, but he made direct for them. And many a scolding did Biddy, in her own quiet way, bestow upon Jack for spending his whole day out at sea, and bringing home no fish. Little did poor Biddy know the fish Jack was after. It was rather annoying to Jack that, though living in a place where the marrows were as plenty as lobsters, he never could get a right view of one. What vexed him more was, that both his father and grandfather had often and often seen them. And he even remembered hearing, when a child, how his grandfather, who was the first of the family that had settled down at the creek, had been so intimate with a marrow, that, only for fear of vexing the priest, he would have had him stand for one of his children. This, however, Jack did not well know how to believe. Fortune at length began to think that it was only right that Jack should know as much as his father and grandfather knew. Accordingly, one day, when he had strolled a little farther than usual along the coast to the northward, just as he was turning a point, he saw something, like to nothing he had ever seen before. Perched upon a rock at a little distance out to sea, it looked green in the body, as well as he could discern at that distance, and he would have sworn, only the thing was impossible, that it had a cocked hat in his hand. Jack stood, for a good half-hour, straining his eyes and wondering at it, and all the time the thing did not stir hand or foot. At last Jack's patience was quite worn out, and he gave a loud whistle and a hail, when the marrow, for such it was, started up, put the cocked hat on its head, and dived down, head foremost, from the rock. Jack's curiosity was now excited, and he constantly directed his steps toward the point, still he could never get a glimpse of the sea gentleman with the cocked hat. And with thinking and thinking about the matter, He began at last to fancy he had been only dreaming. One very rough day, however, when the sea was running mountains high, Jack determined to give a look at the Merrow's rock, for he had always chosen a fine day before, and then he saw the strange thing cutting capers upon the top of the rock. And then diving down, and then coming up, and then diving down again. Jack had now only to choose his time, that is, a good blowing day, and he might see the man of the sea as often as he pleased. All this, however, did not satisfy him. Much will have more. He wished now to get acquainted with the Merrow, and even in this he succeeded. One tremendous blustery day, before he got to the point whence he had a view of the Merrow's rock, the storm came on so furiously that Jack was obliged to take shelter in one of the caves which are so numerous along the coast, and there. To his astonishment, he saw, sitting before him, a thing with green hair, long green teeth, a red nose, and pig's eyes. It had a fish's tail, legs with scales on them, and short arms like fins. It wore no clothes, but had the cocked hat under its arm, and seemed engaged thinking very seriously about something. Jack, with all his courage, was a little daunted. But now or never, thought he, so up he went boldly to the cogitating fishman, took off his hat, and made his best bow. "Your sarvant, sir," said Jack. "Your servant, kindly, Jack Dougherty," answered the Merrow. "To be sure, Thin, how well your honour knows my name," said Jack. "Is it I not know your name, Jack Dougherty? Why, man, I knew your grandfather long before he was married to Judy Began, your grandmother." "Ah, Jack, I was fond of that grandfather of yours, he was a mighty worthy man in his time. I never met his match above or below, before or since, for sucking in a shellful of brandy. I hope, my boy," said the old fellow, "I hope you re his own grandson." "Never fear me for that," said Jack, "if my mother only reared me on brandy, 'tis myself that ud be a suckin' infant to this hour." "Well, I like to hear you talk so manly. You and I must be better acquainted, if it were only for your grandfather's sake. But, Jack, that father of yours was not the thing, he had no head at all, not he." "I'm sure," said Jack, "since your honour lives down under the water, you must be obliged to drink a power to keep any hate in you, at all, in such a cruel, damp, cold place." "Well, I often heard of Christ hens drinkin' like fishes. And might I be so bold as to ax where you get the spirits?" "Where do you get them yourself, Jack?" said the Merrow, with a knowing look. "Hubbaboo," cries Jack, "now I see how it is. But I suppose, sir, your honour has got a fine dhry cellar below to keep them in." "Let me alone for that," said the Merrow, with another knowing look. "I'm sure," continued Jack, "it must be mighty well worth the looking at." "You may say that, Jack, with your own pretty mouth," said the Merrow, "and if you meet me here next Monday, just at this time of the day, we will have a little more talk with one another about the matter." Jack and the Merrow parted the beat friends in the world, and on Monday they met, and Jack was not a little surprised to see that the Merrow had two cocked hats with him, one under each arm. "Might I make so bold as to ask you, sir," said Jack, "why your honour brought the two hats with you today? You wouldn't, sure, be goin' to give me one o' them, to keep for the curiosity of the thing?" No, Jack," said he, "I don't get my hats so easily, to part with them that way, but I want you to come down and eat a bit of dinner with me, and I brought you the hat to dive with." "The Lord bless and preserve us," cried Jack, in amazement. "Would you want me to go down to the bottom of the salt say ocean? Sure I'd be smothered and choked up with the wather, to say nothin' of bein' drownded. And what would poor Biddy do for me, and what would she say? And what matter what she says, you pinkeen you? Who cares for Biddy's squalling? Long before your grandfather would have talked in that way. Many's the time he stuck that same hat on his head, and dived down boldly after me, and many's the snug bit of dinner, and good shellful of brandy, he and I had together, below under the water." "Is it really, sir, and no joke?" said Jack. "Why, Thin, sorra be from me for iver and a day after, if I'll be a bit a worse man nor my grandfather was. So here goes, but play me fair now. "Here, Nick or nothin'," cried Jack. "That's your grandfather all over," said the old fellow. "So come along, my boy, and do as I do." They both left the cave, walked into the sea, and then swam a piece until they got to the rock. The Merrow climbed to the top of it, and Jack followed him. On the far side it was as straight as the wall of a house, and the sea looked so deep that Jack was almost cowed. "Now, do you see, Jack," said the Merrow, "just put this hat on your head, and mind to keep your eyes wide open. Take hold of my tail, and follow after me, and you too see what you'll see." In he dashed, and in dashed Jack after him boldly. They went, and Jack thought they'd never stop going. Many a time did he wish himself sitting at home by the fireside with Biddy, yet, where was the use of wishing now, when he was so many miles as he thought below the waves of the Atlantic? Still he held hard by the Merrow's tail, slippery as it was. And, at last, to Jack's great surprise, they got out of the water, and he actually found himself on dry land at the bottom of the sea. They landed just in front of a nice little house that was slated very neatly with oyster shells. And the Merrow, turning about to Jack, welcomed him down. Jack could hardly speak, what with wonder, and what with being out of breath with traveling so fast through the water. He looked about him, and could see no living things, barring crabs and lobsters, of which there were plenty walking leisurely about on the sand. Overhead was the sea like a sky, and the fishes like birds swimming about in it. "Why don't you speak, man?" said the Merrow. "I dare say you had no notion that I had such a snug little concern as this. Are you smothered, or choked, or drowned, or are you fretting after Biddy, eh?" "Oh, not myself indeed," said Jack, showing his teeth with a good-humored grin, "but who in the world you'd iver ha thought you've seen sich a thing? Well, come along my lad, and let's see what they've got for us to eat." Jack was really hungry, and it gave him no small pleasure to perceive a fine column of smoke rising from the chimney, announcing what was going on within. Into the house he followed the Merrow, and there he saw a good kitchen, right well provided with everything. There was a noble dresser, and plenty of pots and pans, with 2 young Merrows cooking. His host then led him into the room, which was furnished shabbily enough. Not a table or a chair was there in it, nothing but planks and logs of wood to sit on, and eat off. There was, however, a good fire blazing on the hearth, a comfortable sight to Jack. "Come, now, and I, too, show you where I keep you know what," said the Merrow, with a sly look. And opening a little door, he led Jack into a fine long cellar, well filled with pipes, and kegs, and hogsheads, and barrels. "What do you say to that, Jack Dougherty? Maybe a body can't live snug down under the water." "The divil the doubt of that," said Jack, "anyhow." They went back to the room, and found dinner laid. There was no tablecloth, to be sure, but what matter? It was not always Jack had one at home. The dinner would have been no discredit to the first house in the county on a fast day. The choicest of fish, and no wonder, was there. Turbots, and soles, and lobsters, and oysters, and 20 other kinds, were on the planks at once, and plenty of foreign spirits. The wines, the old fellow said, were too cold for his stomach. Jack ate and drank till he could eat no more, then, taking up a shell of brandy, "Here's to your honour's good health, sir," said he, "though beggin' your pardon, it's mighty odd, that as long as we're acquainted, I don't know your name yet." "That's true, Jack," replied he, "I never thought of it before, but better late than never. My name is Kumara." "Kumara. And a mighty dacent sort of a name it is, too," cried Jack, taking another shellful. "Here, then, to your good health, Kumara, and may you live these 50 years. 50 years, repeated Kumara, "I am obliged to you, indeed. If you had said 500, it would have been something worth wishing." "By the laws, sir," said Jack, "yez live to a powerful great age here on Liar the Wather. Ye knew my grandfather, and he a dead and gone better nor 60 years. I am sure it must be a mighty healthy place to live in." "No doubt of it, but come, Jack, keep the liquor stirring. Shell after shell did they empty, and to Jack's exceeding surprise, he found the drink never got into his head, owing, I suppose, to the sea being over them, which kept their noddles cool. Old Kumara got exceedingly comfortable, and sang several songs, but Jack, if his life had depended on it, never could remember any of them. At length said he to Jack, "Now, my dear boy, if you follow me, I'll show you my curiosities." He opened a little door, and led Jack into a large room, where Jack saw a great many odds and ends that Kumara had picked up at one time or another. What chiefly took his attention, however, were things like lobster pots, ranged on the ground along the wall. "Well, Jack, how do you like my curiosities?" said old Ku. "Upon my sokins, sir," said Jack, "they re mighty well worth the lookin' at. But might a body make so bold as to ax what them things like lobster pots are?" "Oh, the soul cages, is it?" "The what, sir?" "These things here that I keep the souls in." "Ara! What sowls, sir?" said Jack in amazement. "Sure the fish hawk got no sowls in them." "Oh, no," replied Ku, quite coolly, "that they haven't, but these are the souls of drowned sailors." "The Lord preserve us from all harm," muttered Jack. "How in the world did you contrive to get them?" "Easily enough. I've only when I see a good storm coming on, to set a couple of dozen of these, and then, when the sailors are drowned, and the souls get out of them under the water, the poor things are almost perished to death, not being used to the cold. So they make into my pots for shelter, and then I have them snug, and fetch them home, and keep them here dry and warm, and is it not well for them, poor souls, to get into such good quarters?" Jack was so thunderstruck he did not know what to say, so he said nothing. They went back into the dining room, and had some more brandy, which was excellent, and then, as Jack knew that it must be getting late, and as Biddy might be uneasy, he stood up, and said he thought it was time for him to be on the road. "Just as you like, Jack," said Ku, "but take a dock and duress before you go, you've a cold journey before you." Jack knew better manners than to refuse the parting glass. "I wonder," said he, "will I ever be able to make out my way home?" "What should all you," said Ku, "when I show you the way?" Out they went before the house, and Kumara took one of the cocked hats, and put it on Jack's head the wrong way, and then lifted him up on his shoulder that he might launch him up into the water. "Now," says he, giving him a heave, "you'll come up just in the same spot yon came down in, and, Jack, mind and throw me back the hat." He canted Jack off his shoulder, and up he shot like a bubble whiz away he went up through the water, till he came to the very rock he had jumped off, where he found a landing place, and then in he threw the hat, which sunk like a stone. The sun was just going down in the beautiful sky of a calm summer's evening. The evening star was seen brightly twinkling in the cloudless heaven, and the waves of the Atlantic flashed in a golden flood of light. So Jack, perceiving it was getting late, set off home, but when he got there, not a word did he say to Biddy of where he had spent his day. The state of the poor souls cooped up in the lobster pots, gave Jack a great deal of trouble, and how to release them cost him a great deal of thought. He at first had a mind to speak to the priest about the matter. But what could the priest do, and what did Ku care for the priest? Besides, Ku was a good sort of an old fellow, and did not think he was doing any harm. Jack had a regard for him too, and it also might not be much to his own credit if it were known that he used to go dine with the Maros under the sea. On the whole, he thought his best plan would be to ask Ku to dinner, and to make him drunk, if he was able, and then to take the hat and go down and turn up the pots. It was first of all necessary, however, to get Biddy out of the way. For Jack was prudent enough, as she was a woman, to wish to keep the thing secret from her. Accordingly, Jack grew mighty pious all of a sudden, and said to Biddy, that he thought it would be for the good of both their souls if she was to go and take her rounds at St. John's Well, near Ennis. Biddy thought so too, and accordingly off she set one fine morning at day dawn, giving Jack a strict charge to have an eye to the place. The coast being clear, away then went Jack to the rock to give the appointed signal to Kumara, which was, throwing a big stone into the water, Jack threw, and up sprang Ku. "Good morrow, Jack," said he, "what do you want with me?" "Just nothin' at all to spake about, sir," replied Jack, "only to come and take potluck wid me, now that Biddy's out of the way, if I might make so free as to ax you, and sure it's myself that's after doin' so." "It's quite agreeable, Jack, I assure you. What's your hour?" "Any time that's most convanient to yourself, sir, say 1 o'clock, that you may go home, if you wish it, with the daylight." "I'll be with you," said Coo, "never fear me." Jack went home and dressed a noble fish dinner, and got out plenty of his best foreign spirits, enough for that matter to make 20 men drunk. Just to the minute came Coo, with his cocked hat under his arm. Dinner was ready. They sat down, and ate and drank manfully. Jack, thinking of the poor souls below in the pots, plied old Coo well with brandy, and encouraged him to sing, hoping to put him under the table, but poor Jack forgot that he had not the sea over his own head now to keep it cool. The brandy got into it and did his business for him, and Coo reeled off home, leaving his entertainer as dumb as a haddock on a Good Friday. Jack never woke till the next morning, and then he was in a sad way. "'Tis no use at all for me thinkin' to make that ould rapparee drunk," said Jack, "and how in this world can I help the poor soies out o' the lobster pots?" After ruminatin' nearly the whole day, a thought struck him. "I have it," said he, slapping his thigh, "I'll be bail Coo niver saw a drop o' rail poteen as ould as he is, and that's the thing to settle him. Och! Thin isn't it well that Biddy won't be home these 2 days yet. I can have another twist at him." Jack asked Coo again, and Coo laughed at him for having no better head, telling him, he'd never come up to his grandfather. "Well, but thry me agin," said Jack, "and I'll be bail to drink you drunk and sober and drunk agin." "Anything in my power," said Coo, "to oblige you." All this dinner, Jack took care to have his own liquor watered, and to give the strongest brandy he had to Coo. At last, says he, "Pray, sir, did you iver drink any poteen? Any rail mountain dew?" "No," says Coo. "What's that, and where does it come from?" "Oh, that's a sacret," said Jack, "but the right stuff, niver believe me agin if it isn't 50 times better nor brandy or rum either. Biddy's brother just sent me a present of a little drop, in exchange for some brandy, and as you're an old friend o' the family, I kep it to thrate you wid." "Well, let us see what sort of thing it is," said Coo. The poteen was the right sort, it was first rate, and had the real smack on it. Coo was delighted with it, he drank and he sang, and he laughed and he danced, till he fell on the floor fast asleep. Then Jack, who had taken good care to keep himself sober, snapped up the cocked hat, ran off to the rock, leaped in, and soon arrived at Coo's habitation. All was as still as a churchyard at midnight, not a marrow young or old, was there. In he went and turned up the pots, but nothing did he see, only he heard, he thought, a sort of a little whistle or chirp as he raised each of them. At this he was surprised, till he recollected what the priest had often said. That nobody living could see the soul, no more than they could see the wind or the air. Having now done all he could do for them, he set the pots as they were before, and sent a blessing after the poor souls to speed them on their journey wherever they were going. He now began to think of returning. He put on the hat, as was right, the wrong way, but, when he got out, he found the water so high over his head that he had no hopes of ever getting up into it now that he had not old Kumara to give him a lift. He walked about looking for a ladder, but not one could he find, and not a rock was there in sight. At last he saw a spot where the sea hung rather lower than anywhere else, so he resolved to try there. Just as he came to it, a big cod happened to put down his tail. Jack made a jump and caught hold of it, and the cod, all in amazement, gave a bounce and pulled Jack up. The minute the hat touched the water, pop away Jack was whisked. And up he shot like a cork, dragging the poor cod, that he forgot to let go, up with him tail foremost. He got to the rock in no time, and without a moment's delay hurried home rejoicing in the good deed he had done. But, meanwhile, there was fine work at home, for our friend Jack had hardly left the house on his soul-freeing expedition, when back came Biddy from her soul-saving one to the well. When she entered the house and saw the things lying thryna hela on the table before her, "Here's a putty job," said she, "that blackguard of mine, what ill luck I had iver to marry him, he's picked up some vagabone or other, while I was prayin' for the good of his soul. And they've been drinkin' up all the poteen that my own brother gev him, and all the sperrits, to be sure, that he was to have sold to his honor." Then hearing an outlandish kind of grunt, she looked down and saw Kumara lying under the table. "The blessed Vargin helpin' save me," shouted she, "if he hasn't made a rail baste of himself. Well, 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 to be sure, I often hard till of a man makin' a baste of himself with drink, but I niver saw it afore. Oh hone. Jack, honey, what ill I do wid you, or what ill I do widout you? How can any dacent woman iver think of livin' wid a baste?" With such like lamentations, Biddy rushed out of the house and was going, she knew not where, when she heard the well-known voice of Jack, singing a merry tune. Glad enough was Biddy to find him safe and sound, and not turned into a thing that was like neither fish nor flesh. Jack was obliged to tell her all. And Biddy, though she had half a mind to be angry with him for not telling her before, owned that he had done a great service to the poor souls. Back they both went most lovingly to the house, and Jack wakened up Kumara. And perceiving the old fellow to be rather dull, he bid him not be cast down, for 'twas many a good man's case, said it all came of his not being used to the poteen, and recommended him, by way of cure, to swallow a hair of the dog that bit him. Ku, however, seemed to think he had had quite enough. He got up, quite out of sorts, and without having the good manners to say one word in the way of civility, he sneaked off to cool himself by a jaunt through the salt water. Kumara never missed the souls. He and Jack continued the best friends in the world, and no one, perhaps, ever equaled Jack at freeing souls from purgatory. For he contrived 50 excuses for getting into the house below the sea, unknown to the old fellow, and then turned up the pots, and let out the souls. It vexed him, to be sure, that he could never see them. But as he knew the thing to be impossible, he was obliged to be satisfied. Their intercourse continued for several years. However, one morning, on Jack's throwing in a stone, as usual, he got no answer. He flung another, and another. Still there was no reply. He went away, and returned the next morning, but it was to no purpose. As he was without the hat, he could not go down to see what had become of old Ku. But his belief was, that the old man, or the old fish, or whatever he was, had either died, or had removed away from that part of the country. We must here make an honest confession. This story had no foundation but a German legend. See Nixie's Germany, all that is not to be found there is our own pure invention. Yet we afterwards found that it was well known on the coast of Cork and Wicklow. But, said one of our informants, it was things like flower pots he kept them in. So faithful is popular tradition is these matters. In this and the following tale there are some traits by another hand which we are now unable to discriminate. Barry of Cairnthierna. Fermoy, though now so pretty and so clean a town, was once as poor and as dirty a village as any in Ireland. It had neither barracks, nor church, nor school, nor anything to admire. Two-storied houses were but few, its street, for it had but one, was chiefly formed of miserable mud cabins, nor was the fine scenery around sufficient to induce the traveller to tarry in its paltry, dirty inn, beyond the limits actually required. In those days it happened that a regiment of foot was proceeding from Dublin to Cork. One company, which left Carr in the morning, had, with toilsome march, passed through Mitchelstown, tramped across the Kilworth Mountains. And, late of an October evening, tired and hungry, reached Fermoy, the last stage but one to their quarters. No barracks, as we have said, were then built there to relieve them. And every voice was raised, calling to the gaping villagers for the name and residence of the billet master. "Why, Finn, can't ye be AC, now, and let a body tell you," said one. "Sure, Finn, how can I answer you all at onst," said another. "Anan," cried a third, affecting not to understand the sergeant, who addressed him. Is it Mr. Considine you want? Replied a fourth, answering, Erlandes, the question, by asking another. Bad luck to the whole breed and seed of the Saugers, muttered a fifth villager, between his teeth. It come to 8 poor people that work for their bread, out of house and home, yes are. Wished, Teague, can't you, now, said his neighbor, jogging the last speaker, there, the house, gentlemen. You see it there, yonder, fornint you, at the bottom of the street, with the light in the windy, or, stay, sure it, a myself id think little of runnin' down, odd you, poor crathers. For, 'tis turt and wary yes must be after the road. That's an honest fellow, said several of the dust-covered soldiers, and away scampered Ned Flynn, with all the men of war following close at his heels. Mr. Considine, the billet-master, was, as may be supposed, a person of some, and on such occasions as the present, of no small consideration in such a place as Fermoy. He was of a portly build, and of a grave and slow movement, suited at once to his importance and to his size. 3 inches of fair linen were at all times visible between his waistband and waistcoat. His breeches pockets were never buttoned. And, scorning to conceal the bull-like proportions of his chest and neck, his shirt collar was generally open, as he wore no cravat, and a flaxen bob wig commonly sat fairly on his head, and squarely on his forehead. Such, then, was Mr. Considine, billet master general and barony sub-constable, who was now just getting to the end of his 8th tumbler, in company with the proctor, who at that moment had begun to talk of coming to something like a fair settlement about his tithes. When Ned Flynn knocked. See who's at the door, Nilly, said the eldest Miss Considine, raising her voice, and calling to the barefooted servant girl. 'Tis the Saugers, sir, is come, cried Nelly, running back into the room without opening the door. I hear the jinketin of their swords and bagnets on the pavin' stones. Divil welcome them at this hour o' the night, said Mr. Considine, taking up the candle, and moving off to the room on the opposite side of the hale, which served him for an office. Mr. Considine's own pen, and that of his son Tom were now in full employment. The officers were sent to the inn. The sergeants, corporals, etc., were billeted on those who were on indifferent terms with Mr. Considine, for, like a worthy man as he was, he leaned as light as he could on his friends. The soldiers had nearly all departed for their quarters, when one poor fellow, who had fallen asleep, leaning on his musket against the wall, was awakened by the silence, and starting up, he went over to the table at which Mr. Considine was seated, hoping his worship would give him a good billet. A good billet, my lad, said the billet master general, that you shall have, and on the biggest house in the whole place. Do you hear, Tom? Make out a billet for this honest man upon Mr. Barry of Cairnthierna. On Mr. Barry of Cairnthierna, said Tom, with a look of amazement. Yes, to be sure, on Mr. Barry of Cairnthierna the Great Barry, replied his father, giving a nod. Isn't he said to keep the grandest house in this part of the country, or stay, Tom, just hand me over the paper, and I'll write the billet myself. The billet was made out accordingly. The sand glittered on the signature and broad flourishes of Mr. Considine, and the weary grenadier received it with becoming gratitude and thanks. Taking up his knapsack and firelock, he left the office, and Mr. Considine waddled back to the proctor to chuckle over the trick he had played on the soldier, and to laugh at the idea of his search after Barry of Cairnthierna's house. Truly had he said no house could vie in capacity with Mr. Barry's. For like Allan A. Dale's, its roof was the blue vault of heaven, with its crescent so pale. Barry of Cairnthierna was one of the chieftains who, of old, lorded it over the barony of Barrymore, and for some reason or other, he had become enchanted on the mountain of Cairnthierna, where he was known to live in great state, and was often seen by the belated peasant. Mr. Considine had informed the soldier that Mr. Barry lived a little way out of the town, on the Cork road, so the poor fellow trudged along for some time with eyes right and eyes left, looking for the great house. But nothing could he see, only the dark mountain of Cairnthierna before him, and an odd cabin or two on the roadside. At last he met a man, of whom he asked the way to Mr. Barry's. "To Mr. Barry's," said the man, "what berry is it you want?" "I can't say exactly in the dark," returned the soldier. "Mr. What's his name, the billet master, has given me the direction on my billet, but he said it was a large house, and I think he called him the great Mr. Barry." "Why, sure, it wouldn't be the great Barry of Cairnthierna you re-asking after?" "Aye," said the soldier, "Cairnthierna that, south the place." "Can you tell me where it is?" "Cairnthierna," repeated the man, "Barry of Cairnthierna." "I'll show you the way, and welcome, but it's the first time in all my born days that ever I heard of a soger bein' billeted on Barry of Cairnthierna. 'Tis a queer thing, anyhow, for ould Dick Considine to be sinned in, you up there," continued he. "But you see that big mountain before you, that's Cairnthierna. Any one will show you Mr. Barry's when you get to the top of it, up to the big heap of stones." The weary soldier gave a sigh as he walked forwards toward the mountain. But he had not proceeded far when he heard the clatter of a horse coming along the road alter him, and, turning his head round, he saw a dark figure rapidly approaching. A tall gentleman, richly dressed, and mounted on a noble grey horse, was soon at his side, when the rider pulled up, and the soldier repeated his inquiry after Mr. Barry of Cairnthierna. "Why, I'm Barry of Cairnthierna, myself," said the gentleman, "and pray what's your business with me, friend?" "I have got a billet on your house, sir," replied the soldier, "from the billet master of Fermoy." "Did you, indeed?" said Mr. Barry. "Well, then, it is not very far off, follow me and you shall be well taken care of, depend upon it." He turned off the road, and led his horse up the steep side of the mountain, followed by the soldier, who was astonished at seeing the horse proceed with so little difficulty, where he was obliged to scramble up, and could hardly find or keep his footing. When they got to the top, there was a house, sure enough, far beyond any house in Fermoy. It was 3 stories high, with fine windows, and all lighted up within, as if it was full of grand corn party. There was a hall door too, with a flight of stone steps before it, at which Mr. Barry dismounted, and the door was opened to him by a servant man, who took his horse round to the stable. Mr. Barry, as he stood at the door, desired the soldier to walk in, and, instead of sending him down to the kitchen, as any other gentleman would have done, brought him into the parlour, and desired to see his billet. "Aye," said Mr. Barry, looking at it and smiling, "I know Dick Considine well, he's a merry fellow, no doubt, and, if I mistake not, has got some capital good cows down on the Inchfield of Carricabrick. A sirloin of beef would be no bad thing for supper, my man, eh?" Mr. Barry then called out to some of his attendants, and desired them to lay the cloth, and make all ready, which was no sooner done than a smoking sirloin of beef was placed before them. "Sit down, now, my honest fellow," said Mr. Barry, "you must be hungry after your long day's march." The soldier, with a profusion of thanks for such hospitality, and acknowledgments for such condescension, sat down and made, as might be expected, an excellent supper, Mr. Barry never letting his jaws rest for want of helping until he was fairly unable to eat more. Then the boiling water was brought in, and such a jug of whiskey punch as was made. Take my word for it, it did not, like honest Robin Craig's, require to be hung out on the bush to let the water drain out of it. They sat together a long time, talking over the punch, and the fire was so good, and Mr. Barry himself was so free a gentleman, and had such fine conversation about everything in the world, far or near, that the soldier never felt the night going over him. At last Mr. Barry stood up, saying it was a rule with him that every one in his house should be in bed by 12 o'clock, and, said he, pointing to a bundle which lay in one corner of the room, "Take that to bed with you. It's the hide of the cow I had killed for your supper. Give it to the billet master when you go back to Fermoy, in the morning, and tell him that Barry of Cairnthierna sent it to him. He will soon understand what it means, I promise you, so, good night, my brave fellow. I wish you a comfortable sleep and every good fortune, but I must be off and away out of this long before you are stirring." The soldier gratefully returned his host's good wishes, and went off to the room which was shown him, without claiming, as every one knows he had a right to do, the second best bed in the house. Next morning the sun awoke him. He was lying on the broad of his back, and the skylark was singing over him in the beautiful blue sky, and the bee was humming close to his ear among the heath. He rubbed his eyes. Nothing did he see but the clear sky, with 2 or 3 light morning clouds floating away. Mr. Barry's fine house and soft feather bed had melted into air, and he found himself stretched on the side of Cairn Thierna, buried in the heath, with the cowhide which had been given him, rolled up under his head for a pillow. "Well," said he, "this bates cockfighting, anyhow. Didn't I spine the pleasantest night I ever spent in my life with Mr. Barry last night? And what in the world has become of the house, and the hall door with the steps, and the very bed that was under me?" He stood up. Not a vestige of a house or anything like one, but the rude heap of stones on the top of the mountain, could he see. And ever so far off lay the Blackwater, glittering with the morning sun, and the little quiet village of Fermoy on its banks, from whose chimneys white wreaths of smoke were beginning to rise upwards into the sky. Throwing the cowhide over his shoulder, he descended, not without some difficulty, the steep side of the mountain, up which Mr. Barry had led his horse the preceding night with so much ease. And he proceeded along the road, pondering on what had befallen him. When he reached Fermoy, he went straight to Mr. Considine's, and asked to see him. "Well, my gay fellow," said the official Mr. Considine, recognizing, at a glance, the soldier. "What sort of an entertainment did you meet with from Barry of Cairn Thierna?" "The best of good treatment, sir," replied the soldier, "and well did he spake of you, and he desired me to give you this cowhide as a token to remember him by." "Many thanks to Mr. Barry for his generosity," said the billet master, making a low bow, in mock solemnity, "many thanks indeed, and a right good skin it is, wherever he got it." Mr. Considine had scarcely finished the sentence, when he saw his cowboy running up the street, shouting and crying aloud, that the best cow in the Inchfield was lost and gone, and nobody knew what had become of her, or could give the least tidings of her. The soldier had spread out the skin on the ground for Mr. Considine to see it, and the cowboy looking at it, exclaimed, "That is her hide, wherever she is, I'd take my Bible oath to the 2 small white spots, with the glossy black about them. And there's the very place where she rubbed the hair off her should her last Martinmas." Then clapping his hands together, he literally sang the tune the old cow died of. This lamentation worn stopped short by Mr. Considine. "There is no manner of doubt about it," said he. "It was Barry that killed my best cow, and all he has left me is the hide, oh, the poor baste to comfort myself with. But it will be a warning to Dick Considine, for the rest of his life, never again to play off his tricks upon travellers." It is not very likely that the inventor of this legend knew anything about the Amadagi of B. Tasso, yet in that poem we meet this circumstance more than once. In c. 2. When night falls on the young knight Alidoro, in the open country, he finds a pavilion pitched beside a fountain, with lights in it, and hears a voice which invites him to enter it. He there sups and goes to sleep in a rich bed, and on awaking in the morning, 3:38, finds himself lying in the open air. Another time, c. 8, B comes to a fair inn, in a wild region, where he is entertained and his wounds are dressed by a gentle damsel, and on awaking in the morning he finds himself lying under a tree. The tent and inn were the work of his protectress, the fairy Sylvana. Another fairy, Argia, entertains, c. 33, a king, queen, knight and ladies, in a stately palace. At night they retire to magnificent chambers, and in the morning they find themselves lying in a mead, some under trees, others on the sides of a stream, with more of the beauties of the ladies displayed than they could have desired. Aileen Roon, Ellen my love. Carol O'Daly is the Lochinvar of Ireland. He and Ellen Kavanagh were intimate from childhood. The result was love, but Ellen's father insisted on her marrying a wealthier suitor. On the wedding night Carol came disguised as a harper, and played and sung this air, which he had composed for the occasion. Ellen's tenderness revived in full force. She contrived to make her father, the bridegroom, and the guests drink to excess, and by morning she and Corell were beyond pursuit. The following lines were written one evening to gratify a lady who wished to have the writer's idea of what Carol might have sung. The air is generally known under the name of Robin Adair. What are the joys wealth and honors bestow? Do they endure like true love's steady glow? Shadows of vanity. Mists of the summer sky. Soon they disperse and fly. Aileen a Rune. Time was when Aileen tripped light as the fawn, spying young Carol approach in the dawn. Ere the sun's early beam glittered on lake and stream. Oh! That was bliss supreme. Aileen a Rune. Or when mild even star beamed in the west, bringing to nature the season of rest. At that sweet hour to rove down by yon spreading grove, breathing forth vows of love. Aileen a Rune. Aileen forgets, but her Carol more true. As these past scenes memory brings to his view, heaves many a heavy sigh. Breaking his heart is nigh. And canst thou let him die? Aileen a Rune. Rousseau's Dream. These verses are adapted to the well-known air. They were suggested by a passage from Rousseau's works, quoted by Allison in his essay on taste. Though real names are mentioned, the scenery and subject are purely ideal. Calmly at eve shone the sun o'er Lake Leman. Bright in his beam lay the watery expanse. Softly the white sails reflected his gleaming. Groves, banks, and trees their slow shadows advance. Cool from the mountains the summer gale breathed. Laden with fragrance the lake it came o'er. Leman, exulting, danced joyous beneath it. Light crisped waves gently rolled to the shore. At that soft hour on the blue Leman rowing, slowly a sage urged his bark by a grove. Silently musing, his lofty mind glowing, viewing earth's pomp and the glories above. As o'er the lake the long shadows extended, whispering the breeze, lulled each sense to repose. Calm he reclined, and as slumber descended, visions of bliss to his fancy arose. Heaven to his view seemed arrayed in new glory. Earth breathed forth fragrance and basked in the ray. Clad in loose raiment, more white than the hoary front of Mont Blanc, came a son of the day. Lightly his wand o'er the slumberer extending, while with new joy laughed the earth, sky, and lake. Love in his accents with soft pity blending. Shedding content, thus the bright vision spake. Hither I come, from Ray cloud-crowned station, touched with thy grief, to shed balm o'er thy mind. I am the spirit to whom, at creation, charge was by heaven o'er this region assigned. List to my accents, thou hunted by malice. Let what I utter sink deep in thy breast. Fly from mankind, to the lakes, hills, and valleys. Thus alone, shall thy spirit find rest. But if again to the world thou now fliest, thou should return, and again meet thy foes. Think on this hour, when for comfort thou sighest, and the bright scene will dispel all thy woes. Gone was the vision, Eve's star now was glancing. Cold came the breeze o'er the blue curling stream. Waked from his slumber, his heart with joy dancing. Homeward he turned, and still mused on his dream. Alexander Selkirk's dream, composed one day when confined to bed by a cold, and unable to read. O'er the Isle of Juan Fernandez, cooling shades of evening spread, while upon the peaks of Andes, still the tints of day were shed. From the sea-beach shore returning, homeward hied the lonely man, o'er his cheerless fortune mourning, as through past days memory ran. Soon his brief repast was ended, and he sought his lowly bed. Balmy slumber there descended, shedding influence o'er his head. Then a vision full of gladness came, sent forth by him supreme. Who his suffering servant's sadness oft dispelleth in a dream. In his view the lively dream sets hills and valleys in verdure bright, where the gaily prattling streamlets sparkle in the morning light. Hark! The holy bell is swinging, calling to the house of prayer. Loud resounds the solemn ringing through the still and balmy air. Youths and maids from glen and mountain hasten at the hallowed sound. Old men rest by shady fountain. Children lay them on the ground. Now the pious throng is streaming through the temple's portal low. Rapture in each face is beaming. Pure devotion's genuine glow. Fervently the hoary pastor, humbly bent before his God, supplicates their heavenly master them to lead on Shaun's road. Owns that all have widely erred from the true, the narrow way, that with him we have no merit, and no claim of right can lay. Loud then rise in choral measure hymns of gratitude and praise, as, inspired with solemn pleasure, unto heaven their strains they raise. Now the grave discourse beginneth, which, unraced by rhetoric's arts, quick the rapt attention winneth, while it glorious truths imparts, while it tells how kind is heaven to the race of him who fell, how of old the Son was given to redeem from pains of hell, how the Holy Spirit abideth in their hearts that hear his call, how our God for all provideth, how his mercies over all, how, beyond the grave extending, regions lie of endless bliss, how our thoughts on that world bending, we should careless be of this. Once again the raised hymn pealeth notes of joy and jubilee, praising him who truth revealeth, dweller of eternity. Night's dim shades were now retreating. Over Andes rose the day. On the hills the kids loud bleating lingering slumber chased away. Birds their merry notes were singing, joyous at the approach of morn. Morn that, light and fragrance flinging, earth doth cherish and adorn. Waked by nature's general chorus, Selkirk quits his lonely couch, while o'er heaven run colors glorious, heralding the sun's approach. Still the vision hovers o'er him, still the heavenly strains he hears, setting those bright realms before him, where are wiped away all tears. All this vain and transitory state of mankind here on earth, weighed with that exceeding glory, now he deems as nothing worth. Lo, he bends in adoration, as the sun ascends the sky. Doubt and fear and lamentation with the night's last shadows fly. A moonlight scene, conceived and commenced when passing Oven Putney Bridge on a fine moonlight night in summer. The moonbeams on the lake are glancing. The nimble bark is now advancing, that for this grove is bound. Ye gentle clouds, ah! Hear a lover, and hasten not the moon to cover, and darkness pour around. Doth fancy sport, or do I hear her? As nearer still she comes and nearer, cutting the billows bright. Dash! How still! Scarce even a light breeze flying. Earth, water, air, at peace are lying beneath the calm moonlight. My heart beats high, my soul rejoices. Methinks I hear their merry voices. She soon will reach the shore. Ah me! My hopes are failing. Yon sable cloud is onward sailing. The moon it covers o'er. Now o'er the lake they dubious wander, and on some part remote may strand her. Unless they aid obtain, I'll wave a signal from the summit of you high bank, and haply from it some guidance they may gain. The cloud moves on, the moonlight beameth, and o'er the lovely lady streameth. Upon her lofty stand, with joyful shout the boatmen greet her. Her anxious lover hastes to meet her. and eager springs to land. Lines written in a lady's album. I end those blessed days, when free from care, and happy as the birds in air, I roam the hills and dales, by purling rills oft passed the day, or on green banks recumbent lay, listening the shepherd's tales. My fancy, rising on the wing, would visions fair before me bring, of castles high, and towers, with knights in radiant panoply, and ladies of the beaming eye, within their fragrant bowers, or lead me thence away to shades of woods, and show me, in the glades, the cottages serene, where peace dwelt with content, among the happy, gay Arcadian throng, that tenanted the scene. But whether cot or tower arose, in vision, at the dawn or close of summer days, to me, the lovely form of woman still shone bright by dale, by mend, by rill. Amid my ecstasy, I saw her robed in every grace, with youth, with loveliness of face, and virtue's gentle eye, and from her tongue heard accents fail, that would the rudest heart enthrall, and raise emotions high. But like the Eastern prince, who loved the pictured form of one that moved in life full many a year, ere he beheld the light, I deemed the lovely form of which I dreamed would ne'er to me appear. And years came on, and years went by, and yet I never found me nigh my youthful vision bright. I said, I might as well, I ween, expect to see the fairy queen descend, to bless my sight. But often, when we hope it least, and when our search has well nigh ceased, good fortune will befall. So I one evening saw a maid, who every grace and charm displayed, that decked my ideal. Her portrait here I need not show, for, reader, thou must surely know that peerless, gentle maid. To her these lines I consecrate, and if she smiles 3 deem, elate, my toil far overpaid. To Amanda. These are the verses quoted in the introduction to the Tales and Popular Fictions. The author was very young when he wrote them, and Amanda was, like Beatrice and Laura, a mere donna di mente, having no real existence. As when a storm in vernal skies the face of day doth stain, and o'er the smiling landscape flies with mist and drizzling rain. If chance the sun look through the shower o'er flowery hill and dale, reviving nature owns his power, and softly sighs the gale. So when, by anxious thoughts oppressed, my soul sinks in despair, when smiling hope deserts my breast, and all is darkness there, if chance Amanda's form appear, the gloom is chased away, my soul once more her soft smiles cheer, and joy resumes his sway. Then, dear Amanda, since thy smile has power all gloom to charm, oh, ever thus my cares beguile, and guard my soul from harm. Let Hymen's bands our fates unite. What bliss may then be ours? Our days will glide, like streamlets bright, o'erhung with fragrant flowers. Lines written in Rome in the spring of 1842. Fair Tiber, once the Muses' home, before us lay. Around was spread the plain which mighty Rome oft saw with victory crowned. The sun rode high, the sky was clear, the lark poured forth his strain, and flowers, the firstlings of the year, shed fragrance o'er the plain. A gentle lady turned on me her bright expressive eyes, and bade the flame of poesy within my bosom rise. 'Twas then I felt, alas, how time has dealt with me, and how the rays of fancy pass and vanish utterly. For time has been when such a view and mandate of the fair, with images of brightest hue, had filled the land and air. While now I strive, and strive in vain, to twine poetic flowers, since from me time away has ta'en imagination's powers. Then lady, be thou gentle still, let pity sway thy breast, accept for deeds the fervent will, to honor thy behest. A farewell. 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 The parting hour is come, and I must leave thee. Oh! Ne'er may aught approach thy bower that might of bliss bereave thee, but ever a perennial rill of joy, so brightly flowing, keep each fair thought in fragrance still, within thy pure mind blowing. For life all charm had lost for me, my thoughts were only sadness, when fortune led me unto thee, to taste once more of gladness. I've seen the sullen shades of night, fair nature's face concealing, and marked how scattered rays of light came morn's approach revealing. The light increased, the orb of day clomb to the mountain summit, and vale and plain, and stream and bay drew life and luster from it. And as it towered in majesty, light all around it shedding, it seemed a monarch, seated high, bliss through his realms wide spreading. All nature joyed. I felt my heart distend, and fill with pleasure, for heavenly light and warmth impart a bliss we cannot measure. This glorious sun to me art thou, whose light all gloom dispelleth, before whose majesty I bow, when he his power revealeth. Thy golden locks, thine eyes so blue, thy smile so sweetly playing, were those first shafts of light that flew the gloom of night warraying. But when, more intimately known, I found not only beauty, but genius, taste, and truth, thine own, combined with filial duty, then rose the sun o'er all my soul, in full effulgence beaming, and tides of joy began to roll beneath his radiance gleaming. Time still his noiseless course pursues, with unremitting vigor, and lovely spring each year renews the waste of winter's rigor. Were mine the power, thus, like time, to wake again life's flowers, and day's recall of youthful prime, passed in the muse's bowers, then, lovely maiden, fancy-free, rich in each mental treasure, in me thou wouldst a votary see, thy will would be my pleasure. But while such bliss might not be mine, a friendship pure and holy, I offered at the hallowed shrine, to which my heart turned solely, when distant from thee many a mile, high waves between us swelling, I'll think upon thy lovely smile, of pure emotion telling. The sky will show me thy blue eye, the whispering breeze of even, recall that voice, whose melody oft lapped my soul in heaven. The sinking sun thy ringlets gold will show, but memory only, the treasures of thy mind unfold to me when musing lonely. Oh! May I hope that memory, that power for ever changing, will make thee sometimes think on me, o'er distant mountains ranging. Say me not nay, let fancy cheat my soul with bland illusion, and let not doubt my vision sweet dispel by rude intrusion. Verses written at Bath, Indiana 1840, for a little boy who kept an album, and was a great admirer of Robin Hood and his merry men. Had the kind muse, young friend, on me her pleasing gifts bestowed, and taught to tread of poesy the smooth and flowery road, then should the deeds of Robin Hood and Little John, so bold, and of the friar, stout and good, in numbers high be told. The merry greenwood should resound with feats of archery, and antlered deer along should bound so light and gracefully. But vain the hopes, 'gainst fate's decrees, To struggle I must cease. I only can write histories of England, Rome, and Greece. Father Cuddy's Song. In the legend of Cloth na Cuddy. Quam pulchra sunt ova. Cum alba et nova. In stabulo sit legunter. Et a Marjorie bells. Quae festiva puella. Pinguis lardi cum frustis coquunter. Ut bells in prado. Aprico et lato. Sub sol tam lit renident. Ova tosta, immensa. Mappa bene extensa. Nitidissima lance concident. Translation. Oh! 'Tis eggs are a treat. When so white and so sweet. From under the manger they re-taken. And by fair Marjorie. Och! 'Tis she's full of glee. They are fried with fat rashers of bacon. Just like daisies all spread. O'er a broad sunny mead. In the sunbeams so beauteously shining. Are fried eggs fair displayed. On a dish, when we've laid the cloth and are thinking of dining. The praises of Mazenderan. The object of this version was to give a correct idea of the animated anapastic measure in which the Shibnami is written. Our knowledge of Persian was extremely slight. But a friendly Orientalist gave us a faithful line-for-line translation, which we versified, and he and Ram Mohan Roy then compared our version with the original. His band from the lute hath its melody drawn. And thus rose the song of Mazenderan. May Mazenderan, the land of my birth. Its hills and its dales, be e'er famed o'er the earth. For evermore blooms in its gardens the rose. On its hills nods the tulip, the hyacinth blows. Its air ever fragrant, its earth flourishing. Cold or heat is not felt, 'tis perpetual spring. The nightingales lays in the gardens resound. On the sides of the mountains the stately deer bound. In search evermore of their pastime and food. With fragrance and color each season's bedewed. Its streams of rosewater unceasingly roll. Whose perfume doth gladness diffuse o'er the soul. In November, December, and January. Full of tulips the ground thou mayest everywhere see. The springs, unexhausted, flow all through the year. The hawk at his chase everywhere doth appear. The region of bliss is adorned all o'er. With dinars, with rich stuffs, and with all costly store. The idol adorers with fine gold are crowned. And girdles of gold gird the heroes renowned. Whoe'er hath not dwelt in that region so bright. His soul knows no pleasure, his heart no delight. The end.